Live from twitch.tv and youtube.com, it's Vtuber Talk. Today's guest is Savvy. And now, back from his extended vacation at Mount Holly, here's your host, Jay. Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host, Jay, and thank you so much for joining us today. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is based after live late-night talk shows. I've done this intro 191 times, and I usually don't stumble on it. Sorry, I'm a little out of it today. It's been a hectic morning, but everything here is live casual, as you can tell, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will be good for people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome back to the show, Savvy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Or whatever time it is for you.
Yeah, time zones. Time isn't real. It's certainly not real for me this morning. Me playing myself with my own time zones. I'm not in the Pacific time zone, but I posted the thumbnail for today's show in Pacific time zone. And I usually remember, yes, I put in Pacific because I know more people live in Pacific than in the time zone I'm in. But for whatever reason, last night when I was setting my alarms, I glanced at it and just auto-corrected to my own time zone. So I wake up several hours earlier than I need to and give Savvy a terrible scare when she wakes up of me initially saying, hey, I'm ready for sound check. And then some 10 minutes later, oh my God, I'm wrong. I'm so sorry. See you in a couple hours.
You're fine. Actually, if anything, I woke up to like two of those messages saying like, hey, I messed up on the time. Don't worry about this. And I was like, okay, because I looked and I was like, wait. I was like, oh no, I'm late.
At the very least, I messed up early and not late. It would have been a lot worse if it was, okay, I'm out or just still asleep and you're left waiting. I would have felt a lot worse about that. So
trust me, when when it comes to time and doing stuff, I mean, like, I feel like the only time that I'm actually on time is when it's for someone else's stuff. But even still, I feel like even if somebody was like, oh, something happened, I understand because I'm so bad with time. So I get you. You're golden.
Yeah. And this is us after 5+ years each doing this. So don't worry out there, folks. If you're just starting streaming or VTubing or whatever, and you feel like it's difficult with time zones, and you're just sort of wondering, all right, when do I get this down? When do I stop having issues with time zones? That's the neat part.
Never.
You don't.
Never. I've done this 5 years, and quite frankly, I think I've gotten worse.
It's quite possible.
Quite frankly, I've gotten worse.
Get a little bit comfortable in our own routines, and that
Exactly.
I think that's when you end up having the little mental slips. But all's well that ends well. And like I said, welcome back to the show, Savvy, because this is actually, after 190 episodes, the first full proper return show that I've had here on VTuber Talk. I have my annual charity events where I invite all the past guests back, so this is not the first time a guest has appeared again on the channel, but that I have actively avoided not having repeat shows, actual big proper shows, because I am very fortunate in that there are many VTubers out there to talk to, and for a while I sort of worried that if I got too comfortable and too frequent in inviting guests back, it would end up making it so I'm not, really being out there and trying to find new folks. And after 5 years, I was like, there's a lot of folks that I spoke with, especially in the early years, who have, come to me saying they wanted to be on the show again. That you were one of the first ones
I was just
to
about to
ask
say,
me,
yeah,
which is why I reached out to you first. I was like, okay, I have a small line, and that people are in some ways similar, in some ways very different people than they were when they were first on my show. And it was like, okay, combination of getting over myself a little bit and realizing that there is a difference in starting to do repeats 6 months, 1 year after starting a channel versus 5.5 years. So here we are.
I think when I met you, and this might be jumping the gun a little bit, but I think when I met you, I think it was first or second year.
It was
of
first
doing
year.
This. And now I'm 5 years in.
Yep.
So a lot has changed.
I just double checked the broadcast date. No, actually, that's the upload date. The upload date of the VOD of our first show was December 22nd, 2021. So it was definitely in year one. because you were
No
episode
way.
44. This is episode 191. I've actually put the episode number technically as 191, then in parentheses 44.1 as the sort of homage to the original episode
Crazy.
number there. Yeah. And
How
I
do
know
you
that I
even
didn't
find me?
upload
How
that
do you
VOD the
find
day
me?
that we actually, it wasn't the same day. How did I find, gosh,
Oh,
it must have
God.
been a raid. And I
Might
cannot
have been.
remember for the life of me who it was that raided into you. I'm very glad they did, whoever they are. But it's gotten to the point where I can't remember how I found most folks, unless it was a particularly memorable interaction, but just they all started to sort of blend together. Hell, I can't remember how I found some of the people that I invited yesterday.
That makes a lot of sense, and that's a great answer too, because like usually I'm like that too. However, there's a couple of viewers, I don't know how, but I'll remember them like, I remember you from 4 years ago. I was playing Bloodborne,
Yeah,
and
it just
you jumped in saying that you never seen a VTuber before, and then for some reason that stuck with me.
yeah, sometimes brains work in weird, mysterious ways, and something will just live rent-free. And oh, I have this very specific memory of this very specific interaction with someone. Everyone has those, and then others are just like, we met somewhere. I saw your stream one day. It might have been on the sidebar. I'm pretty sure it was a raid. That's admittedly how I found most people back in the day. But just speaking of that 4 years ago at this point, 5 years ago at this point, and you had just stopped doing ASMR. And that's some deep lore. So if you're a recent Savvy watcher, and by recent, I mean really in the past 4.5 to 5 years, the knowledge that she did ASMR is possibly news to you.
I actually brought that up, I think like a day or two ago, and someone's like, you did ASMR? I'm like, it was a
Mhm.
long time ago. It was
It was a different world.
It was a different world. Like I feel like everyone's streaming career, adventure, whatever you want to call this, is always different. And I love that about streaming. Everyone's different. And I feel like for me, I have used this time to be like, I'm gonna just try everything. I don't know if it's just because life, like IRL, maybe got a little boring for me, and I'm like, let's try something wild now.
Mm,
But like, I've changed from ASMR to different game genres to like, I mean, you name it. Like, I love it, and there's still so much where I'm like, oh, I want to do that next, or I want to do this next. A lot of like IRL and B2B mixed together kind of stuff. Especially now that I have this new place, I want to be able to utilize it more. But that's like projects for the future, so I don't want to jump the gun quite yet.
yeah. But I do remember, especially back in the day, that surprise, surprise, the talk show guy likes streams where there's talking, that you weren't really a trigger or sound effect ASMR artist, that you were very much the soft, just chatting. So in some ways, you still do exactly what you did. You just aren't whispering anymore.
That's true. That's true. And also, I make a lot of I make a lot of sound effects now, but it's more like when I'm playing a game and I'm like, you see this gun, and I'm like, and just shooting noises. And so, it followed me a little bit.
Mm,
It followed me a little bit.
yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm realizing your mouse is a little bit over me.
Oh, whoops! I am so sorry. I didn't know that it was
No,
getting my mouse.
that's good. Yeah, no. But yeah,
I've
it's
been like
really
holding
cool
it here a little bit so that I can like, if something happens, I can occasionally move myself because I'm
Mm.
weird like that. But I gotta
Yeah.
not worry about that.
cameo by the cursor. And it's been so cool to see you go from that to just chatting to different things. And honestly, Savvy, you're at the point now where I would say you are one of the preeminent Souls-like challenge streamers, at least in the VTubing sphere, in my opinion, because I don't know when I sort of realized it was just, okay, Savvy's playing a lot of Dark Souls and Elden Ring and other Souls-like things. But then it was, you started doing we're doing the armorless, basic weapon runs, and it was like, oh, she's really good at these. Yes, she dies
it's
a lot,
funny.
but you would too if you're running around with no armor in those games at that difficulty.
I don't know where that, like, love for, like my chat likes to call it the masochist runs, or, like, "You just like to see yourself die, don't you?" I'm like, "I don't. I love a challenge." And, I've noticed that single player games are really, I like certain ones especially, are really fun for that. I never really played a lot of Souls games until I started streaming, and it's funny because, like, it hasn't been until recently that I've jumped back into them because I actually took like a little bit of a hiatus from like doing stuff like well, I mean, I've always played a lot of games, but like that was a genre that I really liked playing for a while. And then I just like all last year and like a little bit like maybe like a year and a half, I was like, all right, we're gonna do like multiplayer only games. And that's kind of what we did. We did like a lot of like Marvel Rivals and Pokemon TFT. I mean, like you name it. If it's like I like shooters, I like Souls, I like Pokemon, I like all kinds of
I
stuff.
will
So
definitely
like
be
I
getting
get
to
into these
Pokemon.
like addicted like fields. I can't help it.
That's right, because you did have a pretty strong Marvel Rivals arc, and I I'm having trouble remembering exactly, but I feel like you had told me back in the day that you also had been pretty competitive at a number of different shooters. I can't remember which
Overwatch,
specifically.
I used to be part of an amateur pro team back when, and then
Mm.
And then before, right before COVID actually happened, it was like I went to Texas regionals for Pokemon. So like
I
I've
do remember
always
that
like
one.
competed. I've
Yep.
always competed in something. Like
Yes.
I don't know why. I've just always been like hungry for a little bit more. However, like streams, like ever since then, like other than last year, like I think I played a lot of multiplayer games, but like before that though, I just stopped and went to like Souls games because Souls games were that competition, but single player. So like it's cool when it happens, but it's not a big deal if you lose and everyone's not mad at you because you're like, you threw my game. You threw my game. I'm like, oh god, here we go.
Plus, we have the believers and non-believers with every round being a good gamba.
True. Any way to be able to get that gamma up higher, I'm happy. Like I
Mm-mm.
love seeing it. I don't know what it is, but I love it. I love it.
Do you remember what your first really challenging, I don't know if I'd say build, but what that challenge was, what the settings and requirements were?
One of my I think one of my harder attempts for a, I guess, like, a Souls run, I wanna say, was probably when we were playing Bloodborne. I think it was, like not this time because we're actually redoing it again after, like, not doing it for, like, 2 years. And, we're doing an easier run now, but, like, I think we were doing, like, a gun-only run, which is an interesting thing because most Souls games don't have guns, that's not really their
Yeah.
thing. But that one does have guns. They got like a minigun and a regular gun and a cannon. And I was like, we're gonna do like a parry only gun run. And people are like,
That's right,
why?
the
And I'm like, I
parry-only
don't know.
run.
Exactly. I was like, I don't know why we're doing it, but we're doing it. And it's gonna be fun. And it was
It's
actually a lot
just
of fun.
crazy enough to work.
Yep, and it did work. And I was like, whenever we were done with it, I'm like, I ain't gonna do that again. And it's funny because then we started doing it again,
She
but
would,
just
in
different,
fact,
just
do it
slightly
again.
different. Just slightly different. It's so funny. But yeah, I do that sometimes. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I think it's just I want to say it's my way to get challenging games still, even like in a non-multiplayer like environment. Because
Yeah.
multiplayer stuff is fun sometimes, but like it has a lot of drawbacks too. And I'm getting older. I don't want to argue with people saying like, why
Yeah.
didn't you do this? I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's more under your control, more on your own terms, both in the case of how the game actually goes, because it's just your input. You're not having to worry, okay, did I get paired with someone who's actually trying, or did I get paired with a troll?
Mhm.
And
Yep.
that
Not
it's
to
just on
mention
your own schedule.
Yep, exactly. Not to mention, like, if you think about it, we're streaming too. Like, so there's people that are watching, they're having fun. And my number one thing, it's always been like this since I started streaming, but like, I really love the community. I love the community. I love talking with everybody. I like making a fun show for everyone too. So
Yeah.
there's times where, well, some people think that they're like, are you just throwing just to throw? And I'm like, no, I'm really not. But like, if it's funny, also you like
Yeah.
it, then I'm like, awesome. So
So,
like, in a way, I don't and that's why I don't mind, like, failing a lot because people are like,
because it's
"It is silly, it
entertaining.
is
It's
fun,"
just,
but it's cool to
yeah.
see when you do win, you're like, oh, so
Mhm.
you do know what you're doing, you're not just trolling like 100%. It's
Yeah.
like a little bit, yes, but it's more just for like the entertainment value.
Yeah, and that, to be fair, you're doing really challenging runs that most people are going to die a lot in those things. I'd argue most people would die more than you die, Savvy. And so just, it's the type of thing that you're able to go in, you're trying, obviously, but that as you die and as you go, like you said, it is entertainment anyways, so it's a win-win.
Exactly. And not only that, but like I used to say this back in the day, but like whenever I do a challenge run, it gives me the reason to die because I could be like, oh, it's just because I'm doing a glass cannon run, but maybe I just messed up and like nobody knows. Nobody knows, but I'm like, hey, you know what? It's because of that. And everyone's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's like really, I'm like, I just fell.
And it's
I
so
just
easy to
fell.
say, oh, just run, one more time, one
One
more
more.
time. And then
Yeah.
2.5 hours later, which I feel like happened within the last week,
You know, that happens every week. Every
basically.
week it's like that. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what game it is. I'm like, you know, we're gonna try this again. We're gonna try
Mhm.
this again. Cause I always feel like I just need one more. Cause like not only have I done it now, like before where I'm like, hey, one run could look like an absolute mess, but another one can look like beauty. You just have to it's all muscle memory. But I feel like I remember that from when I used to play like WoW and I used to play a lot of MMOs because it was the same thing. You just have to do it until eventually you get it,
Yeah.
you know?
And that
Don't
each
stand in the
time you
fire.
usually see, not necessarily each time getting better, but you can tell, okay, from where I was even an hour ago, that now I'm getting this far down the health bar and that I'm able to get to the next phase of the boss or whatever. And that
Mhm.
you do see that improvement. That's, I think, half the fun of watching Souls-like streams in general, that's the whole design of that genre. That's the whole thing of the
Yeah.
iteration. You're going to fall 100 times and win once, but dang, that one win's gonna feel real good.
I'm glad that you said that because that's what I try to tell people. That's what I try to tell people. I'm like, there's not a lot of game. Okay, well, at least games that I playing, like especially for single player, especially since I'm still pretty newish to the genre, just to like instead of just doing only multiplayer, because for a while it's all I did. But like I've noticed that Souls games are really good at being able to be like, no. But eventually, when you finally get that win, it feels fantastic. It's just lots of failures until you get it. And when you
Mhm.
do get it, you feel more accomplished because I feel like it's like you earned that. You earned that
Exactly.
one. You earned that one.
Mm. Yeah, because it's not that the game is getting easier. This isn't there's no roguelike mechanic that is auto-correcting the difficulty or necessarily giving you additional buffs that make the next runs easier and have progress that way. It's just, and I say this about Souls-like, and I say it in the most non-insulting and genuine way possible, you just need to get good.
100%, 100%. And I love that. I love that feel to it because and we said it earlier with like the multiplayer thing, but you're in your own field. You're in your own environment. There's nobody telling you like, "Oh, why are you doing this?" or anything. You just kind of just learn on your own. But like you do it with chat and it's like a little adventure. I like to say like some people have already done this. Some people have done it many times. Again, I was new to the genre but when I first started doing streaming. I think that was 2022 or 23 or something. I can't remember exactly when I did my first one. I want to say 2022. But like, I mean, Souls games have been out for a long time since then. And for me, I'm like, what's this? So people like to see new people. And you said it earlier, but like, that's kind of like the genre. And like, people expect you to die and stuff. But when you first stream it, when you're first doing stuff like that, you're like, man, I've been on this boss for a long time. Nobody wants to see that, but they're ready for it mentally. They're like, okay, I'm expecting this person to probably be here for a little bit, especially if it's their first time or if they're doing like a challenge run.
Yeah. It's one thing if you're playing Super Mario 64 and you're having to hit your head against the wall for a boss for 2 hours. There's just such a difference in the mentality, like you're saying, even as a viewer of, okay, this is getting old and stale versus Souls. Like, no, this is the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the spectacle of it with the story and stuff. I always like the story because it's like the story is shown via like items and like the environment and stuff. It's not like there's like 20,000 cutscenes, which I like that. Like if I like for me, I don't know if that's just, if it's like an old school gamer mentality or something. I don't know what it is, but like I like it to where the game's like go and do your thing. I mean I mean not necessarily open world. I'm not like the best with open world games, but ones where it's like um maybe like the feel of like how Legend of Zelda is. Like there is a story, there is stuff there, but it's more like there you go. And there's like a path. But at the same time, it's like I like to just kind of go on my own. I want to just be like a lost kid, be like, okay, what's going on around here? You know? I'm like, hey, I don't like to be led like everywhere. Like where it's like force feed here and here's the movie. Like kind of like God of War. Like I think the new God of War series looks cool, but there's a lot of cutscenes. And I'm like, it's kind of like a movie in a way. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I don't really want to watch a movie.
We're
But
looking at you,
like
Pokemon
you know.
Sun and Moon.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. See, Pokemon, I have a love-hate relationship when it comes to Pokemon. It's
Like
like I
gameplay
actually don't
immaculate.
really think.
Storytelling, eh.
Yes, thank you. I just last time I really liked a well, I guess recent game, maybe like Arceus for their story,
I
which
was
I thought that
about to
was
say,
really
but have you played Arceus?
yes, yes. And then the new one, ZA, I didn't really I didn't get a chance to play it very really, but because I was moving during that time. But
That's
I
right.
like even when I was looking, I was like, I like the Arceus better.
Yeah, I'm
Like
kind of
the
in the same
environment.
boat. And ZA is not bad, to be very clear. I think ZA is very good. I
Mhm.
hope that they stick with the Legends, sort of franchise series, because Pokemon does not like sticking with any of their spin-off series for really
I
more
hate
than
it.
2 or 3 games. And to their credit, that's what has allowed them to do so many things that if they had said, okay, well, we're going to make Pokemon Snap every 3 years, we wouldn't have gotten Mystery Dungeon. If we hadn't stopped getting Mystery Dungeon, we might not have gotten some of the cool puzzle games. And if we had gotten a million Pokemon Puzzle Leagues, we wouldn't have gotten insert next one here. So it goes. But that I think that Legends Arceus and Legends ZA are different enough, first off, and that the design space is wide enough that this is the one that I think of all the spin-off series that Pokemon has done over their 30 years, which is still weird to think, that I hope this one actually becomes a mainstay. What I would like is give me 4-year development cycles. A mainline game, a spin-off game, a Legends game, a spin-off game, repeat. So it's one Pokemon game a year, and not every game is going to be mainline big, but you can have a smaller game
Mhm.
come out and do something like that, and that's what you do. Or even if it has to be mainline, off-year, Legends, spin-off, do whatever works best at Pokemon Company, but find a way to keep making the Legends games. I think they're really good, and
Yeah, I think
even
they're
if
pretty
Arceus
good.
is
I
a little
really
bit better
do.
than CA.
Yeah, I think because like for me and you can ask my chat like my favorite Pokemon game is either like the XD or the Coliseum like games. Those are my favorite. I
Mm.
always thought it was really unique that you can like steal Pokemon
Oh,
and you'd
I
steal it
I
back
dream
from
of the
like
day when we
people.
get to be Team Rocket, Savvy.
Yeah, except I liked it because, like, it was one of those it was one of the few stories this is back in the GameCube era, where
Mhm.
I think, so you were like I think you were like an X, pretty much you were like X, like Team Rocket. You were like,
Yeah, it was
I'm trying to
Team
remember the actual
Cypher,
name
I
of
think.
it, but like, yeah, exactly. But like
Yeah,
you
that
used to, but like you're like,
you'd
no,
gone
and you're
rogue
trying
and
to
you were
steal
like,
them back.
nah, and steal back. And I love
Yep.
that mechanic. I didn't mind that. The problem I had with Coliseum and XD is the pool of Pokemon was so limited that a lot of the appeal of Pokemon is that you have many different options.
Agree.
I think Coliseum had some 50 Pokemon that you could catch over the entirety of the
Mhm.
game. And then
I did
how
like that
many of
you
those
start off
Pokemon
with
are even
Umbreon and Espeon though.
viable at that point? And that
That's true.
and it felt like the actual team creativity, and you only ever saw them once. If you didn't catch them in that specific encounter, in that one battle, gone. No other opportunity to get it the entire game. You could literally
I
run out
think
of
in
Pokemon to
XD they
catch.
fixed it. Yeah, I think they fixed it where, like, you could, like, find a way to fight them back later. I'm trying to remember what they did specifically, but,
But it was still that
I agree with
prescribed
you.
list that there was not nearly the level of flexibility. So if we can get a game like that where there's, even a combination of, all right, there's some Pokemon you can only get by capturing
Mhm.
from other trainers, but then there's others that you can get in wild encounters or just something to make sure that you have the proper breadth of Pokemon options for that. I think that's such a core part of the game.
I
But
think they knew that.
mechanically, I
I
love
think they
them.
figured it out the moment that they did XD, because XD I think was their like second game of that like like of
Yeah.
that universe, and
Mhm.
because Coliseum was their first one, but I don't think they had grass in like counters. But in XD, they're like, oh, we should probably add that in there so you have a little bit more
Oh,
variety.
that's right.
So
They
they
do
added
have
a
a
lot
couple in
more.
XD. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
I
and
played
which was
mostly
really
Coliseum.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colosseum had, like, I think the cooler story, but, like, I think it was their first one, so they were kinda lacking with it. Plus, I don't even think it was made by Game Freak. I think it was made by
No.
some other
I
company
think it
that
was
they brought
Genius
in, which I
Sonoria.
like. Yeah, I
'Cause
trying
they
to
did a lot.
remember. I will say one thing, I will always give that game props because, they were the ones that got me into double battles because I never saw
Yes.
really double battles until
Mhm.
that, like, well, okay,
That was the
I
first
did
one where
play
they
the
had it as a
game.
main thing.
Yeah, I was like, "This whole game is in double battles?" I was like, "I'm so used to single battles only," and or like, I think the 3rd generation, I think that was the 3rd generation, so they showed it in, like, the
Mhm.
handheld games, but it wasn't, like, every battle, it was, like,
Yeah,
every
it
once in a
was
blue moon.
a couple special ones, but it was not frequent, whereas you're correct. Every battle was double battle, and that was when they
Yep,
were starting
and
to
it
get
was in
into
3D
competitive,
too, and I
which
thought that was
is the
so cool. I
competitive
was like,
version.
3D?
Mhm.
I was like, 3D? Everything looks so, cool. It was like, a Pokemon Stadium for the N64, but it was story, but you
Yeah.
can move around, and I was like, little me, I was like, "Oh my
Yeah, and
god."
and I think that was
Like, that's
deliberate
crazy.
because you think about Stadium and Coliseum are almost synonyms.
Mhm.
That,
That's
I
crazy,
think
actually,
you're
that's a good
right that
point.
going off the heels of Stadium on the N64, that you had Coliseum on the GameCube, and it's one of the best on-ramps, like you were saying, for competitive that's really ever been there, and certainly we have, Pokemon Masters now, which we will get to in a moment because I have seen your Pokemon Masters stream, Savvy,
You
um,
don't even get me started.
but
Every
that game
season,
doesn't really
I'm,
have story.
one of the few multiplayer games lately that I've actually been keeping up with, and, I think it's because it's so easy to grab, like, I can grab my Switch, I can clean my kitchen, I can clean my, like, living room, and I can play because it's just like, it's just press a
Yeah.
button.
Mhm,
It's just press a button, so it's not like, it's like you think a little bit, but then you're like, "That's it. That's
mhm.
it." So, I kinda like that. I like that. It's simple gaming, but, like, as busy as I am nowadays, like, I'm 33, I'm old, I feel like I have many responsibilities, like, not only that, but I still have my IRL job, like, still, so, like, from way back when. I've definitely moved up a little bit more since then, but, like, being able to juggle streaming and then working my IRL job and stuff, like, it's like I kinda like the game still, but I'm like, "Well, how does one do that if you're juggling stuff like that?"
The
So other than
constant
streaming,
struggle.
but I like having my own thing occasionally.
Mhm. Hopping back to Souls likes for a minute because I will
Uh-huh.
return to Pokemon, and I know that left to our own devices, we will talk about Pokemon for just 2 hours on that alone. But
True.
so before I forget, the way that we hop to
Mhm.
Pokemon is that we were saying that you really like the story in Souls like games, which sadly
I
isn't as
do.
big a thing in Pokemon. Of all of the Souls like games that you played, does one have a story that has really stuck out to you, or even just a way in which they presented their story that made it feel above and beyond some of the others in the genre?
I think, see, it's like I love Bloodborne, I love Sakiro, and I also love Elden Ring, and for different reasons, because they all have different vibes. Bloodborne is a cosmic horror kind of vibe, and, like, I love horror movies, I'm kind of a horror freak. So, like, I love stuff like that, and that's the aesthetic if you ever want, like, that, like, monsters and, like, demons that you're like, "I've never thought that that would be a creature that could be made." Like, that is that game. It has that very scary aesthetic to it. Like, I'm not sure I would call it, like, a scary game, but it has that feel where you're like, "Ooh, ugh," like, and I
It's
kinda like that. Like,
unsettling.
that's good. Yeah, because a lot of games, they don't wanna do that, but, like, that game's supposed to have that dread kind of feeling to it.
Mm.
It feels good whenever you win because you're like, see, like overcoming dread, as I like to say. So, but I love that feel. Elden Ring's fun because it's like an open world kind of feel of many different amusement parks of areas. And then Sakido actually is a that one has more of the samurai Japanese aesthetic, which I'm not like that's not even like an aesthetic for games that I like look for usually, but I was impressed with it. Plus, it has my favorite parry system. Like I love
Mm.
parrying. I think it's so satisfying to like just like stop people from doing awesome attacks. They're like giant attack. You're like no, no. So I think it's fun. So like each one of them is different, but they all bring that fun aesthetic and also like something that captures your attention. And they don't even gotta do a bunch of cutscenes. Maybe a little bit here and there, but like not much. So
Mm.
that to me means that they got a good base. They got a good base for a story, and they can just say it with their world. And not a lot of games can do that. I don't think they're confident with their writing, so they have to like lead you from one cutscene to another.
Mm.
But that one they're just like, hey, explore the world. You're gonna be like, wow, you're gonna really like it, or at least I feel like that's kind of the aesthetic that they bring.
Is there
So
one that you think is most accessible if someone's looking to get into Souls-like? So not necessarily even the easiest, but perhaps mechanically most approachable, or the one that you think just creates the best environment for a new player in that genre.
brand new player, I'd say do Dark Souls 3 or do Elden Ring. The main reason why is that Dark Souls 3 has the pretty much the most recent, just about most recent. Like I think Elden Ring has the latest when it comes to their like gameplay being more like streamlined. So it's not like Dark Souls 1 is very clunky. I mean, some people are like, oh, start off with number one, but like sometimes the clunkiness can throw people off, especially in like 2023 or 2023, 2026, a couple of years off.
Time isn't real.
So yeah, time doesn't exist. But like, and I think the original Dark Souls game I think came out in 2008. So lots of mechanics and lots of things have changed over those amount of years. So I'd say either Dark Souls 3 if you want like the linear experience and also with the most updated system, or Elden Ring because Elden Ring's an open world, which is different than what they normally do. But like, you have the option to just wander off, get wander off, get like levels to your
Mhm.
heart like desires because like most Souls games if a boss is here a lot of the times you just have to deal with the boss,
It's a
but
gate.
Elden Ring you can go do some dungeons, go do some stuff, and eventually you're like I'm just stronger than you now.
You
So
can
it
also then
varies, it
stumble
really
into,
depends.
oh, I'm not supposed to be here yet.
All the time, all the time. I think when I first played I did that so many times, and I think that's why when I look at that, like it always tells you the time like that it like took you to like beat the game, and
Mm.
each one of them is getting a little bit faster, but I think it's because I start knowing things, but like
Yeah,
before
it's
I
like,
was like
okay, this
wow
is
I
where we
got
go for
lost
levels
real
that
bad.
yeah. I've only ever done one Souls-like stream, and that was actually for a charity marathon reward where I played. It was 5 or 6 hours of Elden Ring, and
Oh, nice.
that's just a genre I'm not really into. I remember I played Dark Souls 1 at a friend's house,
Uh-huh.
and naturally was very bad at it. And that was just when it had released, and I could tell I was bad. I knew that it was okay. I'm supposed to be bad, but I remember it was on Xbox, I think, and that
Mhm.
I've always really been a Nintendo gamer and somewhat of a Sony gamer, but just not much Xbox. So I
Uh-huh.
was like, okay, that it's a neat, different game. It's really tough. I'd have to spend a lot of time to get good at it, and well, I'm not that interested, so I'm probably just gonna not get good at it, and sort of accepted that and set the genre aside, not expecting it to become one of the biggest genres of the next decade, and
Mhm.
so I never got good,
But
and
here's the
so I
thing though,
did
you're
that
not
to.
alone though. You're not
Oh yeah.
alone because like when I first did Bloodborne and Dark Souls, I think it like first came out and I had my PlayStation. This was way before I even knew anything about streaming. But I was like, this looks like, a cool dark aesthetic. I like the dark aesthetic stuff. And I was like, let me give it a shot. And I hated it. I hated it. I was like, what is this? I think I played Bloodborne first and like that's see, like, I like Bloodborne has, like, the reason why I like because I talk about, like, the aesthetic of Bloodborne a lot, but, like, The beginning part can be a pain in the ass for anybody that, like, is brand new. They're like, "What am I supposed to do? I keep dying. This wolf keeps eating me."
Mm,
And it's just like, I'm gonna put it away. And then, like, at that time, I was playing WoW, I think, during that time. So, like, I'm like, I'm just gonna play a game like this, but with multiplayer. Because I
yeah.
was a big multiplayer head. Like, it's so crazy to me now, other than last year, of course, because like I said, last year was like a multiplayer year for me. I don't know why. It just was. But like, I feel like for the most part, like before I started streaming, I did mainly only multiplayer stuff. Like again, like Overwatch, competitive Pokemon, competitive WoW, competitive. It was always something to do with like, battling against somebody.
Mm, yeah. When I did my Elden Ring stream, that I could tell certainly I was better and understood the genre more just from having passively consumed some of it over the years than I was when I played Dark Souls 1 for all of 2 hours at a friend's house many years ago. And that I got through a couple of bosses, and you can tell when you're in the areas that you're supposed to be in because, all right, I'm doing a marginal amount of damage with each hit. But then I just sort of wander as one does in Elden Ring and go through a little smoke gate. Okay, I'm going to take on a boss. I'll probably die. Run up to the boss, get 1, 2, 3 hits in, and I see the health bar just like a pixel, just the tiniest bit, and it was like,
Just a
oh,
little.
and that just dread of, oh, I'm not supposed to be here right now. This is, I've gone ahead of schedule, and
You're like, oh,
just
I
in time
need
to see them
something.
swing their axe and just one shot you. He's like, yep, not supposed to be here yet. I could
Exactly.
bash against this and beat it, but I'm going to go somewhere else for a little bit. I'll remember this market on my map and come back much later.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, a lot of the times too, especially when you first start that stuff, like you don't know what build you're doing. You don't know what kind of like anything is. You don't know what this talisman does or anything else. So once you start learning, you can like be like level 1, but you found these talismans where you know where they are now. And
Mm,
you're like, "Oh, watch this." And then you
yeah.
just bonk something. You're like, "What?" You're like, "How are you doing that much damage?" It's like, "Oh, well, if I have no clothes on and then apparently I get a big buff here and then this and this and this," and it's just like it becomes this thing where it's like knowledge is key a lot of times. So like, but when you don't know, that's where you're like, "Oh." And that's where you can decide on if you like those kind of games because some people don't like to feel like they're like, "Well, like I'm just gonna get beat up. Stop, help me." Because some people want a little bit of help, and I think that's fine. I actually,
Yeah.
one of my best friends, um, like we've been friends since high school, but like our taste in games for the most part is pretty much two different things. It's two different things. He doesn't like Souls games. I do now. He likes to play more survival like open world survival games kind of things. I don't.
Mm,
Power World actually hasn't been bad, but like for the most part, usually I'm like, not my kind of game. But like just different people, you know? Not everyone
yeah.
likes it. You really like story. I like story, but I prefer gameplay.
Yeah. For me, it's a lot of expectation that if I go in and know, all right, this is a Souls-like game, I'm supposed to die several times. That's okay, that I understand, all right, I'm not somehow misunderstanding fundamental game mechanics. I'm not awful at this. I'm supposed to have this issue. Whereas if it's, like I said, a Mario game and I'm dying 20 times and I'm starting to get a little bit frustrated, it's like, okay, what the heck? I'm not expecting it to be like this. I'm expecting a certain amount of progression on myself, but Souls like's like, okay, yeah, this is part of the course. This is how it should be.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that's why whenever I approach well, any game honestly, but like Souls games especially, is that I learned that again, people expect that. And not only that, but like so many people in like just the streaming sphere, like especially if you are a competitive person or you want to do more stuff like that, because there's people that aren't competitive that still get like this too. But like when they do lose or they die a lot, like on stream, you can start seeing that it's like irritating them. But like where you're like getting like where like the streamers now fully like focusing on this, but not necessarily on chat. And like I think to myself, like for me personally, like I love just yapping with the people. That's the reason why I come on here. Like I
Mhm.
mean, I like to game, and I'm so glad that people love to watch that. But like really, I mean, like I've had many streams where we're just talking,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
just talking, and
And even
like
on
and
the
I
ones
love
that you
that.
game, it's usually just talking for anywhere from 1 to 3
It
hours
is.
before you
It
actually get
is.
to the game.
It is. We just did that. We just did that earlier. I think we were yapping for like 4 hours. I'm like, oh crap,
Like,
that's
"Oh, yeah,
right,
this
game time.
was a game stream, huh?"
Yep, yeah. I remember I did that once when I was playing Doom like Eternal like years ago. I
Mm.
remember I was going to play, and this was back when I was still in that wolf model, which I don't think I really talked about that too much yet,
No,
but like
no,
the models
a
have
couple of
changed
years
a
before, I was
lot.
like, "Wolf model? What? What is she talking about?"
We've changed a lot since the last time that I came on here. I was very much not only a new streamer, but just in general, I was very, very nervous. So like I think oh God,
Because
like I
also,
mean,
if
just
memory
like you said, I
serves,
just came
it
out
was a
of
wolf model, but
ASMR.
the character concept was that you were a changeling and that you could change forms.
I forgot. Yes, yes, that is true.
So
That is
technically,
true.
we still accurate here.
That is true. That is true. Oh my God, and only the OG Savvy fans are like, remember when you used to have actually, you know what? What am I allowed to say on your channel?
Oh,
Like
anything that won't get us banned.
okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure because like, everyone has
I've had
different
folks
rules.
on here whose literal brand is Chaotic Swear Bunny. You're fine.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so like they used to so now like my OG fans, they're like, remember when you used to have a plug back in the day? Because like they're like, because you used to have like
Yeah.
a tail. And I'm like, listen,
Yep.
listen, it got retconned. It got retconned. So now I'm just a normal like this is just me now. It's just me now. Which I did go with the more like anime, but just a real IRL kind of like aesthetic. If that's an
Yeah.
aesthetic, I guess. But I mainly wanted to have my model like back then. I think I was so because like over what 5 years or so, because you've been doing this about as long as I have, right? If
Mhm.
not a little bit longer. And the aesthetic of VTubing in like the concept has changed like drastically in the last 5 years. What was once cutesy only, I feel like, has now changed to a variety of different personalities, different talkers. Low, like again, like I think during that time I had a higher pitch voice because I was trying to pitch myself because I
A
thought
little bit,
originally,
like
yeah,
as a lot of people
exactly,
did back in the day. And I don't think it's that the
yep,
concept of VTubing changed, but the perception of the
of
concept
what is
changed
expected,
because
I guess.
because you know VTubing even now is still a relatively young medium, especially in terms of it being publicly accessible. That you know,
Agreed.
history lesson, you can say that VTubing technically started around 2016, but you needed a $10,000 custom studio setup to be a VTuber.
That is
It
true.
wasn't until 2019-ish that you start having a couple of accessible programs. Obviously, the debut of Hololive EN was that big catalyst turning point, at least for the West, and that,
Mhm.
understandably so, a lot of people looked at the most successful ones being Hololive and other large agencies and said, well, this is what I need to do to be successful, because that is the example that is being set of these are the ones who are successful. It was a very understandable and logical thought process.
Yeah,
And
it's interesting. It
yeah,
it 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 actually really is because, like, those guys and it's crazy because like, they're still around, everything's still around, and they're just as popular as they used to be, if not more.
but people
And then
realize,
also
oh,
we have
you can do that, but that's not required.
exactly, and that's, like I think when I first was looking through it, I thought that's what I needed to do originally, and, especially with me never streaming before as well, I was like, "Okay, so this is what I gotta do. This is what I gotta do," right? And, I didn't know, I was new, so I was like, "Okay." It was a process, but, like, I think that's just something you're gonna have to, like, figure out for your own journey. Do you want to do that? Is that something you wanna do? Because I still have friends like, my friend Cabal, I'm gonna be doing something with him tomorrow.
Oh, we love
He
Cabal.
has yeah, exactly. He has a cool aesthetic. It's a really cool aesthetic. I always found that pretty cool. Or like my friend Grimmy. My friend Grimmy has that cool
We love
aesthetic too
Grimmy.
with like yep, I love Grimmy. And I was like, I love that aesthetic, and they still got it. They still got it. They still do the process, and do they still show their IRL self a little bit here and there? Yeah, I think we all do. Just some people a little bit more than others. I feel like I'm The internet for me is like a diary. Like I get to talk to, and then it talks back, and then it talks back to me. I could be like, chat, this is what happened. Like I just told them earlier that a giant bug ran out from my fridge the other day, and I had to go
Ah,
and like do combat with it because it was dodging me. It was dodging my attacks. And then when I hit it, it like had a hard shell. And I was like, oh my
the real
God.
Souls-like challenge.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously. The music started playing, and then it ran underneath my fridge again. And then I tried, like my little self, because I'm kind of short. My little self was trying to move my fridge because I'm like, you're not gonna live here. So, and then eventually I got it. But like, oh my God, like, but I'll tell chat that and just go on this big rant for like 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll talk about something else, and then something else, and then something else. And the next thing I know, it's been like 4 hours, and I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, we still have games, we still have games, and then I'll try to stream for like another 8 or 10 or another, or maybe not another, well sometimes like
Sometimes.
like I'll stream for like 10 hours, especially lately I've been trying to be healthier, and then I'll go to work afterwards, and that, I mean, it doesn't sound healthy, but just know it used to be worse. It used
Yes.
to be much worse.
Well, I'm not much better. I had a thing actually just last week where I had been traveling for a while and then flew back, landed at like 6 a.m.,
Cons?
slept for 3 hours, and then went to work, and then went to side gig, and then got back home, and then streamed Blueprints for 6 hours.
Oh yeah, see, I'm telling you. Well, first off, streaming gets addictive. I did want to know though, cons or other stuff, or
Yes, con.
okay, okay. I was just curious.
I
I
I go
remember.
to a lot of cons. I
I
never
remember.
announce when and where I go to cons, but I have said that the origin of VTuber Talk is that I've done, stuff at cons for many years, and that in 2020, what wasn't happening? Cons, and I was bored and had too much time on my hands, so I decided to, to sort of satisfy that organizer, coordinator, event runner part of my brain, did a talk show, because that's what this is. It's a small, very contained one guest event, but that it's that type of coordination and planning and
Mm,
style, and that I did design it to be initially just these shows because I wanted to be able to eventually. We didn't know how long the most intense parts of the pandemic were going to last, but figuring eventually things will go back to a semblance of normal again, and that we will be able to leave our apartments and whatnot. That I wanted it to be
mm.
something that I could still continue to do, and I'm glad I've been able to do that. That
By the
the
way,
goal was
shout out
always
to
be
you.
here for the long
Shout
game.
out to you because, like, let me tell you, like, I still remember the first time we did this. And first off, lots of things have changed, and we were having a conversation about this, like literally right out, right before this. But like, I mean, your setup's great. Your setup's great. It is as it has advanced a lot. You are now also a VTuber, also. So it's welcome to the team. Welcome
Yes,
to the
the
team.
others that know the old lore, which I don't even know if I can call it old lore because I'm not even at the point where it's been half of my time as a VTuber yet, but until the 3rd anniversary, I was a disembodied voice.
I remember, and I was like, and then I think, if I remember correctly, we kind of just had. I'm trying to remember. I would have to like watch. I would have to watch my old stuff, but like I think like I'm like my model was like I think in the middle of like the screen, and it was kind of
Yeah.
just like it was one of those things where like, um, you know, I'm not saying that it's not like something I see as much still, but I feel like years ago, like things were a little bit more primitive with a lot of streams. Actually, a lot
Oh,
of
yeah,
streamers,
just
like
streaming
ones I remember
technology
now, a lot of
overlays, you
people are
can
just
see the difference.
yeah, so many people nowadays. Maybe it's just like a new streaming thing, but like VTubing, like even a couple years ago, like was still very new. So everyone was still just testing things, was still testing stuff and still like building stuff and building their own little sets and stuff. So it was very like you could tell it was very like it's like okay, this
Oh, yeah,
person
and
just
in
probably just made
mine,
this.
I openly said that VTuber Talk was held together with cardboard and duct tape, that I actively spent
To my
$0
stream.
on my setup because it was meant to be just a casual thing, and even now it is a casual thing, but starting out as is now more common mindset, but a trap that a lot of folks used to fall into back in the days. They would invest a lot of money into a model and overlays and all these things and then discover they don't
I
like it,
remember.
and that now you're down a lot of money. So I was very bare bones, free assets all around, and especially since I knew I didn't need anything powerful because it's just a
Mhm.
talk show, I allowed things to be very, very bare bones.
Right.
But yeah, things are a lot nicer now.
I was a Fiverr queen, so I used to use that a lot. Like I used to, which if you guys don't know Fiverr, at least I think it's still going around.
It's still going.
It was a yeah, it was a place where you could like if you were looking for something, you could like ask them to like you can commission people to do things. And I remember I always wanted to get a model, and in my head I was like, I need to buy one. And I remember it was like $600 or something, which was still a lot of money for me because during that time it was after the pandemic a little bit. It was like that's when people were just barely going back out and doing stuff. I remember it was around that time. And it was one of those things where I was like, well, I don't know if I want to do this, but like nowadays, let me tell you, nowadays, you have PNG options. You have there's like 3 or 4 sites that I recommend people always whenever like they're like if you want to try a model that looks really cool for like $30 or something, you can go to like Booth or like many other places that like you can get one that's pretty up to date with like what the new because every year this is like I see VTubing as kind of like the tech sphere where like every half a year or a year I see some new tech where
Oh
like
yeah.
a new mod where a model looks even more clean or more realistic and I'm just like whoa and I love that
Yeah, the
I'm such a
the
tech nerd.
top of the line, like the models that HoloLive English debuted with 5, 6 years ago, which were considered the prohibitively expensive. Only a couple people in the world are able to make models of this quality with this level of rigging. Are now, by 2026 standards, average to below average. Obviously, now HoloLive EN
Yeah.
has even more. That they're still generally at the one of the higher ends of that spectrum, but the median, as it were, has moved up so much.
Oh, big time. I mean, hell, I didn't do it today because I didn't think I was gonna be able to, but like if I was in my full body stuff, like everything is smoother, nicer. I usually have different shaders on. When I put the blue screen on, I can't put on like the nice shaders. But
Mm.
like even then, I look at my model and I'm like, yeah, like this one compared to like what the other one was, it was just
Oh, it's night and
like
day.
like it was just held up with like bubble like freaking duct tape and bubble gum. But like at the time though, that I mean I was so wowed by it, so it didn't matter to me. Like, I always wanted to have something like, cool like that, but I was like, well, I'm just starting this. And I am glad that I did do it like a cheap route because like it made it so that there was no like I never had that looming feeling of like, oh my God, I spent so much money too on this. I have to stick with
Exactly.
this. I can just kind of come in and go when I please. And then
Hmm.
I got addicted and 5 years later, still addicted.
And now you're, able to spend a bit more on it because, okay, we know we're here for the long haul. We know we enjoy this, and that it it makes more sense to do so, frankly. But that you
Exactly.
and
Like
I
even
had
with
that
this
very
new
similar
model, like I
mindset.
can like change stuff and do cool things where I can kind of just like have different designs and different outfits and just all these things where I'm like before I'm like "Pff, I can't do that. I can't do that. But now it's like you have cool stuff like that. And this model is like a year old now, so like the new tech that's out now is different also. So in my head, I'm like thinking to myself like, "Oh, well, it's like just know that once I upgrade again, it's gonna be something different, and I love that, I love that, like, again, I've always been a nerd, I was an engineer, in the military before I left, and, it was one of those things where I love that nerdy stuff, I do, so, like, when I see something, like, new, I'm like, "Hey, what's the new update?" I haven't been able to do that lately because 'cause I've been saving money, but, like, when I am able to spend a little bit, I'm like, "So what's the
You'll have
411 on
you'll
what's
have
the
done
new
your
stuff?"
research and you'll know, all right, you're
You
waiting
have
to
to.
spend, but you're gonna know what to spend it on when you're ready.
Exactly. And I think you need to, especially in this sphere, because before I started streaming, which already, but like for anyone listening, I used to be big time normie. Like I never like I said, never streamed, never really was part of like the internet culture. Like I mean, there's a culture on Twitch and there's a culture on just, forums and other stuff. I never did that. I just missed it, I guess. I guess I just missed it. Like, and it's one of those things where, I mean, I've learned a lot now, but like, when you want stuff on, like, I guess the streaming sphere, especially for VTubing sphere, it's different. It's like you got to get on different lists, and sometimes you want to work with somebody, but they may not be available or ever
Mm,
available, or you got to know somebody. And I'm just like, oh my goodness,
and
that's just
especially back in the day,
there's a
that just
lot.
the number
Yeah.
of riggers and model artists, plainly put, there weren't as many because it was newer technology. People did not know how to use um, what I'm trying to remember, Live 2D, that
Mhm.
most tutorials were in Japanese and you had to sort of follow along. A lot of people were very self-taught, whereas nowadays you can find tons of tutorials and really comprehensive guides in basically any language that you want. There's certainly it the quality and experience are going to vary, as it will in any industry, but the sheer number of viable artists and riggers now is so much more than it could ever be. But
Thank God,
like you were
by the
saying,
way.
sometimes you have the specific artist or the specific rigger because either you've worked with them before or because you've seen their specific work and there's something they do that's particularly good or to your taste, and you need to either be on that wait list or work around their schedule. And if they have real life
Mhm.
things, that I know some folks who really want a specific artist and have waited a year to a year and a half for that artist.
Yeah, it's crazy. It was actually a little bit of a culture shock, I think, when I first like came through all this, because I've worked, I run a family business nowadays, and I've always worked with like more traditional business, I guess, like, like working at companies, factories, stuff like that. And then when I was coming through here, I thought I could write emails and just write people and stuff like that, that like, hey, like, how can I get you to work, like, for a project that I want or something. But a lot of times it's like they already got lists, they already got people. I'm not saying don't ask, but
Yeah.
like there was just a lot of stuff that I was like, oh, okay, so you don't necessarily have to do that. You can
Yeah.
technically look for stuff.
Mm,
So, like, but I didn't know at the time, so I was kinda just like, "La-di-da, here I am." So, but, like, I don't know, I was a fish out of the water with things, and, even to this day, I still kinda feel like that, but I kinda like that. I don't know, it's like, at first, I felt weird that I felt different as if, like, my culture was or culture well, actually, yeah, culture, content, like, all that was kinda different for, like, the people that have, streamed for since it came out, or, like, that scroll around through social media all day. I didn't even have a Twitter before I even started streaming. And I was like, oh, so people use these and people really get invested when you say something. And yeah, it's culture shock. But like even to this day, I feel like I don't got a good grasp on it. But I feel like I don't know. I think that's the quirk, I guess, with us too, is that like, if you want more normie vibes, but still dorky and mom vibes. Because again, I was a mom too. Also, just like I just have like normal, like I don't know, like weird normie vibes. But like if you like that in a VTuber form, then that's a thing. And there's many other VTubers out there that with different kind of just vibes, and I love that. That's why I was saying like before. I feel like as the years have gone by, I feel like it's just so much more diverse now, and I love that. Not everyone likes that, but I like being able to go on somebody's stream and see like something different. And it actually inspires me a lot, actually.
yeah, and for me, just as a host, even 5, 6 years ago, and certainly more so now than ever, that I've always said, and part of the reason that it's taking this long to do return shows is because I know I'm never going to run out of VTubers to talk to. There's so many VTubers for having 190 shows that I still can just right now click on the VTuber tag on Twitch and be like, I don't know 70% of these people. I've never heard of their names. Like, there's some ones with thousands or hundreds of viewers, and it's like, I've never seen their streams. I may have seen their names, or wow, I've never seen you there before, but you're on the front page right now, and that you've been doing this for 4-ish years, just for whatever reason, for however many things I have seen, people that I do know at this point, that I haven't crossed paths with you. I haven't seen your stuff, and that there's so many, and I'm at the point where whenever I try to get people into VTubers, one of the first things I
Mhm.
explain is it's not a genre, it's just a medium. It is literally a tech and visual medium instead of using a face cam. And that I sort of
Great.
end up being the VTuber doctor or the VTuber whisperer. I say, okay, tell me the content that you're looking for, and that Dr. VTuber Talk will prescribe for you the right VTuber. Okay, so you like this type of content, that type of vibes. Okay. All right. Here's 2 or 3 suggestions. Come back in a week and let me know what you think.
Yeah, let me know if you like it or not.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way. Like, it's there's just something different for every person. So it's like, hey, you may not like this person because, like, for instance, my little brother, I tell my chat this, but he's like he was born in like a different genre. He never or a different generation, a different generation. And because he's like 5 years younger than me, and I'm like 33. But like he doesn't really like streaming and Twitch and stuff like that. He's like, huh, this is different. But like he likes because like he's like I watched a couple of YouTubers, and then he's like, now I'm watching some of their streams, and I'm like, I don't really like their streams. He's like I kind of like it, kind of like yours, but like some other people I don't like the vibe. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, this VTuber is really like really perky and or like really quirky, and he was like he's like maybe too much, and it kind of messes with him. And I'm like, they are different because some people
Yeah.
are very like loud. He's like, well, this one's yelling at me. I'm like, well, that's just how they are. He's like, oh well, and then he found some of my other friends that are more older. They're like quiet. He's like, okay, I kind of like this one. I'm like, there
Mm,
you go, there you go. Yeah. So he was like, it's like because he doesn't like when people are yelling at him or like screaming or something. And
yeah.
I'm like, I understand because I'm
But for
very
some
much
people, that's their thing. That's their gimmick, that they are loud and highly
love it.
reactive and doing things. And that there's a whole bunch of people that love it, that they feed off that energy, that it energizes them. But that's the thing with just taste and media in general of, all right, are you looking for a slapstick comedy movie, or do you want something that is really slow plotting and dramatic?
hmm Exactly. I think that's why maybe sometimes some people like our streams because whether it's Souls games or a really hard shooter, because like I know we played Doom just a minute ago, and we played on like on the highest difficulty at the highest speed, and like it's like people like to see like the wildness, and I like to see that too. And even though it's a lot of deaths, like people like that, or some people don't like, and that is okay. Like I've noticed after the years is that you're not going to be everyone's cup of tea. It's just how it is. Some people probably wonder why. It's like, well, your other friends are like, they're screamers. Like for instance, my friend Suto is definitely a louder person. And but the thing is like I'm quite the opposite. But like yet we still hang out and just and play games occasionally here and there. And it's like, but like I think different personalities like are pretty cool to see. And the fact that I can be friends with these people is very unique. Actually, there's a couple people that before I even started streaming, because I didn't know that they were streamers. I maybe watched their YouTube videos. That I'm like, oh, we're like in a similar medium, and then I've gotten to know them, and then now we're friends, and I'm like, oh, that's neat. Where like before, I would have never even thought about that. I was like, hey, thanks for helping me with your helpful videos, person on the internet, and now I'm friends with that person. So I'm like, I always find that really neat.
Yeah. And just being in the space for as long as we have, that we've sort of inevitably gone through those motions, as most people will if you're in any space really for that
hmm
much time, of that you just end up crossing paths with people, and that you end up meeting folks or finding people one way or another, and that everyone has their own very strange journey, and each of them is stranger than fiction.
So true. So freaking true. Like, if anyone ever, like I said again, if anyone wants to ever see a journey, just watch from when we first started to now. Again, sounds different, looks different, different games, different stuff.
Mm,
Everything's different. And Eli, I've noticed with the streaming spirit is that sometimes some people don't do that. Some people play the same stuff for years, and some people love it, some people
yeah,
don't.
some people just
Um,
know themselves going in and know what they like and are consistent from that. Others, like you, go through the experimentation, that journey. Other people discover things about themselves. But yeah, there's some that you look at their content 4 years ago now, and it is damn near the same, but it's what
damn
makes
near
them
the
happy,
same.
and that's what matters.
Yeah, exactly. I just always tell everyone like because again, this sphere can be so much fun. I love it. I think about my life before I started doing this and I'm like, I don't think I could go back to that. Like I'm just like that would just I mean, it's different. It's way different now. But I also think to myself that it can also like it gets a hold of people sometimes. I hear lots of burnout, I hear lots of things where people are like, I want to do something, but no one wants to see me do this. But I'm like, hey, listen, you gotta whatever you're passionate about, just make sure that you stick with it and don't hold back because first off, if you do the game of the week, I like to say, and you don't like that, then you're gonna not like life. So, you gotta I think that's why like when I game and I do stuff, like I get super passionate with things because like I love it. This is what I want to do. Like, and if I wanna change over, like if whether it's a Souls game and then change over to Pokemon Champions and something, I'm like, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right there and then. Now would someone say is that the smartest play or like whatever for streaming? I don't know. Like it's one of those things where you really gotta treat this as like something that you would like, hanging out with friends or something. Because if you don't, then you're gonna like, I don't know. Some people are built where they can think of this as like job and everything else, but I can't. I need to have it more as like a home away from home, or else
Mm,
I can't get the fun feels. It
yeah.
wouldn't be fun for me.
I've always said, and it was even more so before I started doing non-talk show streams, but even now, I very much say, if you want to know how to be a good streamer in the sense of how to grow a channel, how to grow a community, how to be able to potentially make this a viable career path, or at least a viable source of even secondary income. If that's your goal, don't follow anything I do ever. I am literally, accidentally, but almost scientifically the perfect example of all the wrong things. And it very much reflects that for having done this for 5.5 years, my metrics are very low. This is a product of my own making, not necessarily intent per se, but
Mhm.
I was very aware that what I was doing was counterproductive, not just suboptimal, counterproductive to channel growth. That I only do collabs, or up until very recently, only did collabs. Terrible, terrible idea. Had no consistency on my schedule because I always schedule around my guests, so I couldn't even say, oh, tune in at Friday night, 8 p.m. Pacific, and that you can at least have it on your schedule. Nah, I'm hopping all around. No consistency. Terrible idea. I would do
Yeah, remember, like,
usually.
I mean, we changed our just this one. Remember, we had to
Oh
change it a
yeah,
couple times. We had
yep.
to change it a couple times.
um, eh, I was only doing one stream a week, basically. That
Mhm.
maybe if schedules lined up with how the guests wanted to do things, it would be two, like, there's been rare occasions where I did 3 weeks. It's mostly one a week. So not frequent, not consistent, all collabs. I don't have a Discord because I ran a Discord professionally as a community manager for several years, and I'm never going to run a Discord again. Like,
Oh
ever.
yeah, it can definitely be a lot. It's
If I
definitely a
ever
lot.
run a Discord, it will be an announcements only channel. It will be fine. If that's how you want to get your go live pings, sure. There's going to be no chat channels for anything. It will be locked down. I'm not running a Discord, and I'm not going to have
It's
other
a
people
lot to
run it for
manage
me.
sometimes. Like there's things that will happen and like I'll get a message on it because I love answer like it's probably not a smart idea, but like it's also how I got hacked once upon a time. But like, I like to be able to talk to people. Like I like to be able to talk to the community and stuff like that. Like sometimes it's hard to manage all the messages because like I balance my like IRL job and I like sometimes I'm like, oh wait, I fall behind on this and this and this and this. Social medias, not my thing. Not my thing. I'm really bad at them. It's just, I mean, like, and like, I noticed it also, like, once, like, I did lose my account last year,
Yeah.
like, I noticed I was like, I don't know if I want to do this again. So I do use it
I was so
occasionally, but like,
scared,
I
Savvy. I was
definitely
like,
had
no,
way
please
less.
don't let this be how Savvy goes. Like, no, no, please.
Oh, I'm telling you, during like, I was in a rut. I was thinking, Like, without scaring nobody, but yeah, I was thinking to myself, I was like, "Man, maybe I just, like," because at the time, I was dealing last year was a rough year. It was a rough year mentally, there's a lot of things going on. But, like, I was thinking to myself, because this, it's not even this specifically, but, like, streaming, like, you have your other life going on too, and sometimes, being how should I say? I'm not saying you have to be streaming happy, but like if you're ever having like something on your mind, sometimes it's like, you don't really feel very energetic to want to be doing stuff and everything. And I think
Yeah.
a lot of streams are very much on like the feel good vibe. So if Miss Streamer's not feeling good, then that could be an issue. But like I feel like nowadays things are a lot better. But like I don't know. It was when you were talking about the inconsistencies. I tell people don't watch my channel either because I don't really have a schedule because my IRL job is pretty tough. I try to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturdays, but like sometimes I'm off on my times. Sometimes I have to miss a day because I'm like, hey guys, work got real busy, especially right now because it's summertime. So usually I'm even working on the weekends, but like not on Sundays. I try to at least have Sunday. But
Yeah, and that some people are able to have those schedules and be very consistent, but also I think it's something that others have realized as well. Okay, if you're late for a stream or if you have to cancel a stream because you're not feeling well or you had a long day, that it used to be anyone doing that would be like profusely apologizing, thinking it's the end of the world. Oh no,
I
I
noticed
went
that.
off of schedule, or I had to cancel something, and now it's just like, hey guys, we're not streaming today. See you tomorrow. And it's like,
You have to
okay.
sometimes, I think. I think you have to, and, like, when people feel locked down like that sometimes, I think that's where I see a lot of burnout from
Yeah,
people. They're like, "I have to
that's
do
usually a
this for
bad
max,
sign.
like, views. I have to be here for max, like, retention. I need to talk on social medias even though maybe they don't want to that day, but they feel like they need to post." And I noticed that also. Actually, it's not even notice. I have friends that tell me things, and I'm like, because again, one nice thing about not having to do this for like a full-time job. I stream full-time, it feels like, but I'm only part-time. But
Yeah, and
that's just because I love this. This is what I do for my free time. This is like my like where people have TV time. This is my TV time.
yeah, and certainly it's
But
different
anyway,
if
sorry.
this is what's actually putting food on the table. If this is your source of income, yes, just practically the way that you interact with content and streaming and VTubing will be different. And
Yeah, I think the best way to
yeah,
do this is to have another job because I know it's a lot more work, but like then you treat it differently. I don't know. Like I just feel like for me personally, I think if I didn't have my other job and also like the experiences, because I jumped in this when I was 28, which I think that's kind of
which
late,
still
isn't
makes
it?
you, even
Like,
by today's standards, older. And because uh, I, you and I are the same age, Savvy. That I recently actually turned 34.
oh,
But that
listen, congratulations, happy
we're the
birthday.
old folks here. But also that makes us,
Yeah.
the sages. We're the wise ones. Listen to us, kids.
Back in my day, I feel
Back
like
in
I have
our
become the back in
day.
my day person. I'm telling you, I have become the back in my day person because like I've been playing games. And I'm like, because again, we're playing Bloodborne right now. Bloodborne's like an 11-year-old game, and like I was like, man, I really love the aesthetic. I'm like, games don't have this nowadays. And I said that like the other day, and I was like,
Oh no.
I have become the back in my day person. I'm like, no. I was like, no. Because I bet you there's some young folk now that are like, well, this game's great. And I'm like, no, that doesn't have the cool aesthetic of this and this. I'm like, no, you just become the back in my day person.
Yep. I was thinking recently, someone was doing an anime song karaoke from Haruhi Suzumiya, which is an older series that I really love. And I was saying, oh yeah, after all these years, it's such a great song. And then I had this secondary realization of, half the people watching this right now probably don't know what this is from. They
Oh my
probably they
God.
can still enjoy it because it's just a good song. You don't need to know where it's from, but they probably have not seen this series just because it is now 15 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Or like for me, I'm wearing a Slipknot shirt right now, so that's like a 2000s band. So like I remember I
Do they
played some
still
of this stuff.
tour
Some people are
though?
like, huh?
Do they still tour though?
I actually I don't know. I don't know. I usually only listen like to Slipknot or like to old Corn, which I have a shirt for that too. And I'm like, and I like having my old bands, and I just go back to them a lot of times. There is new music that I've heard, so I'm not that much of an old head. But like, I do feel like there's just a lot of stuff where I'm like, I'm just gonna just go back to this, and I do that sometimes. But like, I mean, there is a lot of cool new stuff nowadays. So, but like, I don't know. Like, I'm getting to that point in my life now where I'm like, well, it's just kind of just how I am. It's just
Mm,
how I am. But it's great that you can find communities and people that they get that. They get that. They get like they're like, okay, like I'm glad, and that's always been really welcoming to me, and that's why I really like what I do here. And I think over the 5 years, I think that's why I've never really gotten burnout. I mean, there's times when I have to take breaks because of life, and I mean, like I said, last year was a rough year.
same. That just
Just like
I,
just
I
with
think
just
our own
things
schedules.
happening.
We don't need to get burnout because we're forced into breaks.
Yep, exactly. It like, and actually, I don't think people realize how important that is. Like even if this is your full-time gig, you want this to be your thing, you put lots of hours in. Make sure you pull away also, because people get so invested where all of a sudden they don't do anything else. They don't do anything else, so they become like internet zombies.
Yeah.
They become like internet zombies. And like we haven't talked about it like today, but like, you know me already, but like I'm about to go to school for again so I can go become like a psychologist. I'm gonna doing stuff for stuff on, I guess, on like the internet. I feel like I've been able to get people from all around the world. So I can like kind of like, as I'm, even though I'm not talking to them, people write me, inside a chat, and like it's just different personalities, different vibes, different like how people were raised, how people like some people are job hoppers with families, some people hang out at the house, and that's fine too. And for me, it's so fascinating because like I just love people. I don't want to say that I study people, but like I just like to just imagine how people live and how people are. Like I don't know what that is, but like I love that. I love it.
I
And streaming
have
is a
on
perfect
my
place for
notes
that.
sheet, Savvy, from our pre-interview 4 or 5 years ago. There is a bullet that says psychology.
Hmm.
That was in my notes, so this is consistent. This has been a thing for anyone, obviously because you know yourself, but for anyone who hasn't seen or necessarily heard Savvy's interest over the years, this one is not a new one. This has been there, so I'm really excited for you to be able to go back and do that. And
It took a while. I
yeah,
finally just got well, actually, I think during that time I was in the military still,
yes, yeah, I
and
definitely remember you were.
I retired 2 years ago, I want to say. So I have access to like my GI Bill and stuff now. So
Mm,
like, but like for a while I was kind of letting it sit, and I don't know why. Because in my head I'm like, use it, because they pay you. Finally, um,
yeah.
Look, the military gives you lots of things, and it's usually not good things. But I will say that the things that they do give you, like this GI Bill, because I was in for like 12 years. So
Yeah, you put in your time.
yeah, so they finally like, because if you don't do like enough time, then they don't give you the whole benefits. But like I did the whole thing. So like for me, I'm like, oh, well, use it because they're gonna like, they're gonna pay you and do other stuff too. And I just haven't been. I think I just got really invested in the streaming. And this year, like I've been streaming more, but I'm also taking, like, it's weird because it's like taking a step back for me. All that means is that I'm not streaming 30 or 40 hour straight streams, because
Yeah,
that is
that instead
a
you're
very
doing
common thing on my
6 or 8,
channel.
which are still statistically quite high.
Right. I think last stream we did 10. I think we did a 10-hour one, but like I just love this sphere. Like I love this just streaming in the community, and like I'm very blessed to be where I am like today. Because again, I've done studies, because again, as somebody that was an engineer for a while, I like numbers. I like to learn about businesses and other stuff. That might just be because I've just done business. Like I manage for my home business, because we have like a small HVAC company. It's I usually manage like parts, income, how much is coming in, talking to vendors. So like, I'm really big with like number sheets. That's kind of been like always my things. But like I usually know the ins and outs of what's going on a lot of times, and I love that stuff. It's fun, at least for me. Um, I try not to look at my own stuff, but I like to look at other people's things because I like to just look at stuff. I don't know, I just do. I like to
Oh,
see
I'm
how
a
the medium
huge
is.
business nerd in that just
Yeah,
analyzing data and being like, oh, okay, so
that's
this
why
is
it
sort
is the
of,
way
you
it
know, the
is.
trends or that that's how that works or that's why that works.
Yep,
And
numbers
yeah.
numbers do not lie. It is it is
Mhm.
it is a language. It is a language, and it's one of those languages that, like, if you don't understand it, it's because you gotta, like, you really, I mean, just like any language, you have to learn how to, like, speak it, understand it, but like, it'll never lie to you.
Yeah.
It'll never lie to you. It'll go from point A to point B, and once you get it, you're like, "That makes sense.
And
That
that,
makes sense."
you know, I'm informed enough of data and those types of things, like I said earlier, to understand and know what I'm doing is if you are having the goal of growing your metrics fundamentally wrong and counterintuitive, and I understand and know that is why the point A to B for me is not much different in terms of numbers, and that's okay. That's not the goal. I know,
Mhm.
like, if I wanted to really grow this channel, I could change a number of things that I do overnight over the course of a week and
Exactly.
plug away for a couple months and I think make some really significant growth on channel if I want
Yeah.
to. And the plain truth is I don't give a
Mhm.
damn.
Exactly. I always tell people if people always wanna have, like, a little, like, "Hey, I wanna start doing this a little bit more serious," because you have to figure
Yeah, and
out, you're
that's
like, you
fine. There's
streaming for
nothing wrong with
fun or
that.
for serious?
Yeah.
And, I always tell people, like, the algorithm likes 4 days on for 4 hours at least minimum.
Mhm.
So I'm like, "Hey,
Yep.
work that there, you'll be good." And then from there, learn your content and then, go from there. But, like, if this is just for funsies, then do whatever you want. Do whatever you want,
Yeah.
Who cares?
And that it's been cool to see those that are full time figure out the best ways to avoid burnout while still being able to create enough content that
Mhm.
obviously, don't take me as an example, don't take my word for gospel, but some things that I have heard from others that are very successful and full time content creators is that uh, to avoid burnout when that's your full time job, you can't just stop. So what they do is they refocus and they say, okay, I can tell I'm at burnout, or if I keep going like even a week or two, I'm a week or two away from bad burnout on streaming. So I'm gonna really pull back my streaming now and focus on my YouTube shorts. Or I'm gonna do
Yeah.
some recorded long form content instead, some edits on different things, or
You
really
would be
push my social
correct.
media stuff. And that they're still putting in basically what is the same amount of time, but it is a different sort of pocket, I suppose, of their content that they focus on. And that way they are still able to continue having that growth and push for the channel for their metrics because that is paying their bills, but that they're able to say, all right, we're only streaming 3 days a week for the next month, and it's going to be 4 hour streams, not 5 days of 8 hour streams.
Exactly. And you
And that
gotta
they're able
build
to
it
do that.
back up sometimes because I remember, because I was having, because, like, you brought it up, like, just a second ago, is that, like, sometimes, like, because again, I know I had a real rough year last year because there was just, people were passing, and then I also got this brand new place, but it was like one of those, like I've told Chad this a couple times, but it was like a legitimate hoarder house. So it was like one of those houses where, like, there was like it was like, there was like it was a bad state. It
Yeah,
was a
I,
really
I
bad
remember
state.
you mentioning that when you first moved, and
Yeah.
I was like, ooh,
Yeah, so
sounds
it was,
good.
and it was like, not only was it way more work than I thought it was gonna be, but, like, it took a lot more money out of my pocket. So, like, I was in, like, a plus, like, family was passing away. I think my nana passed and stuff, and just, like, so much was going on, and I was like, "Oh my goodness." So, I think that's why I was kinda like, I always tell, like, chat, I'm like, "I think that's why I was going and doing multiplayer games only," because, not saying that multiplayer games are I don't know why I always go back to them because that's something that I just used to do before streaming. So I could do that, be less, maybe a little bit less, like, entertaining, but I would just be gaming. And but, like, the point is that, like, it hasn't been till, like, the last few months where I was like, okay, I need to, like, fix things up again. And nowadays, I'm back in a good flow again. But, like, sometimes you get in these states and sometimes it does happen. Actually, I still remember way back when that you were saying, oh, it would be really interesting to be able to do, like, a study one of these days on how, like like depression and like how like the feel of being a content creator does to your mental, because it does change people. It does.
Oh,
It's an
absolutely.
interesting thought, because then your mind becomes content mind, instead of like, hey, maybe I shouldn't post things, or maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just like put the phone down. But like, it's a different environment. People want content and people want these things, and it's just, as a content creator, that just it's sometimes that's how people think. It's an interesting concept. Like, it's something that I'd like to do a study on. I mean, I'm living it. I'm living the study.
Yeah, no, and I know there's been various academic studies, and I expect that we're going to see more in the coming years, because usually these types of papers require, usually it's 2-3 years worth of data, and then it's going to be a year or two of peer review,
Yeah.
and then actually doing the analysis, and then getting it published,
I'd
blah
like to
blah blah
do
blah
it from a
blah.
concept of doing it, because like I feel like, our channel has gotten way bigger than I ever thought it ever would. If you would have told me, like, the year one Savvy, when we did this originally, where we'd be right now, I would be like, no way.
Yeah, it's like,
But
I know you said you don't look at your metrics, and inevitably you look at them to a non-zero amount, and that
right.
even when you were on 4 or 5 years ago, that you had a very solid number of followers and a very solid concurrent viewer count. It
Very
is
grateful.
significantly larger now than it was.
I sometimes, like, whenever I'm chatting, it's always like the people that are there with me. And like, I think I always, even though it is harder to manage now, a lot more people talking, a lot more people, a lot more different names and stuff like that. But like, it's always like when I'm streaming, it's just me and the people that are there with me. And it's harder sometimes to keep conversations going, but I will say that the conversations that I do have, I think they're just so fun, and I think it's I see it as like, even if there might be 1,000 people there, like, I just see it as like the people that are yapping with me, just vibing. Now I know there's a bunch of people watching that are quiet, but at the same time, like, I see it as just like friends hanging out. Just our
Mhm.
friend group has gotten bigger, it seems
Yeah.
like, and I'm very very grateful for it. It's intimidating sometimes. Like, there's times where I'm like, I feel bad because I'm like, oh, I'm not keeping up with conversations the way that I used to, and that hurts my feelings sometimes. And it's not like anything that I can do about it.
No, it's
It's
just
like
there's a
I'm just a
certain
very
limit to
social person.
practicality.
Yeah, actually, my friend Boone feels that way. Like, I remember he said it on his stream once, and he was like, yeah, I feel like sometimes I can't keep up with everyone, and he feels bad because he likes to be personal. Because I'm like, I'm the same way, because I like to be personal. I like to be like, oh, this is Joe Schmo here, and he's been here for 3 years, and I met him from here. I can't do that with everybody nowadays. I do remember that with a couple of my OG fans, but like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I feel bad about it, but that's kind of part of the game. That's
Yeah,
just part of it. It's just like sometimes it's hard to manage things, but
and
I
also just
appreciate everyone
limited
that's here.
humanity. That you look at Whole Live, look at Iron Mouse. That they certainly can't keep up how fast their chats go. They're not able to interact with every single person, especially during busier streams. A That's limit of actual human capacity and practicality, and everyone hits that somewhere along the line, and you just have to sort of accept that for what it is. And yes, you obviously still try to interact as much as you practically can, but at the same time, you can take some amount of solace in, Iron Mouse and Glide Memori and others are not able to keep up with every single person of their chat. That's
Yeah.
just how it is.
And like, as a content creator, I think you have to remember that, because like, um what starts to happen is, let's just say you do go the route of trying to keep up with everything, then you become like almost like someone that just repeats messages over and over but doesn't actually give content. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, because like maybe you're gaming or something, you still want to like have fun. Like, I'm not saying play it up or anything, but like, like, be silly with things, do your content, but you also want to keep in contact with everyone too. You want to make sure that you're kind of being able to balance. So it's definitely a hard balance. It's a hard balance, and it's something that like I don't even got to a T yet. And that's like one thing that I try to really hammer down on. But like, sometimes I'm like hyper focused into a game, and then I'm like, am I yapping enough with everyone? Or maybe I'm yapping a lot with everyone, but I'm not doing anything on the screen. And I'm not saying you can't do that. But like, I like to have a balance. That's just kind of just one of the things I've tried try to do because I like being personal. I think I come on here mainly to chat with everybody, and the games are more of like a secondary thing.
Genuinely, the fact that you're able to actually interact with your chat at all when playing Souls-like games or Marvel Rivals is just any streamer that can do that to a non-zero extent has my respect, because that is really difficult multitasking. Those are real-time games. It's easier if it's a turn-based one like Pokemon where, all right, I have a couple of seconds between moves or I'm waiting for these animations to finish up. But when it's milliseconds matter games, like, whether it's any arena shooter or Souls-like, you're actively handicapping yourself as a player to look at chat at all.
It's true. It's so true. Like I know that I've had multiple streams during those where I've dropped a lot of rank. Sometimes I've gotten like where I'm playing just because you brought up like Marvel Rivals. Like I remember there's streams where I've dropped a lot of rank, but there's other times where like I feel like I'm popping off and we're just talking about like life, and I'm just like sometimes I'm like, hey, that's pretty good, and other
Sometimes
times
you
I'm
get in that
like,
flow state.
oh, that's why you're dropping. But at the end of the day, if you treat all of this as like just a fun time, I think that's where the whole nonchalant feel comes from. Because like at the end of the day, it's like, does it really matter if I got up to like the high rank, or did I didn't kill that boss or anything, or maybe it took me a long time. But it doesn't, because I think the real content is, which sounds really corny, but like it's the real content is kind of like what you make with chat. And eventually I know that I'm very persistent. So like I will fight a boss for, okay, actually I have confession. Elden Ring, I remember we were doing a build because you were asking me about builds.
I
I
remember one
remember
of these
with Elden
numbers getting
Ring.
up very high because
Yes.
you had your counter of how many deaths, and I think
It took me two 30-hour streams back to back. 30 hours of just sitting there. I did go shower. But just a 30 and 30, and it took me because of how the build I had to change the build because we were doing like a glass cannon build with like two big bonk sticks, I remember, for the final boss, and it wasn't working, so I had to learn how to parry with like pretty much naked. And I'm like, okay, it's gonna take a long time because like the DLC just came out, and I was like, okay, I don't know why I did a challenge run for something brand new, but I did, because that's just what I do. That's just what I do. Sorry, that was my hand
oh,
tracking.
you're good.
But I remember that took 1,088 deaths. So
Only
for just
I
one
definitely
boss.
remember something getting past 2,000. It might not have been that particular challenge, but I've those counters can get pretty high.
Yep, and it was crazy because like I think we for Elden Ring, I think we went to other places to get like different items and stuff, but for the most part, like that boss encounter took about 60 hours. And I have the streams and the clips to show it, where it's just like attempt number 1080. So, and some people are like, "Are you still here?" I'm like, "I am still here." The amount of messages that I get where it's like, "Hey, thanks for not starting. Thanks for not starting. Thanks for waiting."
Yeah, thanks for
Ha ha
waiting.
ha. Ha ha ha. So funny. You think you're so funny. I'm telling you, I love chat. I think chat's just hilarious. It's like hilarious. Like,
It is
and I
kind of
really love
remarkable.
that feel. I love that feel. I think that's why streaming's so cool. Cause I'm like, I get to talk with a bunch of dorks, a bunch of idiots. But like, I'm also an idiot, so it's like it's kind of a cool, like, hanging out with friends.
Yeah.
Like that's a unique thing on the internet. Like again, coming from like the normie side of things. Coming from the normie side of things, not everyone gets that feel of being able to have like a cool community to hang out with. So some people feel like you don't have one. So like, and then when you come here, you're like, it's right here. It's right here. Anybody can do it. Even if you're a viewer, you're like, oh, like this is an awesome community that I'm a part of, and that's really nice. It feels good. Feels nice.
Mm, One of the really impressive things is that even though the number of people in chat at any given time has gone up pretty significantly since several years ago, the overall feel of chat is remarkably consistent. That it
I
doesn't
love that.
feel like it has changed, other than that it's just moving a little bit faster now, or maybe a lot faster.
I think they say this a lot well, I remember when I first was going through, I think like the consensus was like, oh, you have to get whatever whatever like chatters like come into your chat, that's just what you have to deal with. But I am convinced that you can mold your community any way
Oh,
that you
absolutely.
want. So, but like some people that takes a minute to learn, but you got to learn how to say no. You got to learn how
Hmm.
to tell people your boundaries. And once after a while you start doing stuff and you start like, as the years go on, eventually you start finding people that just get you. They just get you. And when that happens, I feel like that's when you get that vibe where everyone's like, man, everyone's just in sync. And that's a cool concept. I just think that's like, again, coming from somebody that understands how it feels to like not have that community for almost 30 years. It's like, oh, like that's a thing. And it's really cool to see, like, and you can see it when it's not like that with someone else, but maybe they're new, maybe they're trying different stuff, maybe they're trying to get their footing, and I think that's fine because there was times where my community we kind of butt heads originally, until eventually we were like, hey, these are the rules that we want to do, and not everyone wanted to stay, and I think that's completely fine. I think like you'll get to points where you're like, hey, I feel comfortable when it's more like this, and then eventually you'll get more people anyway because you're getting rid of
Hmm.
what would be weeds for you if you
Yeah,
had
you're getting
if
rid of
this
the
was a
ones
garden.
that don't match the vibe that would deter folks that do have the vibe that you are looking for. And one thing
Mhm.
that I say very often is a lot of streamers say they have the best community in the world. And I think they are all correct. That if you've done it right, you have the best community in the world for you. And that if you look at some other community, you're going to say, oh, mine's better because that's not what matches yours. And that if you've done it right, that you've curated it and made it what is right for you. And if it doesn't feel right, then you need to figure out what the practical way to make it right is. And sometimes, like you were saying,
Exactly.
it's setting the rules, setting the boundaries. Sometimes it is clicking that ban button, and that you need to accept, even if you have some amount of folks leave, that other folks will find their way in. And those might be folks that might have bounced off, tuned in, quickly tuned out, if the ones that weren't matching the vibe that you wanted were there because it wouldn't match theirs.
Exactly. Actually, it's funny. I have a viewer. I call him Allie. They clicked on my stream once from a raid, and I think they said that they don't, that they didn't like it at first, but like I think they or maybe they weren't like fully clicking. I want to say originally, but then they watched again, and they're like, actually, I kind of like this, and now they're loyal viewer. Now they're loyal viewer, and like I love them to death, and like I think that's many people. I think many people over like the years I've had it where, you can win them over because they see the community, they see the vibe, they see how you're doing it. Like they see that you, believe it or not, kind of have like your life together, at least on like stream. So
Mhm.
like people like to join like communities where they're like, hey, like everyone, like I call them like the hive mind. Everyone's just a vibe. They like everyone gets it. And like even if you don't get it, if it's accessible and something that like they're like, hey, I can be a part of this, like they're like, the community's welcoming, people are very nice with that, then it's like you got them hook, line, and sinker. In
One
like the
of
best
us,
way
one of
possible.
us.
Exactly. Exactly. Now you got a VTuber fan. Like I have one of the viewers, Hikari, which is one of our other viewers. They caught me on Bloodborne also, which was like when I first played it like 4 years ago or something. And they were like, I never seen a VTuber before, but like I kind of like this vibe. And then they just stay. They may not think VTubing may click with them. I mean, hell, when I first watched VTubing, I was like, what is this? I'm like, I don't know if I like this. But then I started to like it. So I was like, "Oh, this is good. This is good." So sometimes you just don't know.
Yeah, that would really set me down the rabbit hole. And I've told the story before. Like I mentioned, I got into VTubing during the pandemic, as many people did. It was right place, right time for a lot of folks. But the moment for me was, again, like a lot of people, the debut of Whole Live English. I had a friend who showed me a couple of Holo JP clips, and it was just, okay, I'd heard of Keys and I, so I knew on a fundamental level what VTubing was, but that it wasn't very commonplace. A lot of it was in Japan. It was like, okay, these are some translated clips. That's very amusing. I'm not going to tune into their streams because I don't speak Japanese and there's not going to be live subtitling. So that's that. That's fine. See that Whole Live VN's going to start. Okay, sure, I'll tune in for that. And that it was the community, and this goes back to the events and conventions part of it, I've said that something about seeing chat Zoom in Callie's debut stream gave me the feeling of a convention. That was the energy of a convention because so many people were hyped and excited for this
I've never been to one.
debut.
I
Both,
want
you
to.
know, there was a lot of diehard whole life fans that had been just watching the JP branch, waiting, hoping that there would be an English one. So they were ready and raring to go, and they were already just they knew the lingo, they knew the vibe, they were ready to go. And then there was others like me who were just starting in and very much feeding off of the energy, and that it was the first time I felt like I had felt a crowd or convention energy in some 9 or 10 months, because this was September of 2020, and that was really the pivotal feeling and moment that sent me down that rabbit hole. And here we are that many years later, that it was,
Right.
even if it's not necessarily community at that point, that it was that energy, that camaraderie, that sort of, even certainly when you have that many thousands of people in chat at a time, that it's sort of like just a giant hive mind. But that was really it. That was the appeal, or at least the initial appeal to me.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? Because like I didn't get a chance to see all that. So like it's funny because when I first joined, I was like, I think I'm late to the party.
Oh no,
But like,
you're still
but
on.
yeah, exactly. We're
I
still
even tell
new.
people, I think if you start VTubing today, maybe you're not in on the ground floor anymore. You're on floor like 2 or 3. These are still the early days that people say, oh, the golden arrow's passed. It was 2000 to 2022, and that anything else feels weird. No, it's just time perception. That
Yeah, if anything,
people
it's never
said,
been better because we
mhm,
talked about models and stuff. Like, actually, I like seeing Zen's new models always. I'm like, oh, look at that. That looks really cool. Actually, Zen's probably one of those creators where I look like I see their stuff and now because I like 3D. I have fallen in love with 3D. Now granted, I do love 2D more. And again, if I would have planned this a little bit better, I didn't think I could do it. Actually, you're the one that told me how to, I guess do like, getting my model here without it looking the way that it used to, because there was like, the primitive days. We were talking about the old school ways, and it wasn't always the best way to do things, but it was the only way to do things.
yeah, you work with
Now,
what you have.
like, it's so different. Yeah,
You just
exactly.
have a lot more to
It's so
work with
different now.
now.
It's so nice. Like I think to myself, like you have so many tools nowadays, so many tools. Again, we talked about models. You can get PNG stuff for like literally nothing.
Just
You can get like
the
models
Suica
just to
model.
test. Yeah,
They
exactly. You just have
released the
models
Suica
that you
model
can
and
test.
like off the shelf customizable ones for 130 USD or whatever it converts to, because I
Yep.
think it's initially in euro. But that's I even posted about it saying this is a turning point. This is huge. That we have waited for years. We've had some, like you mentioned, off of booth, but this is what it looks like. You're buying a standardized product, but a character creator effectively at a reasonable price point, pre-rigged, is just a huge barrier to entry,
So
overnight
true.
lowered. And we're now getting different ones, that there's a couple other types of those customizable
Yeah.
sort of
I mean,
off-the-shelf
we're also
models, as I
getting
call
stuff
them.
from
I'm waiting for there to
like
be a male one.
yeah, they definitely need more. They definitely do. I will say like because I have a bear with me, I'm not super cultured. I have a it might be a Chinese account from like Bilibili, I want to
Mm,
say, and I've been on the sites where like you have to have like a specific account for them, and we're like they're like, are you a I think a Chinese account? So like US can't really be in there a lot, but I've seen some of the models. There's a model that I was able to download where they're like, I did it all like legitimately, and that's the thing, it's all legitimate and like beautiful model, fully rigged. It is gorgeous. It's gorgeous, and it's just like I'm like, wow, look at all the tools. It's even probably better than the capturing I have now, and I spent like a cent on it once, like literally like $1. And I was like, "Oh my goodness." Like, I mean, like, I think to myself when I first started, that wasn't a thing. Or if there was, like, it just wasn't very accessible. But now, like, you can do that stuff, and it's cool because you can almost like try stuff out. You can try stuff out and do things where like before, like again, I had my Fiverr model, which again, it was definitely very, like very, bare bones, like at least, like now, especially compared to nowadays, but it cost me like $600 or something. But those like you can have a dollar, 30, 100, and they're all great and you can do so much with them. So how much has changed? Never been better. It's never been better to start now.
Hmm. And just whether you're looking for to be sort of a career path or just casual, the other thing is, and I've said this for many years, I'm waiting, and I'm still waiting. I'm surprised it's taken this long, but I think we're getting closer to it because we see a bit more of it each year. I'm waiting for IRL content creators to finally wake up and realize that you're not legally required to use a VTuber model on every stream for all content to use a VTuber model. You can use it once a month. You can use it just, oh, I don't.
My friend
It's
Icy was like
it's
that.
really
My
hot
friend
out right
Icy
now.
does
I
like a
look like
mix.
crap. I'm sweaty. I'm gonna put up a
Uh-huh.
model today, or I have a bit that requires me to ignore the laws of physics. Put the model up, and that they
It's
know
just a
they
tool
can
if
still.
you really
Yeah,
think about it.
yeah.
Just a tool.
It's something in the
And
tool
I
belt.
think I think it's really interesting because like I have my friend Suto or my friend Icy that like well Icy like my friend Icy especially she does like her IRL stuff still and then she does her new model. And she goes back and forth with it I mean she streams a lot and like I feel like I see like one day I could see her real self and other times I see her other stuff. I think that's really neat. I think it's pretty cool that you're able to do that.
Yeah, and we see even now some VTubers going IRL part time or full time. Whereas,
Onigiri, I think, is like that too. I
oh
think.
yeah, no, gosh, the rise of Onigiri has been so fun to watch because I remember when she had that first really cutesy one. It was she was wearing like a green morph suit in her kitchen
I
and that
remember.
doing these like even back then though she was doing I would call them Food Network level streams.
I
She was
agree. I
so
agree.
good. There's a reason that Onigiri popped off as she did.
Yeah, I completely agree. I use her as an example of that's why I like seeing new stuff in the sphere because like you never know what's gonna be like. Well, first off, like brand new, innovative in like the sphere. That's why I think this is the best time to do all this because you've never had more better examples to be able to do cool stuff. Or like because again you have different like vibes when it's just gamers or somebody that's doing something super unique where you're like I didn't even know that was even a concept. Like I thought about doing that but like with Pokemon cards where like you can have it where it's like opening stuff and it was like but with the model stuff. Thought about that. And a few other things too, but like the cooking stuff in itself is such a process. So the fact that they figured out how to do that and make it work and make it look so good. That's why I always say that like there's I think of like the OG days where I think of like the OG days wherever like everything was kind of just done like it was like paper cut out kind of like vibes like you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Now people have like almost like studio like designs for things where things look so crazy. Like I think I remember Vex's debut where they had an anime. Like,
Yeah.
they had a fucking anime. I was like, I was like, tha I was like, "That's a thing?" And it's like, "Yeah, you can have animators make things for you," and it was really cool. And I think it's neat, and I don't think you need to be a specific way in, like, general, how to stream. But I do think it's so neat that you can do that, and I was just like, that was like a show. That was like a show. Like, like, bravo. It's just
Mm,
so cool.
yeah, but also people realizing, no, you don't need all that. Some people almost, and again, this goes back to seeing the examples in those early days of people going, oh gosh, for my debut, do I need to have all this? I need to have a PowerPoint. I need to have lore. I need to have this, that, the other.
I
And
remember.
yes, you
I
can, but also
remember.
the realizing that no, it's not required. That there are no VTuber laws saying that you need to do this, that, the other. Some agencies have some rules on no, you can't show your real face and name, but unless you are under a literal corporate contract, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Exactly. Other than my very first, like the little model that I first had, other than that, I have never done like a debut, at least like to the extent of like how like, how like the VTuber style is where it's like, wow, pizzazz, because I'm just not good at that. Like even like this last one that I did with like this model here, like the process to learn Wardo and like learn how to do the full body tracking, which I'm not in full body tracking now. See now I'm a little sad because I think the everything's better when it's like that, but it's I didn't realize that you were able to, like, I was thinking to myself like, how are we gonna stream the 3D model, and then you showed me that it was actually really easy. So I was like, oh, I could have done
It
something
took
so
us
much
longer
better.
to figure out the blue screen filter than to
Oh
actually
my
get the video
god.
set up.
I know, and I felt bad because I was like, how do I
God,
fix this? Because
you know,
I'm
it
such a
took all
boomer
of
on
like
the
10
internet.
minutes. That's nothing.
I was nervous because I was like, oh my god, I'm late, I'm sorry. So I was a little
Yeah.
nervous. Oh, by the way, if you had like, because we've been going over so many topics, but if you actually had things for me, sorry that I've just been
Oh
talking
no,
over.
no,
I
no.
can nap
This
all
the,
day.
the model of the show is the same as it's always been, Savvy. That this is rambles and that the guest is the star. So we go on whatever journey you want to take me on. I have a couple of things just like, ooh, I want to make sure I bring up at some point. There's no schedule.
Yeah, awesome, good, good. And you know what? I will say, which again, very proud of you. You've done a lot in these last 5 years, and like things have gotten so much better, like overall. But like I think to myself, because I've known you for a couple years, and I've been on every one of your charity ones. I think pretty much
Yeah,
on
that
every one
if
of them.
not all of them, you've probably only missed one, and that was not for lack of trying. There, that if there
Maybe it
was
was
one,
during one
and
of
I
my
would have,
military
yeah,
weekends.
it's like I
It might
would
have
have had,
been because I had
yeah,
to
and
miss
I'd
a
have
lot
to
of time
check,
because I
but
was gone.
you've actively made an effort and definitely been on most of them, and that does mean a lot. And I really do
I
appreciate
love
that.
charity. I love charity. I feel bad because I haven't actually done a charity this year, and I think it's because I had a bit of a rough start to the year, but like these last few months, it's been like really good. Honestly, like I changed my medicine, I changed up a lot of stuff in my life, and it like I'm like now let's get the ball rolling, and
Yeah,
I've been really happy about that. But like usually, at least by now, I've already done a charity. And then I usually like to do about 2 a year. That's something that I like to do. Mainly on the outside, I used to do like soup kitchen kind of stuff, as well as like, I think they call it like the Ronald McDonald House, where you make your own, or you make food for like people that are like in the hospital.
mm,
And I like helping people. I just, help people. When I was in a bad spot, I wish that I had people to help me. So it's like if I can like try to help out where I can, then I will. So, but like I feel like I haven't had a chance to do any charities at all this year, and I'm like I'd like to do something, and I've done one for damn near everybody. But like I don't know which one I want to do next, but point is that we're getting back to a flow again where I'm like, this is the savvy content that I like. So I want to make sure that I think
yeah.
for a while I kind of lost
You got
that.
to take care of
So
yourself before you start taking care of others,
exactly, you have to, or else it's like, I mean, what's the point?
or you're not
You
going to be able
gotta
to
you gotta
help
put your heart in
them
it.
well.
Exactly. Yeah, you might give the wrong advice or you might do the wrong thing, but instead of because you may not be ready to handle like a situation until like you're working. If you ain't working, then how are you supposed to fix anything?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. But yeah, I was a little nervous because I was like, hopefully I'm not just like over talking.
No,
But like, I mean, but
the show is
like I was saying
the
earlier,
title's right up there, and then on the channel it is called VTuber Talk. If the VTuber isn't talking, then something has gone terribly wrong.
exactly. Plus, I mean, the reason why I brought that up in the first place was because I've known you for like 5 years, so I feel like I can yap with you because I'm like, oh, I know you, I've seen you.
Yeah.
I was like, so like, for cons. But I feel like it's just one of those things where when I get that vibe, and that's how I feel when it comes to the community also, is that I like having that connection with people. I'm like, oh, this is so and so, and I can talk with them because I know them. I mean, not like know you to an
Yeah,
extent, but like
but
we've done things for like five years. Your
yeah,
charity stuff,
and
and then the original like interview. So I know
even if
you.
it's not every month, even it's once or twice a year, but that's still something. And that certainly I pop into your chat when I can, and that we see each other around still.
And that means a lot to me. Like one thing that I cherish, like probably more and more every single year, is the people that are still sticking around. You know, like people. Like one thing that I always tell like streamers is that, if especially if they're like, oh well, so and so is not here anymore. Well, just see streaming as like a revolving door. A lot of people, it's not like necessarily that people are leaving because they may not like your content. They may just be busy. We are all humans. We live in a time where it's got to be busy. I mean, I still have my job.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's like you got to be
and
busy. So
that's
they may not be
life.
able to be here. Yeah,
You
exactly. That's life.
Statistically, you're probably not talking with your best friend from elementary school as much as you used to, and you're probably not, your best friend in elementary, middle, high school, college might not have been the same, and that's you. All right, you stop working at that place, and that coworker that you talk with every day, you might not talk with much, if at all. Now, that's just how it goes.
Exactly. And it's definitely a hard pill to swallow sometimes because one thing that this might fall into parasocial, maybe not, I'm not sure, but like it's kind of one of those things where like you will at least for me it happened. You will get to a point where you're like, I see this person almost every day. Like I kind of like their vibe, they're pretty cool. But then you may not see them anymore for like a while, sometimes maybe a week, a month, a year, and you're just like, oh no, that sucks. But
Yeah,
like, and you have to just be like, hey, it's okay. And like then you'll get more people.
yeah,
And there are people that do stay with me for like the whole time, and that's crazy to me. But I do honestly feel very grateful, especially for friends. Like let's just say for friends, especially when I see streamers still going when I first started, because there's so many streamers I know that are not here anymore. They're not here
yeah.
anymore. So it's like when I see somebody, I'm like, I've been with you or I've known you for years. I'm just like it's nice to see, you know. I'm like,
Mm,
I remember we've done this.
that
Like
it,
I am definitely a remember person. I'm like, ah, I remember. Like, you know, I hold that very, very close to me that people still check up on me. They're like, hey, how you doing? Even if I don't get a chance to talk with them very much.
yeah, and even just looking back on my own list of past guests, that 190 folks, technically a couple more because there were a couple that were in pairs, but you know, when it was 10, 15 guests, I was able to pop in on every past guest stream at least once a week. Somewhere around
Mhm.
having episode 30 or 40, that was not possible anymore, and goodness knows it's not now. And that, like you
Yeah.
said, some
What do you say,
folks stopped
190?
streaming. And that, at the very least, one thing that has been very cool for me to watch is that the majority of folks that I've had on the show are still streaming, and that the number of folks that are no longer streaming because of bad things is very small. Um,
That's good.
and that, you know, there's others that no longer stream under the name that they were on when they were on the
Yep.
show. Some of them because they've just rebranded themselves. Some because they're now at different places under different
I have
names
one
and
that's
kicking
in like
ass and
Hololive,
just like
and
it's
I'm
like
like,
it's like I
yep.
can't
I
take
have a
credit for their
friend.
success, but I get to say I knew that they were cool.
Yep, exactly. There is two people I know, one that's in Phase and one that's in Hololive. But like I will say, like that's all I can say. But like I will say, like it's cool to see them in a different vibe and like in a different form. And I'm like, good
Mm,
for you. It like you know what that is like it's like I was gonna say this earlier, but like for the friends that are still here, that are still streaming, I'm so happy to see their like growth, how they've changed their model, how they've done their content, like what they're thinking about, you know? Because I remember when you're first starting, should I do this? Should I be worrying about this? Now they don't worry about that, or it's one of those things where like they got their flow, they got their vibe, they're still going after the 5 years, and I love seeing that because I'm like, oh, like they're still kicking ass out there. Because I don't get a chance to see that a lot. There's so many people that I used to watch that are not here, and it's just like and I wish them the best
yeah,
also, it's like I
there's a
I hope
couple
that they're
that
doing what they wanna do.
just yeah, that I know they are not here, and it's not because they weren't canceled, they didn't get into an agency, they just said, either my schedule IRL has gotten to the point where this just isn't practical for me. Eh, some had burnout. More often than not, it was just sort of more natural lack of interest. And the very least, that to me, as the viewer, the parasocial one, as it were, if someone is gonna leave the space, I'd much rather see them leave with a smile and say, I tried this, and hey, I didn't dislike it, but I found something else that I really love. and I want to
Yeah,
put
I
my
hope
all
that they
into that.
find it.
That's when it's like, okay, hey, more power to you. Glad to see you go. I never like seeing someone leave saying, I've burnt out bad. I just don't feel like I can do this anymore.
Yeah, and
That's
they
when
hate
it's,
this,
I hate
where
seeing
they're
that. And
like, they
yeah,
didn't have a good time, and it
yeah,
makes me feel sad because I'm
yeah,
like, "Aw," like, I'm sorry that, like, because again, for me, I love this, and I'm glad that I've been able to blossom into what I wanted, but I hope that for the people that didn't, like, blossom into the streaming sphere, because it's a tough sphere. It's a tough sphere, you know? It's a tough sphere because, like, you gotta think, like, "Am I doing this?" And, like, are you not making enough? Are you trying? Especially if someone's that's trying to do this for a full time, it can be very, very daunting.
yeah,
Doing work, or I guess like, cause like I wouldn't call this work, but at the same time, you got to put a lot of time in it. Cause like, can I really call my own, at least my own stuff? Can I call my own stuff work? Because I'm just playing games. But at the same time, though, like I do put a lot of effort into doing stuff still. And think about like when you're first starting, you're getting nothing at all. So you're doing all this work technically for nothing. If you think about it, like if you're thinking about like an income, because you
yeah.
do gotta eat eventually.
Mhm.
You do gotta eat eventually. So like that can be kind of daunting. You're like, well, that's why I feel like you gotta do it for the love of the game. You gotta do it for the love of the game because
Yep.
then if it becomes a thing, then you're like, well, I was gonna do this anyway. So,
Yeah.
I think that's
That's the ideal. That's
important.
the dream.
Exactly. I agree.
And so spinning back to things of just, that you do for fun that you already enjoy. And well, if I was going to do this anyway, like we were mentioning with Pokemon, that you got into Pokemon Champions a lot recently, and that you had done competitive Pokemon even prior to VTubing, and we're still into
They
it, and
should
it
have
was a
never
whole
made
topic.
champions. They should have never made champions because I have put so many hours into
Mhm.
it. And it's really hard because like it's a game that's so simple. Like, I mean, like clearly you got to think about it. You got to think, okay. But like, I can do it while I'm doing dishes when I'm like, like cleaning the house, doing other stuff. And now it's on mobile, which is like, as long as you're
Yeah,
not driving
that was the
and like
big
battling.
thing of just, and me being the business nerd that I am and that you are, you probably saw it as well, that the big announcement of Pokemon Champions, all right, cool, we're going to have this big, very comprehensive, competitive platform for the game, basically.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like
That was
Showdown.
big, but the real holy shit moment for me in the announcement was it is on Switch and mobile, because
Yeah,
that
it's
literally means
because I think they were trying
billions
to
more
do
devices.
exactly. Yeah, I was thinking the same exact thing because again, Pokemon Showdown is the free version of like just doing battles.
Hmm.
It's like it's definitely like cookie cutter, like in the sense of like there's no like graphics or anything, but this is like having Pokemon what is it?
Uh,
Pokemon the very first one, the N64 one, Stadium, Pokemon Stadium
mm,
on like your phone,
yeah,
so I can be like, so and that's the issue is that I love battling, and it's now easier than ever to do it. So like that is a recipe for disaster. I was like, because like I find myself battling sometimes when I'm at work, because like I work from the business, I'm doing stuff, and I could be like, and I'm
just
like, okay,
multitasking. It's
and
like,
so
once you're really good, you can glance at the board state and know, okay, this is what it is. And since it's turn-based, all right, if you're burning 15 seconds of your match clock, that's fine. And I have here from the notes from 4 or 5 years ago, your favorite type of team, and you still use, and to be fair, it is a very classic strategy and archetype in Pokemon. So it's not like this was some
oh, I know what you're
hyper
gonna
niche
say.
thing, but that it's still a very iconic one. And to see you continue to use it, my note says Trick Room teams.
Yeah, my Trick Room teams, I still okay, so the team that I have right now, it's so funny, I'm just gonna geek about it. So the team that I have now is a Trick Room Tailwind team, which Tailwind just makes it so that you get your speeds are doubled, more or
Hmm.
less. So like I have my Propeller, which is really slow. If I notice that my Trick Room is about to end, which like because one thing I really like about Champions is that any info that you need, whether it's like, oh, status drops, or like, oh, this is you're in Trick Room, or oh, you're like there's a psychic train out or something, is like everything is easily viable. You're like, okay, I can see it here
Yeah,
and
you don't
here,
need
and
to
I love
remember,
that because
okay,
your
how many
information is
stages did
right
my
here.
attack get lowered?
Yep, and the time is ticking, like, and that is for me, it's like a when you get good at it, just like you said, you can glance at it and you're done. But like the thought of it like is exciting to me because you're like, okay, you got to think of like kind of like chess. You know how
Yeah,
chess
it's the
like you
chess
use it
clock.
and you do, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, that's clever. That's a clever way to get me addicted because I like competitive stuff, and I'm like, and also, I like chess also. I haven't played chess in a while, but like, I've always loved, even though I don't always play them on like stream, little bits here and there. I love strategy games. I love strategy games. Fire
That's also on my
Emblems,
notes, strategy and
Persona.
analytical
Yep.
games.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. I don't know. I do. I like to be able to think. But like, I think when I first started streaming, I think the reason why I didn't want to play them was because, I was, I was concerned that people were gonna think I'm too much of a dork. Because like, because I get really, like, if anyone's ever watched me play Champions, if someone wants to fact check me with something, I'm like, oh yeah, Garchomp has like 130 base attack at a 600 because he's like a pseudo legendary
Mm,
and pseudo legendaries are at 600 BPS, and I'm like, and then they're like, well, what's that? Well, that's how many points they get because not all Pokemon are
yep,
assigned
that's
the
the
same,
jargon.
you know. And it's like I can go on for that forever, and someone could like, they can fact check me. They like show me the Carfax, and I'll give you the info. And I hate that. Well, I don't know every little thing, but like somebody can
The
ask
fact that
me
you're
the
even
general
talking in
stuff.
that language means that you're all right. Okay, so I was 10 off on what the base attack stat is, but the fact that you're even anywhere in the ballpark and are aware of what a base attack stat is already should tell anyone that's watching. It's like, you know what you're talking about, and goodness knows there's literally over
There's a
1,000 Pokemon
lot.
now. They each have 6 stats. They each have how many different potential abilities, how many
Yeah, but
moves
then you gotta
possible.
build teams, speeds. Oh my god, every like you gotta learn because that's why with the Trick Room stuff, like I used to pick a lot of slow Pokemon, and it's so funny because like I'm talking about Pokemon, and I think there's a Pokemon song playing right now.
There is. Yep.
That's
No,
so
I
funny.
very deliberately put on the Pokemon playlist.
Oh, clever, clever. Okay, I was gonna say because your playlist has been fantastic. So
It's
I've been
ripped
listening
right
to
off
it
of
in the back,
YouTube.
and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, this is pretty good. I like this. But anyway, it's like you learn how to do that. Not only not only learning how to like just the regular stats, but then like you can build them. Like you're like, well, I want this one to be a tankier version, or I want this one to be slow, or faster, or more they give you a certain amount of points, and then you can match them with items, which you're like, oh well, because he's like a glass cannon, I can give him a focus sash because like if he gets hit by a drop of water, he's gonna die. So I need to make sure that
This
he
at least
lives
gives
with
me
1
2 hits.
HP. Yeah, exactly. Because now they'll live with 2 hits, but they hit like a truck. So you're like, good. So I can use them as a glass cannon and then use them as fodder, which sounds terrible, but use them for fodder for later so that you can like, hey, take out 2 and then I expect you to die. I expect you to die and then bring in the next guy. So, but like learning how to make a team like that takes long process, but like I can go on and on about that stuff, but like it's just like it's something about it. But then I can do the same thing with like a Souls game, or I can do that with like I get very fixated on things, and I don't know why. I've just that's my freaking tism, I guess. I'm just locked into certain stuff.
And that I've played every Pokemon generation since Gen 1. I was there. I was there for Gen 1 Pokemania. They
I
said
was
it was
there
going to
for
be a
Pokemon Yellow.
fad and it was going to go away. And that, oh, why are you spending all this money on these trading cards? They're going to be
Exactly.
worthless.
And now everyone and now you have like I think it's got another resurgence where it's like scalpers after
Oh no,
scalpers. And I'm
it's
like, oh my
bad.
god.
It's really bad.
My little brother has gotten a ton of cards, PSA done. So
It's
like
like,
he has like this one card that's like $5,000 right now.
like
And
it's like I have such mixed feelings. My big thing at the end of the day is make sure the kids can get the dang cardboard. Like this at the end of the
exactly,
day, it is designed to be for all ages, yes, but the target demographic is still kids. If the kids can't have the thing that are being made And goodness knows, it's not for lack of trying. The Pokemon Company is literally making as many of their cards as they can. There's zero incentive for them to create false scarcity when they are literally selling out. False scarcity is only valuable to a company if they are not already selling out of all stock.
Exactly. Well, like that's why like Pokemon's one of those things where the games and stuff, that's not their main product. Their main product is merchandise and also like Pokemon cards. That's like where they make the most money. But games, that's why Pokemon games and you were saying earlier, not the best. They're not the best, sadly. But the battling system, and that's why Pokemon Champions is the best for me, because I don't have to worry about the story or nothing. It's just I think there might be a little tad bit of story in there, but really it's just you go there to battle. And that's my favorite thing. I love the strategy. There's so much to it.
Yeah.
People may look at it and it's oh, a kid's game, but there's strategy.
No, it
Lots of it,
is.
especially inside double battles. Oh my God. Then you got to know what the meta is, and then you got to know how to counter the meta.
Yep.
And it's
there's so
I don't know,
much.
it's a process.
That I've never tried to build a competitive team that, for as much as I know about Pokemon, I know a lot, that I've never tried to get into the competitive scene, but I can tune into world champions, like the actual finals world championship, and completely understand what's going on because I know all the moves, natures, and I know all of the mechanics. So I see, that, the best in the world made this type of team using this. Oh, I never thought of that interaction. Or, I completely get why this is completely sweeping the field. So
yeah, that's why I
I
like
could
watching
even do
Wolfies
commentary
or Cybertron stuff.
Yeah,
because
on
they
anything.
make stuff. They just
Yeah,
make stuff, and I'm like, where'd you come up with that? And it's oh, I see why you did that. I see
yeah.
why you did that. It's pretty smart.
And that's the fun for me, that I don't need to necessarily have the mindset of a team builder and I just see how it works and instantly understand. But that's also why I really find the team building so fascinating, because
that's why Champions is so deadly, because they make it's the easiest that it's ever been to make teams and to do stuff. You're just put a couple points there, use your VP, which is all your points you do for battling. So if you have ever been one of those people that want to well, what if I tried this and this? Because if anyone doesn't know, back in the day,
EV
you had to
training
do
and IVs. It
EV
was
training and
and
doing
there was
egg.
and these were
You were a
hidden
breeder.
stats.
You were a breeder.
You couldn't
That's
even
what you were.
see
You used to
them.
make eggs. You used to make
Yeah.
eggs.
Oh my
Lots of them,
gosh.
just to find the right one. And it was the worst thing in the world, because if you wanted to make a team, but because here's the thing, you made a team just because you were thinking of an idea. Well, now you don't like it, because you're oh, okay, that didn't really work out the way I wanted. Because I think Pokemon's all about testing stuff. Testing, be like, okay, does this work? No, it doesn't. Well, if that didn't, and you tried to make it perfect with their EVs and IVs and
however
stuff like
many
that,
hours, 30
Yes.
hours trying to breed to make sure that you got the right nature, the right IVs, and then you have to go around and know which Pokemon, when defeated, yield the correct number of EVs. And we're not talking the Pokemon. EV stands for effort value, which is a stat that doesn't even show in the games, that it was a hidden one that people discovered along the way and was oh, wait, no, if you do
silly.
this and get it, 4 points becomes 1 stat point at the next level up, but you can only get 255 of them, and that you can only have a maximum of this many in a certain stat, and just entirely convoluted, entirely obfuscated. It wasn't even, it's complex.
It's so bad, chat.
They did not present it to the player. People found it through reverse engineering and code analysis, and now they have these things presented and known and accessible and modular.
Yeah.
Like you were saying.
I remember they
had
had shinies. Okay, they technically had shinies back in Generation 1, technically. They started inside Generation 2, but apparently there was coding. Apparently that if you brought that Pokemon into the next game, even though it didn't show in the other game, it would be a shiny. And some people thought they were a glitch. And they thought they were a glitch, but it was a shiny originally, and they just didn't realize. Or maybe it was a glitch and then they made it a shiny. I don't know. I'm not sure.
So
I like to
memory
pretend
serves, I
that's how
think that they weren't designed as shinies in the original, but in the upgrade from Gen 1 to 2, since you could transfer from one to the other, that the way the Gen 2 games compensated for the non-existent variable was that they queued off of certain IVs which is not Ivysaur, that is for inherited value, which is
Yep, 2
certain things
different
of base
things.
stats and variables there, and that they
And
just
then
said, all right, if it's
nowadays you
not
have
there, we default to
abilities.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now you have abilities, and then don't forget about like the nature. Be like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
is this one a timid one? Is this one a
Yep.
adamant one?
And it used to
Oh
be,
my
all right,
god.
I caught one that has the right ability and has these perfect IVs, but it's the wrong nature, and I can't change that. But now they
And you
have
gotta keep breeding more and
yeah,
more until you get the right
and just
one. And
statistically to
sometimes, chat,
get the
that
right
would
one.
take forever. That's why
It's
some people
absurd.
used to like they used to because like one big thing, I don't think it's as much of an issue nowadays, but people used to gen in Pokemon
Yeah,
where it was like, you know,
they would
it's
hack them
like
in.
they're yeah, exactly. They would hack them in, and technically you weren't supposed to do that. It's like illegal. At least for like if you got a Pokemon that was like a gen Pokemon. At least when I used to go to tournaments, because I used to back when.
Yeah,
If you came in with the gen Pokemon, like they could be like disqualified.
yeah,
So
it's
you know,
effectively going in with a counterfeit card.
yeah,
That
exactly.
you can do whatever you want in your own casual play. That they have no way to stop you, but that it was legitimately attacking. And that there was the incentive to do it because you would be spending this many hours just to get the variables to what you wanted it to be before you could even bring in your own set of skill for what moves am I going to do and how am I going to play out a battle. And that it
Exactly.
was
That's
just
why I think
so
Champions is so
prohibitive.
good because
Yeah.
like now you can change them on the fly. Like literally like you're just like as long as you have the points for it, which points are super easy to get.
Yeah.
So like and then you can just try stuff. So if you've ever been like one to you're like, "Hey, this seems cool. Does this work together?"
Yeah.
And you can do it just
And that
real
you have
easy. And
they're
you have
called
no more
mints.
breeding, no more nothing.
Yeah, that
Just
you
have
can
to
change
have
the
it.
nature, and that there's just normal items in the game, and you can only get them from a couple of shops, and they're a little bit pricey, but it's the in-game, like, Pokédollar currency, and this isn't in the mainline ones. This isn't even in Champions. That in the mainline normal games, you can just, okay, for the price of, 20 Ultra Balls or whatever, that's enough that I can buy this item that will permanently change the nature of the Pokemon, which for several generations was just not an option. It was locked in, that's what it is, and didn't like it. Well, keep getting eggs until you get the right one, buddy. Good luck.
You wanna know what I used to do? Okay, especially for like okay, so going on with the natures, and this is something I think I'm glad that they really did. They added it where you can have like bottle caps and other things to fix it in the game, but like a lot of the times you need to have money, right? You have money and other things because like it would still take a lot to change stuff. So what I did, because I was such a nerd with things, because I was like, I want to make teams, but things are expensive. I made it so that like I had like a rubber band that I put like on my turbo controller,
Oh
and I
my
had to
gosh.
go forward. Where I had to go forward and pressing the A button, so
Yep.
that, and I had a Pokemon that was just like OP, like OP, and then it would just beat the Elite Four over and over and over and over and over and over, and like it would just be on, just generating money, which sounds
That's
like
incredible.
it sounds so stupid, but like I don't know, I like that kind of stuff. I'm weird when it comes to video games. I'm like I just like to see how I can break the game somehow, some way. I'm gonna break the game, get all the things that I want, and then eventually get bored and then play something else. But like
Rubber bands, the
I mean,
original auto clicker.
yep, literally it was a rubber band so I can get it up higher, and then like I'm telling you, I think about it now and I'm just like people are gonna think that that's just sounds crazy, but that's what, like, I'm telling you, like there
That's
were
what it was
ways
back in
to
the
break.
day, kiddos. We had to walk uphill both ways. We had to train for 30 hours just to get our Pokemons to have the right nature.
I have, like, I'm telling you, that's why I was telling you earlier, like I became the back in my day person, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe that I have, and I can't help it. I'm just like, I'll talk about it, and I'm like, man, I remember back when you had to go do the other stuff, and I'm like, stop doing that, stop saying that.
Well,
But like,
we're not
Champions
even
is
saying
just,
it was
it's
better
just,
back
it's
in the
just,
day. We're saying no, it was so much worse. You should be very thankful. It's like it's really nice now, and we too benefit from how nice it is now. And boy, we're thankful for it.
That's why I think I'm like super addicted because this is what like when I was finally because it's funny because I did stop playing Pokemon like because I played generation 1, 2, 3, and like 4, and then I like eventually just didn't want to play Pokemon, so I missed Black and White, which I heard that was like a really good one for a story.
Mm,
Missed Black and White 2, XD, or no, oh, no, X and Y, sorry. X and Y, and then I came back during Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and it's so
a good
funny
time to
because
come back.
I remember when I was younger, my little brother like came back to me like, sis, look at this, 3DS, and guess what? There's Pokemon. I'm like, Pokemon? I haven't seen Pokemon in so long, and he's like, look at this, they're in 3D, and I'm like, 3D? I'm like, they finally added 3D because I always loved the Stadium and XD and stuff, the ones where it was like the Pokemon were like 3D. I do sometimes miss a little bit of the pixelated ones, but like I just thought it would kind of be cool to have 3D Pokemon in like my hand, you know, or like on like a, for instance, like XD and stuff like that. I was like, oh, I like that there's 3D Pokemon but for a story,
Yeah.
and you can do stuff. So like I just like I told myself I would come back to Pokemon like whenever they finally did that, and then they did. And nowadays, you know, come 2026, they got champions that like literally I only wanted battles. Because once I learned how like, you know, playing the game and stuff, like I don't know, I just eventually was like, so what's next? You know, do they like I'm like, what do people do after this? And you know, some people shiny farm. And that's why Pokemon's very diverse for the games. Some people shiny farm, some people speed run, some people do the competitive scene. Like it varies. There's something for
Yeah, there's so many
everybody.
ways to interact with it that, you know, the rise of the Nuzlocke scene and then the rise of ROM hacks and
Oh
the
yeah, that's true.
complexity and depth of the ROM hacks, because some are baby's first ROM hack and you can tell, but then you have these really sophisticated ones. You have Infinite Fusion, which is now releasing its
Oh,
second
I
game,
wanna play that.
and it's just a that just like in the Pokemon world, that some battle, some are breeders, some use Pokemon as just pets or friends or whatever, and that the way that you can interact with the games are just as diverse.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just I don't know, I think it's really neat. I think it's really neat, and I've always liked the battles whenever I did like Stadium originally. I thought that was really neat. So like eventually just became kind of a thing. And that's when I learned how to do VGC stuff. Because I remember I would like look up YouTube and there would be people talking about teams and what they do for like the rank ladder, and I was like, there's a rank ladder? Like, and then that's when eventually I was like, that's kind of neat. And then eventually I just became like a fan. I just became addicted again, all over again. So
Hmm.
it was Pokemon's kind of like one of my guilty pleasures. There you go. That's one of my guilty
Oh,
pleasures
I don't
because
even
I
think it
play
should be a
lots of
guilty
games, but that
pleasure.
one just seems completely different compared to the genres that I would normally play, like a shooter or like an MMO or like a Souls game. Like, you know, like you're like Pokemon competitive. They're like that's way different than this. And I'm like, listen, I have a very diverse plate of stuff
Hmm.
that I like. I'm very, you know, I'm all over the place. I think people like that though.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if people like what people like about me, but I like to hope that's one thing. I like to hope that's one thing.
What's your most recent team that you've built on Champions?
All right. So it is.
I can hear her grabbing the Switch.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I have my team right here. So I have a king. Okay, hold on one second. I have a King Gambit, which I really like King Gambit. He's like super strong in this one. A Propeller, a Blastoise, Mega Blastoise. Because and that's another thing too. I did play a Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but that was like the last one they did with Megas, and then eventually they did like the Z moves, and then which by the way, if anyone doesn't know, Pokemon always has some kind of gimmick every season. I'm kind of curious to see
Yeah, well, it didn't start
what
until
waves.
Gen 4 or 5, because Megas were the first generational gimmick, and like you said, then it went to Z moves, and then there was Gigantamax, and then there was Terrestrialization, and
Gigantamaxing was the time, I think that was during Sword and Shield. That's when I was
mhm,
like the most competitive. I won a tournament with like Dragapult, and my crowd favorite does collapse, which he's not in this game, but like or at least not yet. And that's something cool about champions I really like, is that there is technically like they don't have all the Pokemon in there, and they don't have all the items. So anything that's like OP, like normally, like if you had some Pokemon, I mean, not every Pokemon is like built the same. So like sometimes you have like some Pokemon that are gods, and it's like, well, they have a certain like amount. So, and there's no legendaries right now too. So it's really nice. So I feel like you get to play with like Pokemon that are just like average, and I like
love
that. I like
limited
that. I don't like
environments
gods.
because it forces more creativity, and you get to see different things. One of the
Exactly.
all-time examples is World Champion Pachirisu, which would never happen in any other environment other than that specific one because it was a very
Who did
limited
that?
pool
Was
of
that was that
Pokemon.
freaking Wolfie? Was that Wolfie?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Wolf.
No.
That was Sajin Park. That was 2014, but it was the classic
Oh,
one
that's
where the Pachirisu tanked a Salamence Draco Meteor and then used a Citrus Berry to heal up off of a Follow Me to keep the heat off of. I
By the way,
forget
I hate
what
Follow
its
Me.
partner
I
was.
hate that ability. Follow Me, Fake Out, and there's a few other ones. Encore. I hate Encore. Oh my god, I hate
That
Encore.
was sort
I
of the
hate
crux
I hate
of
I hate
that
I hate
Pachirisu
Whimsicott.
and why I
I
was
hate
able to do it.
Whimsicott.
The Follow Me is what made it a world champion because it's a move that very few get.
Yeah, listen, I hate I hate Whimsicott, like that little cotton ball, because she is prankster, and she'll just encore me,
Ooh.
and she just dances there with her little cotton ball self, and I'm just like, she's taunting me. She's taunting me.
Literally, well, no, Taunt's a different move.
Yeah, it's true. That's also another one I hate because I do Trick Room, and you need to, and it's like if they taunt a certain Pokemon. See, that's why I use Gallade. Gallade is also my other guy. Gallade, they always see the Gallade, and they're like, oh, he's gonna try to use a Sacred Sword on me or some kind of big damage. But my Gallade has Trick Room also, so like then I hit him with the Trick Room, and they're like, oh, I like they didn't even realize. So if they did have taunt, they weren't expecting to taunt the
And now it's
Glade.
too
They're
late.
like, yeah. So I always make teams where they're like, "What are you trying to do?" And I'm like, "Little do you know, Propeller has Tailwind, Glade has Trick Room, Blastoise is just a menace because he's like a Mega. That's like my Mega. So because you can only have one.
Yeah.
So at least out on the field. You can technically have two in your party, but like I mean,
At
like
that point, it's
it takes a
suboptimal because you
slot.
know you'll only ever use one, and you're not using a more productive item on that other one.
Exactly. Exactly. You can have two, and like certain situations you might want the other one. But like just like you said, like if you have like another, because like I have a Dragalia, which is like you can have the Mega for that one, but I prefer to have their base ability with an item on that. So like,
Mm.
like it really depends, because that's when you got to look at like their items and then their abilities. Their abilities are good. Some, and like I said, not every Pokemon is built like the other. So you have to have like some abilities are like really, really, really good, and some of them you're like, that's
Some of them
kind
are
of
actively
average.
bad because they're meant to balance them out. That you have Regigigas, whose ability is perhaps a little too bad with slow
Oh,
start,
what is it? The
literally
slow start?
slow
Yeah,
start,
yeah, yeah,
just
yeah. It's the
having
slow
all of
start.
its attack stats for 5 turns, which 5 turns in a Pokemon battle is an eternity. That it is very rare for anything to remain on the field for 5 turns.
Exactly. So what you have to do with that is usually use like an ability swap in mid game to take it off of them,
Yep, but that's
and
the
then
other thing of, okay, can you take this really bad ability and then do something quirky with it to either nullify it, use it in your favor, or even
mhm.
better, pass it off?
And that's the fun part about the game. Like again, you make a Pokemon team, and like my Glade is not the tank, or okay, so Glade's normally not a super tanky Pokemon. Like special defense, great. Defense, which again, that's another thing. Some of them are strong in one, but not the other. So
Mm.
like this one's strong in the special defense, but I've made this Glade super tanky so that he can take a hit if somebody tries to stop me, and then I just trigger him. And then now I'm in the room where it happens. I'm in the room where it happens. Like that's when like all my slow guys go big damage. Big damage. Because usually a lot of slow Pokemon are usually either bulky or they
Yeah,
have a lot of good stats, but they're just
because
really slow.
just like
So
abilities, speed is a balance factor of, okay, something that is weaker gets to go first. Something that is slower usually goes last, and that's the trade-off of it having really high defense or really high power that you need to wait. But the whole thing of Trick Room is, no, I get to have my cake and eat it too. I'm saying that, no, this normal drawback isn't, and the cost there becomes the setup, that you are spending one of 4 moves on a Pokemon, so 25% of their entire move pool is just so you can enable the others, and then it takes a turn to do that, and that there's ways to stop that or to nullify that, like you were saying, whether it's via taunt or other things. But that's the game. That's what makes a good strategy game, competitive game, is you have your strengths, your weaknesses, your plays, your counter plays, and the way that you balance things. And like anything that is as complex as Pokemon, nothing's ever perfectly balanced. You're going to have your meta, you're going to have the format menace that is perhaps on too many teams, but that for it being as complex as it is, and there's no possible way that the developers are able to test every possible combination. Just there's quintillions, big, large number, many, many more than billions possible iterations of 6 Pokemon with 4 moves each, with one of 100, several hundreds of items. What impressed me the most is in Scarlet Violet, for all of the visual quirks in the overworld, for all of that, I never saw anyone crash in the battle system. That there wasn't some issue where, this variable broke, it caused an infinite loop and the game just shuts down.
Exactly.
What is undoubtedly the more complex programmatically system was entirely stable. It was just visual quirks. And yes, we can and should demand more of the largest multimedia franchise in the world to have their visuals together. Ugh. But it's still just so impressive, because you'd expect,
there's a lot of math going on right there. There's a lot of math happening. There has to be some math, some combination of variables that just inevitably, statistically, has a quirk that causes an infinite loop or crashes, and they patch it out. But I've never even heard of it happening. And if it has happened, they've patched it out really fast. I think to myself, because I know with Champions, I've been impressed because it looks pretty good, and also everything works. Everything works well. Battles be battling, and where I'm thinking to myself, there's a lot of math happening right now, if you really think about it. Numbers and values and things again, changing Pokemon. Everyone can just change whatever they freaking want, whatever you want, and you can battle people all day. And because I have done that all day, many a times, and it just works, and I've really had no issues, and I'm I like that. I like that's addicting, because I'm oh my god, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted. Because some people are you don't want to play for the story or anything. Pokemon doesn't have story. Pokemon doesn't have story. At least not good story. At least that's how I feel anyway.
Well, it's sad that you missed Black and White, because a lot of people say that Black and White is sort of the peak of Pokemon storytelling, and they tried to have story in Sun and Moon, then they had too much story, and that
I really like Sun and Moon.
Prolifically is just, it's too many cinematics.
Yeah, it's too much. I think they were trying to do too much with that. But one thing that I really didn't like, because I remember I went to Scarlet and Violet, and I remember the DLC, and one thing I always hated about Pokemon is here's the thing, Nintendo has, I always call it the Nintendo touch, in the sense of Donkey Kong, Mario games, all these games are always smooth, and they have this kind of I don't know, they have this nice flow with them. Even if you're playing on a console that's not necessarily up to date with the latest and greatest, because these consoles are, the card, usually the graphics card that's in them is not super high, compared to a PlayStation or an
Nintendo's
Xbox.
always been new uses of old technology, and even as far back as the NES, that the light gun for Duck Hunt uses the normal IR lights that are used in remote controls. The DS touchscreen Palm Pilots handhelds had been on the market for over a decade. They didn't invent touchscreens, they just used them for new things. The accelerometers used in the Wii remotes, again, been on the market for ages and ages. They've actively, and that's part of why even now you look at Nintendo prices and what they are versus others, that Nintendo has always been the cheap option.
Yeah, exactly. Lately, I feel like they've been getting a little bit more like expensive, but
Still not as
it's one of
expensive
those
as the
things.
others.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially lately. Like lately, oh my God, don't even get me started.
Well,
It's just
well,
been
that's
it's been
also,
a lot.
giant asterisk on it now of state of
That's why I'm glad I'm
GPUs,
PC.
which isn't their fault. That
Scalpers.
there's been a lot of, for all the price increases on hardware right now, I will hold companies to task on price gouging on certain things. On that one, I say no. That one was, they didn't want to hike those prices. That was the key component of their systems, because of many other factors out of their control, got spiked, and they would literally be losing unsustainable amounts of money if they
Yeah, I
didn't.
remember back in the day, you can get like top of the line like graphics card for like maybe like it's like I mean they're still like expensive, but it'd be like eight hundred
Yeah,
dollars
but
or
it was,
something. But now
yeah,
it's like
it's,
2,000 or
yeah,
like
and
2,000 like three or
yeah,
300 or
yeah,
3,000. I'm like
and
Jesus.
like there's certain things that, Sony's prolific recent announcement of no longer doing physical games, which
Oh
I won't get into
God.
too much of, that, no, you can't justify that to me.
Yep.
But the
Nope.
one of,
Not at
okay,
all.
we have to increase our console prices by $50, $100 because of graphics cards, like, I'm not happy about it, but I also know that's not them. They didn't want to do that either. That's not them actively trying to price gouge. That's trying to be sustainable, and it sucks. But
Yeah, it's
there's a
not. It's
difference
not
in these
great.
actions and which one is of material greed and which is of material necessity.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of sucks because I decided to play Bloodborne when the like things were when this was going on, and Bloodborne is the only Souls game where you have to play. That one is like it's only on PlayStation.
Mm.
It's only on PlayStation. So you have to do it. So it's funny because they did this when I just started, and I was like, man, I have to play on this PlayStation. So I see it every once in a blue moon. It'll be like PlayStation, and I'm like. But I've always been a PC player. I've always been a PC player for everything. So, but like when they make me do it, I'm like, fine, whatever.
Do you have a favorite Pokemon? Just forget competitive viability for a moment. Just favorite Pokemon. And I know that's a
Hard to
big
say.
question.
Yeah. Because like when I do play Champions, people ask me like, what's your favorite Pokemon? And I'm like, hard question. Because for like VGC purposes, I like Dusclops. For just like when it's not VGC and it's just like cool looks, I like Garchomp. When it's very cute Pokemon, I like Sylveon. So
Mm.
and when it comes to like spooky stuff, because I love spooky stuff, I like Gengar. But Dusclops is also kind of in there, but he's more of my Trick Room setter. He's like the god for like
Interesting
Trick
that you
Room.
say Dusclops, not Dusk Noir. And I know that generally speaking, Dusclops has more viability. You give it the Eviolite, and the buff there for it being not a full evolution has actually, ironically, made it more viable than Dusk Noir.
It's so funny to me because yeah, exactly. He has like an but that's like he's like a great Pokemon for evolutions, or like Porygon 2 is also a good one too. But like there's just something about my little Dusclops, him and Dragapult, which I do like Dragapult. It's like the ghost dragon, and there's not a lot of ghost dragons. Actually, him and I think the devil Pokemon. I can't
Giratina.
remember what that. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think there's like two, and Giratina looks really cool. I've always
Well,
liked
also
the music
Giratina's a
with it.
legendary, proper
Yeah,
legendary.
exactly. And Dragapult is like a pseudo legendary, so like it's one of those things where at least you can use one of them. But I remember I won with those two. With those two especially. There were other ones too. I'm trying to remember. But like I used those two to win like one of these tournaments. It was an online tournament, but I used to do online tournaments, and I think I only did like 2 physical tournaments. I went to like Texas regionals like right before COVID, and then there was another one, but like I do remember the Texas regional. I thought that was like super cool. Minus the fact that have you heard the joke where they say like the Smash tournaments, and it's like it's nothing but BO. well, Pokemon tournaments, it smells like nothing but BO. Like that's the only thing I didn't like is like some people I don't think knew what a shower was, or at least deodorant. I'm like, oh my goodness, oh my
I
goodness.
think it's less of an issue than it was back in the day. I think there, and also
Um,
fortunately, I don't think it's the statistical majority because it only takes one tournament, one event, one local card shop to have this problem for it to go viral and people think, oh, that is the standard. That's what everything is like. But I will definitely say
mhm.
I think it was more common pre 2020 than post 2020.
Yeah, see, and like, I've always heard like they always have like the stigma, especially, since I told you I was a little bit of a normie, that they're always like, oh, the nerdy stuff always has like the smelly like weirdos. But like, I think to myself, like, I hear that cons are not like that. I haven't really been to a con or anything really, but, like, I heard that cons were like that, but I heard that's, like, just a misunderstanding, and I've heard, like, all of these new, like, events and stuff, it's kinda just, like, there's just a different vibe. It's just a different vibe.
But
So,
also,
like,
go
that's
to a
just not the
normie
case.
club on a Saturday night. It's gonna smell like BO.
Yep, true. Very true, very
That
true.
BO is not unique to nerds. That anyone who says so has just not been to any other place with lots of people.
Exactly. I'd call them like my normie friends because, like I said again, I that's the world that I came from, and now I feel like I've learned a lot from like the VTuber sphere, streaming sphere, internet sphere. The
Mm,
different like because Twitch. If you streamed on Twitch compared to like YouTube or something, you're gonna have a different culture. There's a different culture with like how streaming is, and it's like it sounds weird because like streaming culture. It's like yes,
yeah,
there's
and
a Twitch streaming
it is
culture,
very
there's, like, a
difficult to
YouTube streaming
comprehend
culture,
without
it's
actually
different.
seeing it.
Yeah, it's different.
Oh,
By the way,
did you play
I love
Pokopia?
this Pokemon music. Huh?
Did you play Pokopia?
No, I never did. Oh, by the way,
Mm,
sorry, hold on one second, because I do wanna talk about that.
oh, yeah.
May I use the restroom really
Yes,
fast?
please, by all means, yeah. And take
Okay, perfect.
just
I'll
a
be
quick
right
break,
back.
folks. And for folks that are in here, thank you so much for tuning in. I am glancing at chat, but obviously the focus is on the guest. So, sorry, I'm just vamping for time. You can go on and go. Yeah. Um. Oh, also you're muted.
Whoops, sorry, I was muted. I was gonna say, like, one thing that my model might do, and hopefully I can, it's gonna look weird,
Oh.
but, like,
Oh,
when I
actually, okay,
leave,
yeah.
it's
I'm
gonna,
gonna send
like
this to the BRB screen. Make sure that
oh, okay, okay.
it doesn't look too bad. All right, so we'll be right back in just a moment, folks.
I just wanted to explain that just
Alrighty, welcome back. Hopefully everyone had a chance to go to the bathroom, get a snack, get a drink, and where were we? I was about to ask
Oh yeah,
about Pokopia, but you had something
Poketopia.
else
Yeah.
first, I think.
No, actually, it was just that I had to go
Oh,
use the
okay.
potty. That was it.
So you said you haven't played Pokopia.
I think the only reason why that I didn't is because I've never really been the biggest fan of like the survival open world games. Like I really wish that I would be because or like it doesn't even necessarily need to be a survival game, but like it's usually like the open world kind of like Minecraft or like Animal Crossing. I do think they look cool, but I don't know. I like a lot of like competitive games, and I like a lot of like it was just one of those ones that my friends always wanted me to play, and I just could never really like get it. Like I like
Yeah.
having like a
No,
like a
I've
path.
never really been into Minecraft or others like that, but what I will say is I think you should give Pokopia a try for two reasons. One, it matches exactly what you said you like about environmental storytelling from Souls-like games because it is an environmental storytelling game. There is so much, um,
Mhm.
and that as a longtime Pokemon fan, the more you know from the older gens, the more you will understand and connect
Right.
dots of the environmental storytelling. And this isn't going to into any specifics or spoilers, but the line that I've been saying to people about Pokopia is, I cannot believe that Koei Tecmo tricked the Pokemon Company International into making the darkest game in the franchise and dressing it up in the trench coat of a cozy farming sim.
I heard that it's like, isn't that like, it's like all the humans are dead or something? And there's like the Ditto, that, like, because you're a Ditto, right?
The Pokemon on Earth, and, well, inevitably there's some explanation for that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I heard it was kind of like that, and I was like, that does sound cool. But I am playing Power World though, so I mean, like, that's like an open world game.
Like, obviously, I've seen Power World, and there's the whole thing of they were basically really copying Pokemon's homework, and that the most recent version has a lot of redesigns that makes them at least not as blatant.
Neat. Like, you have like the aspect of catching stuff out,
but that they're using a lot of mechanics that Pokemon has never touched.
Yeah, in the sense of like chances of catching people, or like doing like where you can battle it naturally, even with the guns.
Yeah,
which is really
also neat. Like catching humans is like that seems unethical.
Yeah, like I caught the village elder. Okay, I caught the village elder, and then I also
I saw that. It was like, wait a minute, that's kind of messed up if you think about it.
Yeah, and you know what's like, so I think what they did to compensate for that is that, like, even if you do capture them, at least if you're in the village, another one's there. But you can have copies. You can have copies. It's so funny to me. I love that. So like I have like village elder and like a gunner and a few other things, and I just have them working at my base. I'm like, back to work. Back to work. And it's so funny. But I also have like, I caught this, okay, and you know what? I got super lucky, but there was this elephant that I caught. It's like level 34. And you can see it at the very beginning of the game, but I went behind it. It's like a 1% chance of catching it, and then like it shakes, then it's like 5% or something. But it shook twice, and then I caught it, and everyone's like, "How did you do that?" And I'm like, "I have no idea."
Luck. It's streamer luck.
Yep, exactly. It's streamer luck. And then I got it again with the very first world boss. It was a llama boss, and I was like, I ran up to it, caught it, and it was like 3%, 6% captured. I'm like, first try too, first try. I was like, no way.
Absurd.
And everyone's just like, how's that even possible? I'm like, I don't know. I just caught him.
It's the exchange for all the bad luck that you've had in all the Souls-like games.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh my god, it's one of those things where I like if you get them early, everything is easy. At least like at the very beginning, you're just like, Elephant Mon, go and murder them all. And it's just like he just does like a big earthquake.
It's like, oh, I have a Garchomp before Gym 2.
Yep, seriously, that is exactly what it is right there. Where you're like, I have literally, I'm trying to think, like having like a legendary. I feel like early on, you're like, all right, you're gonna do just great.
Yeah, you're on easy mode now,
here, buddy. You're gonna do just fine. And then capturing the llama just made it easy too, because then like if my elephant does eventually die, I'm like, well, now have another world boss.
Well, there's another.
Exactly. So like it makes me laugh. But like I also like the building part, because there's like I don't usually like that part usually, but you can like build a house, and you can like and then you need to like, to advance your base, you need to have like, you need to build certain things. So it kind of teaches you how to build the game, or how to play the game.
Yeah.
Because you have to build this, you're like, well, what's that? Well, it's this thing, and it's like, well, what do I need for that? It's like technology.
I
it's
regret
like,
to inform you that's the exact model of Pokopia.
Yep. So I like that, and I'm getting close to the part where I can make like a gun, and I want a gun. I just want to start shooting Pokemon. Like, I don't know if that makes me morbid, but like I'm just like, listen,
it's the game mechanic. The game mechanic actively encourages and enables you to do that. You are interacting with the game as it was literally designed.
Exactly. So when I pull out my assault rifle, nobody will feel bad that I'm shooting the Pokemon.
Don't worry, it's fine that we are shooting the very cute squirrel.
Even though I know they're pals.
Yeah,
they're pals.
Oh yeah, no, that I remember I was looking in the stream the other day, and that you were calling them Pokemon, that you were referring to them as some of their Pokemon lookalikes and other things. Just everyone knows that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because someone's like, they're pals. And I'm like, I know they're pals, but I keep calling them Pokemon.
No, no.
I can't help it. It is what it
I
is.
don't care if you call it X. It's Twitter to me.
Yep. Yeah, so true. I didn't even think about that example. Sorry, you just stumbled me for a minute because I was like, so true. That's exact. Like that's because like when they did that, I think I was. I mean, it was. I think I was streaming. Still, and like I was just like, no, I'm gonna call it like Twitter. I'm gonna call it the one
It's
with
like
the bird.
that's fine.
And people still do that.
Head pat. You want to call it extra. That's your right. You can do that. And if that's what's on the company documents for tax purposes, that's all fine and dandy. It's still Twitter to me.
Yep, exactly. Oh, can I just say off topic? Your interview skills have gotten so much better too. I'm not
Oh,
saying
thank
that they
you.
weren't great before, but like it probably helps that you've done 190.
Practice
190,
does
like,
help
yep,
a lot.
yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking to myself because I'm not saying I didn't like the last interview. I thought it was great, honestly, but like different feel, and I was just like, good job, good job.
Oh,
So
just
done good job.
inevitably, thank you. But yeah, you've gotten a lot better at streaming than you were 4 years ago, and you weren't a bad streamer 4 years ago. But just as you do something
Exactly.
more, you're gonna get better at it.
Yeah, you know what? I couldn't collab once upon a time. Like, I remember, shout out to Grimmy. Again, I love Grimmy, but I remember she brought me on one time to just talk and hang out and stuff. And like, I didn't mean for this to be a thing, but like, and this is stuff that you learn whenever you're doing streams and stuff, is that like, cause like, if you do, cause there's streamers that don't collab at all, but there's also streamers that only collab. I might know one. And, or like mainly. And it's kind of one of those things where like for instance with Grimmy, I think I was like taking over where I think I was just and I do that because that's why I like this like interview right here, because it's like you're like, hey, this is all about the person, so go ahead and talk. So I'm like, sweet. Because I will, and I feel like I may over talk sometimes somebody, but it's just I get excited about things. I have real bad ADHD, so I over talk sometimes, and I've gotten better at that. But like before, I felt like I was just like maybe taking too much of the show or like talking. So now I try to balance it. I try to balance, I listen a lot more, and I'm like, but that was just stuff where I'm like, I got to get used to, because if anyone doesn't know, like the collab, it's a process, especially for like VTubing, because VTubing is so known for that. Because I've noticed, like for the IRL scene, especially now that I've been here for a couple of years, I noticed that like IRL people, or I guess the IRL streams, they do collab here and there, but like I notice it's more VTubers. VTubers do it a ton.
Because it's
So
easier
like
for
compared
us.
wise,
That
yeah, yeah, exactly.
and it looks
Indeed.
better for us because for IRL folks, you have to have the little squares at the bottom of the screen that show their backgrounds, and it's just not terribly aesthetically pleasing. And that they don't use technology and OBS and other things the way that we do. So the types of things that are second nature to us, that in all technicality are not complex, are just not common knowledge to them, because it's just
Hmm.
not how that part of content creators usually uses technology. And that's the other thing that I'm kind of waiting for them to wake up to, that goodness knows they have the power, they can do it. And I think part of it might be culture, but I think part of it is simply that VTubing inherently comes with so much more comprehensive technical requirements that
Exactly.
it's just easier and more intuitive for us to do these things that require what are higher effort in relativity for other creators.
Yeah, exactly. Like great example. I was with we raided into my Cora, but she was also with my friend Suto, and then she was with another person that I don't know. I gotta meet them. She usually sets me up with people like, do you know this person? I'm like, oh, thanks. Which it's really nice to have a friend that is very social, because I'm not. Like, so it's like, oh, who are you? Because I don't know you. But anyway, but like they were doing Pokemon card openings with Rocky, which is a IRL streamer, and they had all three of their models there doing a collab, doing openings with an IRL person on the side. I was like, that was neat. I was like, so they're adding stuff together, and like like, that's a whole one process. You gotta set all that up, you gotta do all that, and, like, collab I honestly think there's, like, a collab culture. Plus, there's also, like, hidden rules if people don't already say it, like, make sure that, especially if you're with new people. If you're with people that you already know, like,
Yeah.
that's a different story, but, like, with new people, like, if you're because some people are streaming and everyone's streaming, they always say, like, make sure that you're, like, muting yourself whenever you're talking to chat, but then back, and like other things where it's like it's more common courtesy, but not everybody knows
Yeah.
that. Not everybody knows that when you're first going. So it can be like, oh, I didn't think about that. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's just stuff that you learn eventually.
Exactly. And I like that you point out that it's not necessarily, oh, these other folks, don't know how to act or that this is beyond them. It's no, like most things in life are, you learn or you observe or you receive this information one way or another. Uh, Knowing how to do a live stream collab is not a human instinct. It is not something that the I'm not even going to call it culture, but like you said, I forgot the exact term you used already. Oof. But
I'm trying to remember
the
too. I'm like, what
formalities,
did I say?
the
Did I say
just
something nice?
the courtesies of that,
Oh yeah.
and whether it's
Mhm.
inviting someone over to your house for a party, and all right, hey,
That's a
this
good
is my
example.
friend that I my core friend group. This is the usual gang, but this is my new buddy that I met doing the thing at the
And they
place,
may be like, "Hey,
and
how are you?" They're not like they may
yeah,
not be like, "Yo, what's up?" Like as if
yeah,
like they know you. They're like,
yeah.
"I don't
You
know
need
you."
to sort of ease them into the group a little bit, and that be cognizant of them and go through the inevitable social steps that you have to go through in
Yeah,
any
and that's not just
relationship, really.
known, like this
Yeah.
is a culture. Like,
Yeah.
for instance, I remember my friend Kana, which again I've known her for a while. I remember when I first like would write her sometimes, like because I was watching their streams and I really liked their streams originally. It was like, oh, I haven't seen another VTuber really, so I was like, let me watch or one that like I like was talking back to me, and you know what I mean? Because not
Yeah.
everyone can like. There's chats that doesn't really happen like that. You kind of just like eyes. Which I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but, like, it's a different thing, which I think that's really cool for, like, the stream culture, by the way. I think that's, like, cool. You can be in a, huge mass, or you can be in one that's more like, smaller. But anyway, I remember, like, not really realizing it. I didn't really think about it, but, like, I would watch, I would be writing, and then I'm like, "Hey, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go stream in a couple of minutes." So, like, technically saying that you're gonna go broadcast in someone else's chat usually is not, like, the
That's
best
considered a
common
faux pas
courtesy.
generally. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't really realize it. I was just like we were having a conversation, and I wanted to make sure that they knew that I was heading out, and I hope
Yeah, that
and you
you
can
think
let
it's
people
the
know.
formality, the nicety, the courtesy you think of, "Hey, I'm heading out, so if I when I suddenly stop responding in a moment, this is why." And but
Yep.
that in this context, that is considered rude.
Yeah, and I remember my friend, like, actually, I give props to Kana. She was like, "Hey, just so you know," she let me know, and I was like, "Oh," and like, not everyone wants to do that because they're like, "Oh, well, like, I don't want to have drama or something," and be like, "Oh, why I can't do like, just say that." But like for me, I'm glad, I like keeping people around me that like they kinda let me know if something was happening, cause like, I didn't really know a lot of this culture at all. Like, again, the internet culture, all this stuff, like Twitch culture, like, that's a thing, and it's something that, like, you just like especially for a normie like me, I didn't really barely even know how to use the internet. So, I like in my head, I was like, "Oh," "Oh, you're right," and, like, eventually I'd see it, especially nowadays, I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I can see why someone just doesn't do that, or just doesn't do this." So, like but, like, I was brand new. I was brand new to everything, so I was young. I was young. I didn't know. Now I'm old. Now I'm old.
Yep. But
It's okay though.
yeah, no, but that's how it goes. That you learn. Goodness knows, I've had those types of blunders, and the vast majority of people will have at least a few of them. And again, that's life. That's how you grow. That you learn either through experience or being told or observing that there might have been someone in the chat just lurking who initially saw your comment, thought, "Oh yeah, that was nice for her to say," as she was going on the way out, and learning even while lurking, oh, well, I know now not to do that if I'm in that position, and that's learning for them.
Yeah, and that's why like I feel like and I would do this too, especially if it's somebody that I like. I'm like, "Oh, well, if they didn't know something, like cuz that's another thing. Some people think cuz again, everyone always think that everyone's a bad guy. And like there are people that in this sphere, there are people that are very business minded and they will see collabs as like transactional. And I think you can do that. Like I think that's fine. I'm not personally like that. I'm more of a hey, let's be friends kind of thing because I
Yeah.
like people. I really do like people. But like not everyone's like that and it's just a different sphere. But like I do like whenever I can really mesh with somebody and I can like get close to them. But I also want them to be very real to me. Like if something like is going on, I'm gonna let you know. Like
Yeah.
because I would be like, hey, what if that's something where I'm like, I wish somebody would have told me because what if you're just doing something wrong and like and again, everyone always is like, oh, well, this person's probably bad because of this and this person's bad because of that. And I've seen some bad people. I've also, this sphere has not been
Yeah.
perfect, but like I will say that there's also a lot of times that people just don't know that they're doing
Oh yeah.
something. Something I've noticed with this sphere is nothing wrong with it, but a little socially awkward. Like, sometimes is that wrong to say? I don't
It,
like
well,
where I feel
it,
like,
that
not everyone
it's a
has had
bunch
an
of
IRL job.
nerds.
Yeah, it's like not everyone's had an IRL job and had to deal with, like, certain people and,
Oh yes,
some people, they
you're
just
you're
stream,
right.
like,
The
that's
only
it.
thing worse than a bunch of nerds, a large chunk of whom are young.
Yep, and they're still just doing stuff. Some people, like yeah, and it's something that, like, I never grew up with, and I'm sure you can, like, relate. Sorry, my hand tracking breaks sometimes, you don't see my hand break. But, something that you could probably relate with is streaming was never a thing growing up. So, like, for me, like, kids can do that now. Or I guess not kids, they're, like, 18, 19 now. But, like, they can do that now. For me, like, I went to the military. So, like, for me, I was like, "Oh, that's what I did." And that was a viable option. But now another viable option can be streaming. But like some people have never dealt with fast or fast food or worked at Target or I guess
Yeah,
Walmart because like
haven't
I
worked
worked at it. I
retail,
worked at
haven't
Target.
worked a customer-facing job.
Yeah, and that's tough because that's like you're gonna have people that are like wild people that are like they demand service. Some people they're like they're odd. Some people like if you do work retail, you'll notice that people steal a lot. Which there's usually a department for that, but like you got to deal with people that are like doing wrong, and you're like,
Yeah.
I remember actually, I'm not sure if I told you this story, but like, I remember when I did work at Target once, I used to love, like, cause I love music. One of my friends, one of my military friends gave me, subwoofers and I used to listen to them because my little brother loved them. And somebody during my morning shift, because I used to work when I was, because I used to have a part-time job while I was in the military. Like again, just I've always been a worker. I work a lot, and I got one of those seasonal jobs wherever it was like where like for during like Christmas
Yeah,
time,
during the
like you
holidays,
go
they
in super
always
early.
double up on staff, and that,
Yep.
yeah,
I took a job at Target to do that, but it's one of those ones that, like, you gotta get there when the truck comes in, and if you ever
yeah,
work,
you're
like, an
you're working
assembly line, it's kinda
inventory.
like that. Yeah, and, somebody broke in to my I think I had a Yukon at that time, but somebody during my morning shift there, because like, I would take a break around, like, 8 or 9, but somehow, some way like, cause I'm pretty sure these things were again, I've lived in the ghetto for a lot of my life, sorry, but, like, somehow, some way during that time, maybe within, like, a 4-hour period, 3 or 4-hour period, cause, they give you breaks. I remember cause I was gonna go back to my Yukon, they broke in, and they found that so someone must have been watching my, like, car, I am convinced, but, like and they and 'cause they or, like, they might have heard my, like, subwoofer 'cause
Yeah,
they're loud. And they and took it out of the car during that few hour period. I'm like, "What? You had to been planning that." Like, that's like
or you've been carrying around these power tools.
yeah, exactly, because they had to have been power tools. Because I specifically remember them having to be, like, kinda bolted down, like, you know what I mean? So that it
Yeah,
stays in the car. And, yep, they yoinked that. And it was a big one. It was a big one too. They just went right out the window.
mm,
So then when I come back to my car, my window shattered and I was like, "Oh my God." And then I look, subwoofers are gone. I was
oh,
like I was like, "Those things are huge." And it cost me $1,000 too. I remember during that time. And like, cause like I had like they call it like the military money. Like, they call it like when you get out of basic training, you can't use your money. Like whenever you're cause like basic training's like 2 months, right? And during that time, you're getting paid, but it's like accumulating. The military tries to start you off well, like, because you do basic training, make sure that you can live there. And as you do that, then you go to tech school. And tech school, a lot of times, is to learn your job, kind of like school. Well, I mean, tech school, so, makes sense. But like, you go to your school. Some schools are short, some schools are long. I was an engineer, so and engineers had like a 6 or 7, about 6 or 7 month a school. Sorry, I have really bad humor. But during that time, like you're getting a good amount of money, and a lot of times you have like the chow hall, which is free. You have a lot of things where you're accumulating money. You know what I mean? Which is really nice. That's why I think
Yeah.
the military I have love-hate relationship with. But like they do try to start you off right. And but like they always say, like the reason why people buy like Mustangs or like these sports cars, like because it's always military guys, like it's usually the army guys. That's what I noticed. But like is because you have that money accumulating, and apparently I spent some of my money to do that. So I had like $1,000 just to throw, just for it to get stolen. I was like, no way,
Uh,
no way. But like I said, I've had my window broken in a couple times. It's just it's just a neighborhood I've lived in for a while. So like, I'd like to move, but like kind of expensive out there.
Boy, howdy is it.
Mm-hmm. But like that's why I got my other job. I do like to work. I like to just do stuff. Like my body doesn't like to apparently nowadays. I've been getting older. I can feel it. I can feel it. But I'm trying. I'm trying to keep up with my old self. But like as you get into your 30s, I feel like you kind of feel it a little bit more. I don't know if you felt it, but like I definitely felt it in the last few years.
I haven't felt it too much, but I can feel that I'm starting to feel it. That I can tell. All right, you know, I'm not old. 30s isn't old, but
No,
there is
absolutely
a
not.
difference in just how
Your energy
much
level sometimes a little
energy you
different
have when
sometimes.
you are in your early and mid 20s versus 30s. Just eh, it's not a huge cliff, but it's
Yeah,
noticeable.
it's true. Like I know with like some of the military guys, like there would be guys that are in their 20s, right? I remember they would have like benders where they would drink all night, but then they would be at drill ready to go. Like
Yeah,
or like at formation
yeah,
at like 5 o'clock in the morning, ready to go. And I'm like, didn't you just like have like a huge party? Yeah, or like, cause they're like, military guys, they like to drink. They like to drink. That's something I noticed. And and like I used to drink too until my appendix blew up. So probably the best that happened in like the weird way, in like the
yeah,
weirdest way. In the weirdest way, like I try to think of the benefits, the good in life.
yeah,
So you have to, because like life is tough, and people look so much on like the bad sometimes that it consumes your life. It consumes your life, and I feel like that's no way to live.
yeah.
You
And
gotta have fun.
and like Doc in the chat says, 30 is not old. That we're still going for you know
I think the military aged me,
many
honestly.
many hours streams, staying up late. That we're not feeble or anything, but there
Right.
is some difference on. Okay, we don't necessarily go as hard as extreme as someone in their mid 20s is gonna do. But I think
Yeah,
also
I
some
remember
of
the
that
energy I
comes
had when I was
from
28 when I started compared to now, and I'm like, like sometimes I can do some longer streams and stuff, but my body's like, excuse me, what are you trying to do? And I'm like, are we not doing this? They're like, no, no, no. And I'm like, oh, I guess we're not doing that now. So
Ugh,
my body just can't handle it sometimes. Like I know I still stream like 8 or 10 hours, but like if I mean my chat knows, like there would be days where I like, again, we had talked about that Elden Ring stream. It literally a 30-hour stream, and then like I think I slept like maybe like a day, and then I came back and did another 30-hour stream just to beat that. Like it was like, and it was all just for that one boss. But I could do like back to back long streams during Cyberpunk and Monster Hunter times. Oh my god!
oh,
Which,
we
by
didn't
the
even get
way,
to Monster Hunter.
oh, that's right, that's right. I say I like it's that's why I like being a variety streamer. Is that like if I got locked down to one genre, I don't think I could do this for very much. But this is the only like one thing. It's gonna sound a little corny, but my whole life, I like out of all like I've had many a interest, whether it's like playing the guitar or like I like playing sports, learning stuff on like the internet, learning a different language, doing stuff like that. But like I've always got to a point where I'm like, I'm bored of this, I'm done. But streaming out of after 5 years, I still feel the love. And that's a special thing because like I feel like a lot of people go through life like, what do I want to do? What am I about? And yes, I do have another job still, so there's other things that I do. But like this is like, dare I say, a calling. Like I like it. I Switch sometimes says, which Switch is the manager of like the channel, and he's like you were like, some people have the streamer bug, you got the streamer bug. Because I love what I do. But like not everybody again likes like everything about it, and there's not everything I like about it. It's not like I love every like thing about streaming. There's a lot of things I would like to see changed, but I do think to myself that I don't know, you got to have some kind of love for it. You got to love talking to people. You got to love doing stuff, because if not, you'll get burnt out. You'll get burnt out. You're like, well, this isn't for me, and that's okay if it's not. You got to
Yeah.
find your calling. Got to find your calling.
And that's part of why I recently decided to make it so this is now a talk show and whatever the heck I feel like doing whenever I feel like doing a channel with
By the
all
way,
the other
thank you
game
for
streams.
having me for your very first person for
Yeah.
your comeback.
No, because my mentality on comeback streams is I am not going to reach out to all 190 of my guests and ask them to be back on the show. Just the fact that someone would take time to respond and accept my initial invitation to be on my show already, that's a huge thing. There's so many folks that I invite to be on the show that either don't respond or politely decline. Never begrudge anyone for that. That time is the most valuable resource we have, and the fact that people would spend any amount of time to be on the show when you could be resting, you could be on your own stream, working on other content or whatever, working a job. That's
You're one
very
of the
meaningful to
very
me.
first people that ever reached out to me for things, and then you also had like good causes for like your charity stuff, and
Well, that's the one
like
time that I'll reach
I
out.
really
That
respect that. I really respect that. Like I think not everyone has that mentality, and I'm like plus again, I'm not. You know how they always say, and I haven't like I don't want to ever say that I like you blew up, but like where like they just like forget their like OG people that have been inside your life. I've never been one of those people that like I'm like, hey, well, we're right here right now, so we can't do that. There are times where I am busy, or like I have work and other things, but
Yeah, no, you gotta
I
be
feel like I'll
practical and
always write
responsible.
people. Yeah, exactly. I always write people. I like if someone writes me on like Discord, I might take a minute sometimes to get to the message, but I will write you back. I like people to feel like they're being seen. I see you. I
Yeah,
see you. So
yeah.
like, I think that's a big deal, and I think that people really appreciate that, especially inside this sphere.
No,
People
and
appreciate being like seen sometimes, you
mm,
know? I'm like,
yeah,
"Oh, that's so and so. They're pretty cool. They've been here with us for a while. I may not know everything about you, but I try. I try my darndest."
yeah. And that's really what I try to do for all my guests. And I know I'm going to know some people better than others, interact with some more than others, and that I do still, historically have sent out, the charity invites to all the past guests every single year. And I'm finally at the point I even made a post saying, all right, after year 5, if someone hasn't responded to an invitation for 2 or 3 years, if they respond saying, hey, can't make it this year, maybe next year I'll still send them a thing. But if, I've up until now considered it a courtesy, and almost, my greatest fear is I never want someone to feel like I am excluding them or that they are not welcome or wanted or appreciated. So I have actively sent every year, and some folks just have not responded. I don't know if that's because, they missed the message or just aren't interested and aren't super comfy saying no, which is entirely fine. But that now I'm at the point where, okay, I don't want to have some of these folks are, 3 in a row where I've sent them and they haven't responded. Like, okay, anything past this is going to seem like annoying pestering. So what I'm going
Right.
to do is going to
They're
stop
like, "Why is this
sending
person
if
just
it,
keep writing? I
yeah,
clearly haven't wrote them back,"
yeah,
kinda
that if
thing. Yeah.
that, it's past the point for that. But if they reach out, then I'm going to make a post saying, hey, if you didn't get a thing, it's because I didn't want to bug you. Reach out to me. If you're interested, doors always open. But my mentality for these comeback shows is someone has to say they're interested to me, that they have to reach out to me because not in like a requirement is like, oh, they need to ask me, but I feel like I already asked them once to be on the show the first time, and I already
Mhm.
asked them once a year for the charity thing.
Yeah.
I asking them to come on the show again, like to go out of their way, just that doesn't feel right to me. I feel like I would be imposing at that point. I don't want that. But for
Right.
you, because like you said, that or like I said that I think the first to reach out at some point, or just when we were having a conversation, or
I just think it was
while
a cool
responding.
idea, honestly. I was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I'm like, "Have you ever thought about this?" Because I remember, like, not in a bad way, because I actually do think too, sometimes you may look at old content that you
Oh
have, and you're
yeah.
like, "Oh, okay, well," I always say, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I'm cringing
Yeah.
at, like, my own stuff," but I do think that it's good to learn. You're like, "Okay, you have changed," and I was,
Yeah.
like, telling you, I was like, lots has changed with me, so if someone has seen my old one, if you've
It's
seen
not
that,
necessarily accurate anymore.
now yeah, exactly, now it's, like, not accurate. I was kinda still playing a character a little bit, so now I'm like, "Well, this is actually me, this is what I do." I really embrace the be yourself kind of
Yeah.
person, just in anime form,
Mm.
and not everyone has to do that. Some people love to play up a character, and I think that's really cool if that's the case. Again, we talked about Cabal or Grimmy, or, like, I mean, there are many, and, where they do, like, speak their, like, IRL self, but they're also very, like, I mean, they're playing, like, an aesthetic, and I like that. But, like, for me, I noticed that I'm not really much of an actress, not really much of an actress. I never, some people say, like, if you did, like, theater school, or if you were a theater school kid, like, doing the part, like, might be something that's right down your alley, because it's, like, kinda similar if you really think
Yeah.
about it. But, like, for me, I was like, I was never like that, like, growing up, but, like, I do love tech. I love tech. I love tech, and I think, like, to this day, doing this is cool to me. I'm just like, I can move my hands, I can do stuff, and then when I put on the 3D, and again, I feel bad because, like, that would've been a cooler show. I could've, like, walked around to you. I could've poked you in the nose. Could've booped you inside the nose, but, and then I could've, like,
One second.
half-bodied
Well,
it. It's like, I was
we can
thinking
still
about
have
it
you
now.
poking, mate.
Yeah, just a little.
Oh my God. My
Oh,
eye.
my
My eye.
eye, my eye. It's like, "Sorry, I'm kinda just trying to get it." It's like, y and you know what is really, upsetting to me is that, I have this hand tracking thing, which, again, I have the option to do a 3D, but it's a process. I gotta put, like, trackers on and, like, do a bunch of stuff, which, again, I've gotten faster at it because, again, practice makes, like, perfect, and I've gotten pretty good at being like, "Okay, this one goes here, here." I know how to do the setup a lot faster. Like, I just did it last stream, I think, and, but this one is still really, like, good, but the hand tracking, and you kind of probably have seen it, like, if anyone's been watching, like, my hand will sometimes, like, go and do this, and it'll get stuck. But it's because this camera I've had for quite a while. It's like a hand tracking thing, but it's starting to go out. I mean, I've had it for a couple years now. So plus, the amount of times I've accidentally slapped it off, or like hit it, 'cause like I'm doing stuff and go
And
and smack it. It's like that's probably why it's breaking. But like the company is out of business now. So
oh
I know there's
no.
other ways to have it. So I'm like, crap, I really like this camera. And I don't know if there's anything similar. I just want something that's working a little bit better. That's not doing
Yeah.
like the breaking hand thing. That would be awesome.
Like, I feel like you
But
might actually want to buy new ones now while this one is still working, because if you get to the point where this one just breaks, you're stuck, and then you're waiting for a new one to
that is
actually
exactly
get in.
what, like, that is the position I'm in right now, because, like, they've been out in business now, and I've been trying my hardest for, like, the last year and a half to get, like an Amazon one, or the one from, like, Robot Shop, which I think that's another spot, and there's, like, a few other spots, but every time that, like, I, like, reserve it, because you're able to, like, reserve it, they're like, "Sorry, we don't have any." I'm like, "Ugh." And I've done it, like, 2 or 3 times,
Oh
and, like, every time that
no.
I've waited, I'm like, why?
You're
I'm like,
breaking my
I mean, it's
heart.
not like I knew, or else I would've bought
Yeah.
2, or I would've bought 2, and I would've
Mm.
had one. But, like, because I didn't know I was gonna love it so much. Again, I'm Hispanic, and I like to say that, or well, partly, I'm very many things, very many things. But, like, I feel like my Hispanic side of the family, they like to talk with their hands a lot. So, like, I think whenever people watch, like, stream, like they can be like, oh, well, like they can like it's like to me personally, it's more like interactive. Plus, not every VTuber has hands, honestly. So like, I think
Look
it's
at
really cool when you're able
this
to be
little
like,
microphone. I don't even know.
huh?
You said some VTubers don't have hands as I look at myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I was like, oh my God, I just noticed. I was like, yes, 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 just like that.
Just
Just
like
like that.
this.
Exactly, just like that. Didn't mean to point you out specifically, but it just, I guess it just, if the boot fits.
Yep. Well, no, because I don't have feet either. Well, I have one foot technically.
God,
It is
I keep putting
round.
my foot in my mouth, and it sucks because you can't do that. I'm sorry. Actually, if anything, that's a bonus. That's
It's
a bonus
true.
because then you don't have to accidentally screw up.
Yeah, this little guy, while certainly much more than the disembodied voice that I was 3 years
I
ago.
like your model.
Oh yeah, and Captain Crabs did an amazing job with this, and it is
Oh, is that who did it?
yes.
I remember doing one of your charities with him. I
Yeah. Oh,
remember.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. See, I like I always like to say, like I like always joke on stream where I'm like, I can't remember anything. And sometimes when I'm streaming, oh my God, I get the biggest fog brain sometimes, especially when I'm playing. I'm like,
Oh
crap,
yeah.
is that what I did? But like I remember people's faces. Or I guess I can't see your kids'
Well,
faces, but I guess your
they're
your
model
models.
faces.
Yeah, they're models. And I remember like, especially if it's something that like was like an event or something, a lot of times I can remember you.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
to be
know.
fair,
I
Krabs
remember
is
the little
pretty
things.
original, an actual crab.
True. That's true. Because like I remember when I saw their model, I was like, oh, that's like a crab. And I think that's interesting. Like again, we're going back to like the models and like the designs and how you want to do things. Some people have like they get in character with things. Some people have like a literal animal as like their model or a peanut or whatever they want to be. So like, and I decided to go more of the IRL side of things, or well, I like to say anime, but IRL. And like, I think that's cool that you have the option. You have all the tools to be whatever your heart desires, and I think that's like really cool about the VTuber sphere because you can say the streaming sphere like you can do whatever you want, but I think VTubers you can be whatever you want, and I think that's kind of a split a little bit. So I think the fact that I can do both is truly amazing. Like sometimes I think about just doing because again we talked about earlier about like getting models on different sites and just trying stuff, and it's like completely like rigged models. Sometimes I'm like, I would love to just do like if I had time and didn't have a full-time job also, I'm like it'd be cool to have like an off account that was just a different model. I was just a different model that I really liked, and I'm like, that's me, and maybe I can do a different personality or a different style. So
That was the
and you can
consideration,
do that.
actually, for my own. That when I decided to broaden the channel and make it whatever I want when I want, that was after close to 6 months of deliberation. I had really considered starting a new channel, whether it be a new channel, VTuber, talking to the number 2 of, all right, this is the secondary channel where I do the non-talk show streams, or I considered getting a new model, a humanoid model, and just trying gaming on that, and maybe saying, hey, this is me, and that I'm doing this as an experiment. I considered, just secretly starting a channel, telling nobody but maybe 1 or 2 very close friends, and just, going from scratch, doing whatever I want. I was looking into ASMR.
That's how I started streaming.
Yeah.
Like I didn't have like a debut or anything at all. I was kind of just like, I think I like, and when I first started streaming, I thought and that was back in 2021, I think, or 2022, I can't remember. But like, I remember during that time, everyone had a debut and stuff. I'm like, did I need to have that? And I never did. So I was like,
didn't.
I'm just gonna just start.
Yeah.
So like, I did like ASMR and stuff, but actually, originally I started with like VR chat, and then like I think for like a week, and then I didn't want to do that. So then after that I started some games, didn't really like that, and then I was like, what, like, because like I always was very nervous because I do have a softer sounding tone, and I thought people would make fun of me because I didn't know how the internet worked. I always, like, my friends always said that people are gonna make fun of me or whatever because like people on the internet are just rude. And that's not, I mean, some people, yes, but like, I think I've met some of the nicest people like online. I mean, that's why I'm here, right? Like, I mean, I love yapping with everybody, but like at the time, I was just very self-conscious. I was very self-conscious. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. So I did ASMR because then I could talk like quieter, and I didn't have to actually talk the way I talk because I was like, well, what if people make fun of me? But like people talk lightly in ASMR, so I was like perfect. So like it was a perfect thing. So I did my research because I didn't know anything about ASMR when I first started. So I just learned. I just wanted to find something that I'd like, but also something that matched my style.
Yeah.
Then I found out that my style is doing whatever the fuck I want. It's usually gaming and being
Mhm.
wild.
Yeah. And the issue I had was the reason the microphone exists is I have never had a concept of a model that I wanted. That
Mhm.
even back in the day, part of why half the reason why I did the disembodied voice was I was working off a laptop for the first 2 years and
Mhm.
knew that I would not be able to run something super powerful anyways, but also I
Right.
I'm very creative in a lot of ways. I do not mean to this is not me putting myself down or saying that I am incapable of being creative. But I could not and to this day cannot think of a humanoid model design, character concept that appeals to me that I would want to embody as a VTuber. I it
Plus guys,
it's
you got it
just
tough.
not there for
Like
me.
they don't have as much like girls
Yeah,
have a
in that our
lot of
options are
options.
like I said, there's no Suica model for guys, because that's what I actively searched for when I was considering starting a new channel earlier this year
Mhm.
to do the non-talk show content. Nothing. That there
Yeah,
is
there
a
are some
small
decent
number of
models,
things on
but
Booth,
compared,
but it's just
night and day.
and with no offense to the artists who have made those models, that simply put, the average quality of the rebuilt male models is just not what it is of female model availability on the
Not to
market right now.
mention the girls that I are like I've noticed for like, for like women model or for the for like the avatars and stuff, they are there's many of different like vibes.
Yeah,
Guys, I feel like you guys get like a
anime pretty boy.
there yeah, yeah, exactly. You get the e-boy. You get the e-boy look. And also like sometimes like the really bulky guy also, but like there's different vibes. Guys have,
Yeah,
they have like I'd say like the skinny nerd, but also there's also some that are like some are like dorky and have different stuff. And then there's like the actual fantasy like value where like women have tons of different kind of they're like I'm this. So like I feel real bad for guys. I think you guys need a lot
and I'm
more
sure we'll
like
get there.
representation.
That
Yeah, I think
my
so.
guess is that within 2 years or less, probably within a year, that there will be a male presenting Suica model, not necessarily by Suica, but that concept. Um,
Mhm.
and it, but it was the type of thing, even for this, that this model was an accident. That the reason the microphone exists is for the second anniversary marathon. That the last goal we reached was I was actually out of goals, and I asked Chad,
You know,
if we raise $1,000 more, hit that next milestone, what do you want it to be? And someone suggested get a mascot. And I was, sure, fine, I'll get a
I think I
mascot
was there
designed.
for that, right?
You
Was
might
I
have
was I
been
there for that
actually. There's a
one?
very solid
Maybe.
chance that you did,
I
or that
think
you
I
were.
was because I think I was hyping that
Um,
one up. I remember we were
yeah,
like, "Let's get it. Let's get."
yeah,
Yeah, you know what?
and
I
that,
remember because
and
I was
I
trying to hype it
instantly
up.
knew as soon as someone even suggested get a mascot. The mental thing I had was like, okay, it'll be a microphone. So of course it's going to be a microphone. It's not going to be a lion or a dog or something for a talk show. It's going to be a microphone. Easy. I'll just, commission someone to do a cutesy little microphone. And I did, and I got Krabs that he was my first choice actually for that. And I knew in the back of my head that Krabs obviously does rigging as well. And that I I had in the back of my head the possibility of, if I really like the design, maybe this could be the model. Maybe it could be. And
Mhm.
when he sent back the first draft, it was, oh wait, this is it. It
You were
I
like, "Boom,
I
knew
that I
already."
for years on end I could not see myself as a anime boy, an e boy this, that, the other, but I could be a silly little guy. I think I could do that. And
See,
that
and I
this
like
is,
that, and
yeah.
I just like the fact that you can do all that, and, again, for guys, like, again, like, there's so many, like, just like girls, like, different models, different vibes, some are cutesy, some are tomboy, some are like this, but, like, I'm like, guys, I'm like, you get the e-boy look, you get the big muscular man, and sometimes a little bit different, like, maybe, like, a full-on furry look, but,
Or
like,
you make it
um
yourself. And
yeah,
props to
exactly.
those that can and have the time. Yes, I know I could learn to do so. No, I don't have the time.
Yep, same. That was my issue. But like, that's why I said earlier that like having because like again, not everyone wants to have a job and also stream. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, I will say. But like I at least the benefit was that I had a little bit of extra spending cash to get someone else to do it because again, I just didn't know how, and again, not the time or the money, just like you said. So or time mainly, but I did have money to be able to help out, and it wasn't like a ton, but like
Yeah.
it was enough where I
Unfortunately,
was like, hey, I was able to save up for it.
yeah. And certainly I paid Krabs what I think is a very reasonable amount for his time, but also the cost for a model like this is not going to be as high as it is for a full body model. There's simply put less parts, less layers on this that
This is the most expensive one that I've had, and
yeah.
like, I've always gone down a cheap route. But like, once I knew, just like you said earlier, once I knew what I wanted, then I'm like, okay, let's do
Yeah.
it. And I was already like years in, and that's why I always tell people like we have all these cool things that we brought up with like nice models for really cheap or this. But if you wanted to have
Yeah.
like a hole in the wall kind of like thing where it's like very cut, I mean, like I started off with like a
Yeah.
model that was kind of like, it was very very basic. It was very basic, but that's all I had, and that's all I needed. But, like, there are options, but, like, I stuck with it. I mean, hell, I remember for a while, I remember I streamed with a customized, Jenny model, which at the time
I remember
was
that.
like a
I
big deal.
remember
Yeah,
that
I
for
remember.
because and you
30 was it 30
customized it to the
bucks?
point where I actually mistook it for being a genuine new model when I first saw it. I
Yep,
was like,
I
"Oh,
mixed it
I
up.
must have missed the new debut." And then they were like, "No, this is genuine." I was like, "Oh, I see it now. Oh, it is, huh?"
Yep, and, like, if I remember correctly, that Jenny model was, like, 30 bucks. But I used it for
Yeah.
a while, and, like,
You had it for
that was
almost
our
a
thing.
year, actually, I think. You
Yeah,
used it for a
yeah,
while.
so it was a year and some change, I think, and then eventually I was like and then we actually did commission for, like, a 2D model, but, like, what started, like, the one that I really, I guess, like, invested the, time and everything in was, like, eventually and also the money was definitely this one. And, like, we can change like I showed earlier, we change outfits and, like, and hairs and stuff, but again, that took me a long time. Like,
Mhm.
at that time 4 years. So 4 years before I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna put, like, a committed, like, into it." And
Yeah.
then it's cost me a little bit more, but, like, at that time, I already knew we had the community, we were doing great, and I could afford it. So it
Yeah.
was like, "Hey, let's do it." And even then, even then, my model is, like, so much cheaper than, like some of the other ones. Like, I've seen people for, like, tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh,
Mine
yeah.
was,
It's
like, I don't know, like, half of that, if not more.
yeah. And even for starting the new channel, or rather the concept of starting a new channel, that I had a budget in mind. I was ready to spend several $1,000s on,
Mhm.
a custom-made model, character sheet concept, and obviously I looked the idea I had in mind was, all right, I just want to start. I don't want to wait for a model that I want to do this. I have the drive now. I want to do it now. So I'll go to Booth or, some other site and find an off-the-shelf model and use that as the starting point while I
Mhm.
commission something in the background. And then later on, I will have the bespoke model. And I was ready to do that. But it was just, I sat down for several days, and anytime that I had free mental space, I would be brainstorming, trying to think of character concepts. And there were a couple that I got to the point of there could be something here, maybe, but
Uh-huh.
given extended thoughts, all of them, I just sort of hit a brick wall, just like, it's okay, but it's not. I can tell that there's not a spark. It's not oh, this is
Yeah.
it. And
I always tell myself if I
I'm
ever
ready
did
to
do it
spend
again.
several $1,000s, but
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to spend several $1,000s if it's not it.
Yeah, if you don't like it, and sometimes you will have different, like, again, I've had like different content since then, but like if you're willing to spend a big buck on it, you want to make sure you
Yeah.
know?
And that I went to then Booth and others. It was like, okay, maybe while looking for these stock models to have as a starting point, I'll find an inspiration and be like, okay, so this is like this is the core of that concept I had, and then I can iterate on it for the actual one. And while going through the limited options of ones there, it was just like, yeah, there's nothing that I can even like. I think I found 2 models that I was like, if I had a really strong concept that I knew that I wanted for my custom model, that I could live with taking this one and having it be the temporary one,
Mhm.
begrudgingly, but I would do it, and that's fine. But even then, it was just there wasn't anything, and that and a couple other
Again, I
factors would
feel real
ultimately had me
bad
just
sometimes
say,
about
no,
that. I'm
I'm
like,
just doing it
oh.
here. It's all on this channel.
Mhm. Yeah, I like I feel bad for guys sometimes because again, like you guys are limited, and like one of these days I think there will be more to it. I hope anyway,
Oh
but
yeah,
because
inevitably.
again, I'm all about the equalness. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, if we can have stuff like
And
this, then you guys can also,
yeah, and to be clear,
or
it's
you
like I'm not
should.
saying being a male VTuber is hard. No, I'm not saying that. It is the literal, um, very plain statistical thing of there are fewer pre-made VTuber male models than
Mhm.
female.
It's more the models, but
That's that.
however, I
Yeah.
will say a little secret, like when it comes to like guys, is that I think the male VTuber sphere has been thirsting, like in the sense of like not in like a weird way, but like finding the right talent for guys. I think that there's been a shortage of it there, and I think that there's some very talented guys out there, that like just need, like, if they can also have, like, I'm not saying you need a cool model, but like if you're able to have cool stuff like that, and also with the talent, I'm like, hey, there is a market out there for that. So like I think to myself, like, guys can definitely do it. Like, do I think that like there's definitely a dominance of like women inside the sphere, but I feel like guys, like I think there needs to be more because
Oh yeah.
like there's a lot of talented guys out there, and like, and also if they have a cool model, it's like aesthetically
Mhm.
pleasing, of course, too. So
And there's
I just
absolutely
think
the
to
market
myself
for man
like, yes,
service.
yes, definitely, women want to watch, but also
I,
guys want to watch too. Like I
yeah.
know Horde Stan that I know, he has like a, like, how should I say? He is like, I don't want to say like a bro community. He's like, bro, what up? But like, but at the same time, it's like guys, just guys being guys.
Yeah,
And that's
he's got
like,
it's the
that's a vibe.
bros.
Yeah, he has that vibe, and there's like that's a thing, and like I think there's like I know his community like that, and maybe one other person, and like that's kind of tough, right? I feel like that would be like, so that means there's market for more. At
Mhm.
least I would think
I
so.
mean,
And
I would
but
gesture
like,
broadly to Love and Deep Space if it hadn't completely imploded in the past 2 weeks, but that's a different story. But bottom line is, it goes to show that there is a market for that, yeah, for the Pretty Boys and the man service, and also just for everything in between.
just everyday Joe Schmoes too, like, like, again, like, I talked about, like, if there's a model that matches, like, I think there's, like, because again, I have, like, a, IRL, like, again, like, mom, older, like, vibe, like, that's always been my thing, but, like, there's also dads like that too, like, or not even dads, like, I say dads, but, like, I have mom, but, I also have, like, then I have friends that, like, my friend Rab's, like, competitive, but he's also pretty chill. Like, he's just kinda like a chill dude, like, I don't know, and it's just like, and, like, I feel like there are models for girls for every kind of vibe, I feel like, but guys don't have that, and, like, again, like, I've noticed that because, again, I'm very business, I just think about it, like, I don't even,
Yeah,
like,
and
not
that
to
if
min-max
you
things
have
or
a
to be like
concept,
a, well, actually, the calculations, but, like, I just find it fascinating, I don't know, I just, like, I like to learn about things, and then I also see lacking things inside of the market too, where I'm like, okay, well, treat this like a business. There is a hunger for that, and if a guy can feel that, like you'll do great. You'll do great.
yeah, and that obviously if you have a good character concept, that you can find an artist and they'll make male models however you want it to your specs. It's just the pre-existing stock ones that are fewer farther
That's
between,
true.
that and goodness knows, like you were saying, whether it's the father, the
Well,
dad,
there's
the
some artists that
uncle
even won't do guys.
version
I
one,
know that.
yeah.
Yeah, I know there's like a few artists that like I remember I was just like just curiosity because I asked, I'm like, do you do like guy models? Because I don't see any. And they're like no, no, it's strictly just like women models kind of thing. And that's fine if that's your like style. But it's always cool if someone can do guys because you guys are like at least for anime are drawn differently. You guys are
Yeah.
drawn differently, different bone structure, different everything. I mean, clearly.
And you want to
So
find one that
like,
isn't just a rectangle.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
I
it's
mean,
kind of
I'm sort
tough.
of a
It's kind
rectangle,
of
but
tough.
that's well, it's conical technically, but my simple geometry is intentional. A humanoid body like this wouldn't look good.
I understand why, like I said, like, yeah, I get you.
But again, that I know that we're gonna get there and we're gonna have more, and it's a when, not an if, and I think it's pretty close. And
Yeah,
I'm excited to see what we end up getting because,
the amount of
if
things
nothing
that
else,
have
I've
changed
I've thrown
tech-wise
around the
has
idea
changed
of
drastically.
it's like I've had the idea of okay, April 1st next year. So for anyone who's in here, can be a bit on the joke of like April 1st next year. Just I go live with the humanoid model and act like everything is normal, because I think by then we might have more options. But just that I
Mhm.
act like it's another day, another stream. Hey guys, welcome on in.
I
Don't
thought about
acknowledge
making a
it at
whole different
all.
account, right? Once, like where like the model that I would have. Again, I would not use like a savvy like my savvy crowd. If savvy fans found me, then that's like whatever. I mean, that's fine. But like it would just be a brand new concept, brand new thing, and I would be like I always told myself if I had like extra money to do it, I would do well time also. I would be like a cute anime girl, but it would be like a cosmic horror one where like maybe I'm like a cute one with
Mm,
a monster like gap through my stomach or something. But like something where it's like scary looking but cute. Like I think the contrasting look is actually really cool. Like again I like Grimmy's look. Grimmy look has like the old school vintage vibe. Like I
yeah,
don't
that
know, it's like it
it's
reminds
the
me.
Victorian child.
Yeah, that one, and, like, I'm like, "It's cute, though," and I'm like, "That's a nice little mix," and then she has, like, her little, like, live little eyeball pet,
Yeah,
and I'm
Gasper.
like, "Yeah," and I'm just thinking to myself, like, "See, that's pretty cool, I like that." So I was thinking, like, if I ever had, like, extra money and also time, of course, to do it, I would totally do that, but not use the savvy fans unless they found me,
Mm,
and just, like, have this one and have that as a completely different account that no one would know about. Unless you found me.
yeah, and it's a good number of people are doing that nowadays, and some
Mhm.
do it as all right. This is I as a full time content creator streamer know that this content is not efficient, and that if I do too much of this content on my main one, it'll mess with the algorithm and how it suggests me to viewers. So it's
Yep,
actually
that's why I always
it's
tell people
bad for
never do what
me to
I
do
do.
that. And that's the appeal of having a lot of alt accounts. And sometimes it's just, all right, I want to have a chill day where I do want to stream just for myself for a small crowd. And others will say more actively, hey, this is the alt account. This is where we're doing this type of content. It's not
Mhm.
going to be on the main channel, and they'll still get go live pings for it. And it's very open.
Yeah.
Others will
Well,
have
I
it
told you
be
earlier, like,
secret. Yeah.
as the channel's grown, like it's harder to catch people, and I feel bad about that sometimes. But also, I get overwhelmed sometimes too. Not all the time, but like sometimes it's just like chat might just be really popping off one day, and it's like the thought of having like an alt channel where like because apparently like I did make one once upon a time, but I never used it
Mm.
really other than like
Well, at
once.
least
But
that
like
means you have the account.
Yep, that's true, that's true. And, I remember, I told myself that, like, because I can think of, like, having one where, like, you don't, where people know about it, but, like, it's not your main, like, giant crowd, and having it where the chat's slower, a little bit more manageable, it's kinda nice. It's kinda
Yeah.
nice. You're like, "Ah, this is kinda back
Mm.
to the old school days," and, like, where, like, you're still building, or maybe you're not even building, but it's still smaller. It's still, like, not as, like really fast,
Yeah.
because that can be overwhelming, definitely.
Mm. Did you have a concept of was there a specific type of game you were considering doing on that secondary channel, or was
Multiplayer.
it specific? Okay.
See, that's why I always tell everybody that like what I do for stream, I think the only reason why we do decent, at least in the sphere, is because like we have fun. I mean, I mean, I'm a passionate person. People love passion, but also, like we're on a lot, So people get to see me. People know. Like I was really bad with social medias and stuff too, so I know this is just natural, kind of like growth with things. And I'm really happy with everything, but like I do think to myself that like how like my schedule wrong. Technically, like if I wanted to be like algorithmically correct, time needs to be a correct thing. When you're on, you gotta let people know genres, so you're not mixing things. Technically, everything that I do is wrong, algorithmically. However,
Well,
I've always
you're
been
doing a
very
couple of things
happy.
right. Certainly more than me at
Yes,
the
they're
very
they're
least.
they're some.
But you know that you're not necessarily being quote unquote optimal.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I always tell people that, like, if you ever want to look at an example of somebody of what, like, pretty much what not to do a lot of times and still do all right, you can look at our stuff. You can look at how we used to do things, what we've done before, and you could be like, well, someone has said that this is the only way to do it. Because I have one thing that I've seen, and again, there's no shade on anybody. People have come and gone. People have told me what works and what doesn't. There's no one right way to do things, by the way. Like, yes, there are ways to make things again a little bit more optimal and stuff like that, but like things that I used to do and things that I would like be like, oh, we're swapping to this, we're doing this and stuff like that, or like how we're doing things or how long we're doing things, like people would be like, that doesn't make sense. That's like optimistically, like, because again, some people think only that way, but in my head I'm like, but what about the passion? What about the fun? Sometimes you get addicted and you just do stuff, it's real, and then that's what sells sometimes, is realness. Because some people are just not really real. They're like, there's like and that's fine. Again, we had talked about it earlier, like some people it's like a show, like they're here, they're there, it's not super personal, but like some people, like they wear their heart on their sleeve. That's me. And some people like that, and I feel like you're gonna just do things that aren't gonna make 100% sense because you're feeling it. This is what you're feeling. It might be a little wild, and I know myself, I have big ADHD, so like I know for me, I lose myself, and I do that, and like I'm very time blind. I am 100% time blind. Like I'll look at the stream sometimes, it's like, oh, we've been
It's
on
like,
for
oh,
20 hours.
yeah. Oop, when did that happen? And
Yep.
goodness knows I've felt that a lot with the Blueprint streams, in that uh, doing 20 streams of one game, and especially a game that is so slow, plodding, and at times, like, there have been ones where, all right, I'm staring at a puzzle for an hour, and I say to anyone who's still tuning in at this point in time, thanks for sticking around, because I know this is not exactly riveting content, but that, it's what I'm enjoying, and that...
Yeah, and you'd be surprised
yeah.
what people are like. That's fine, because maybe they're doing the same thing. They're like, I am feeling it, because they're like, they're almost doing it with you. And that's why I feel like I stopped. Like, okay, I do multiplayer games here and there, but like for a while I never did multiplayer, because I learned early on that single player games have this feel where like people are doing it with you. Like, oh, good example, because again, we were talking about Monster Hunter. It was very welcoming. Everyone was very welcoming when I first did it. I was like, wow,
Monster
and they're
Hunter
doing it
is-
with you. Pretty cool.
What's so great about Monster Hunter is it is a
Why has it been
purely
that long?
collaborative game. There is zero and negative incentive for griefing, for lack of collaboration, that there's no exclusivity on drops, that everyone has their own separate drops, that, in World of Warcraft or a lot of other MMOs,
Oh,
if a
yeah, you
rare
have to
item
share,
drops,
and
that
some
you have
people,
to share
yeah.
a roll for it, and that can feel bad.
Unless
or,
you get gems and someone gets a gem and you're like, "Ah, I want a gem."
Yeah, well, but at that
But,
point,
like,
that's the RNG, that there's literally no way for them to give it to you. That you
Exactly.
can't negotiate for it, that there's nothing you could have done for it. There is the RNG element, but that you are...
And there's also solo play too. So like if
Yeah.
somebody wants to like a challenge, because
Mhm.
one thing that we did before we stopped playing is we did the Arkvale. We did the red one, the one that was like the level 10, like the level 10 version of it, and we soloed that. It took forever. And I did it with low level gear too. Again, and that's the challenge. Like I love challenges. But I got a switch axe. I learned a switch axe because I'm brand new to the series. I started in Worlds, didn't finish Worlds,
Mm,
but then I jumped into Wild, so I feel like I was
yeah,
brand new.
Wild
But I
was my
learned how to play a
first
switch
one.
axe. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I like it. It's a lot of fun.
Mm,
I'm like, where's this been? I'm like, I like this.
yeah. But my main was light bow gun for um, low
Ooh,
rank, and then I got into um, shoot, what
mine
was
was
it?
dual blades.
I got into dual blades. That was the one that I ended up doing as my main post game. And then the other one was, oh, I'm blanking on it. It's the gun lance. That's what it was.
Oh, Gunlands. Yes, I remember playing a lot with the Gunlands whenever the demos were coming out for Wild and you were able to fight the Arcvale. I learned how to use the Gunlance like originally, and it's a pretty cool weapon. But then I went to dual blades, but then at the last week, no, actually the last like few days of whenever we were playing Monster Hunter, and now we're ready by the way for like the DLC, so I'm happy now. But like for me, I was like, okay, well, the dual blades are fun, but like I feel like I kept getting stuck in place, and I was like, I think I need to learn a different weapon. So then I learned the switch axe, and oh my god, that's such a cool weapon.
Mm.
You can like counter and parry, and you can like do this real cool combo with like fire, everything. I'm
And
like, what
especially
is
for
this?
you having all of your Souls-like experience, I bet that you have just inherently better sense and reflex for parries. Whereas I, as someone who am not big into Souls games, look at those and say, I see exactly the skills that are needed for that. I could learn them. I don't have those, and that's part of why I went with some of the other ones. But
Yeah.
I saw those types of ones, like any of the ones that have parries. It's like that's for the Souls players. That's those
See, yeah,
folks.
exactly. And
Yeah,
it's cool that there's weapons for like your kind of play style. I
yeah.
think that's really neat because like whenever we were doing that arc val, chat was like, I'm surprised you're just parrying nonstop because eventually, like it took a while. It took a while. Like it took like 2 or 3 long streams to finally do it. But like eventually, I was like counter, parry, because if I didn't, then he would just one shot me.
Yeah.
So like I was like, okay, well, you better learn this. And eventually I did. I died like I had 4 lives and I died 3 times. And after like
Mm,
the 29th or 30-minute mark, I was like, because that's the thing about Monster Hunter is like it's a battle of repetition.
yep.
And also you're gonna be battling this thing, and like especially if you're low gear, you're gonna be battling it for quite a while. So kind of get used to it, Buttercup.
Yeah. And it's similar to Souls-like games, sort of learning the dance steps, knowing the rhythm of the monster, and
Exactly. It's like
the thing
way
that,
more like item management, way more item management. Like you
yeah,
have to sharpen your blades, you have to do all this stuff where
mm,
I'm like,
and
oh,
there's no
okay,
health
I'm
bar.
not used to this. Oh, that's true. That's true.
That at the very least with Souls-like, you can see, okay, close, that I can be a bit reckless on the last couple hits because I know I need to just get 2 hits in and I win. You don't, unless you're really good at keeping track of numbers mentally, you gotta just sort of have the feel of, all right, I know I'm in the 3rd phase and I've hit it a lot.
Yeah,
It
because they start doing
should be
like
going
different
down
things.
now.
Yeah, they start doing different things, or maybe they're traveling to another area, which I always thought that was really cool about the series is that like these big monsters, not only do they fight, again, kaiju battles, that's what it reminds you of a little bit, but also like they run away from you. They go to a different spot to get the fuck away from you, or
Yeah.
to eat, or to like do stuff. They're like, hey, like they act like real monsters. And I
Hmm.
was like, that's so cool. But the kaiju battle things, that's how I like to call them. That's so cool. They just start battling. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a clash. That's so
Or,
cool.
yeah, and just, especially in the game, seeing them from afar and being like, oh, that's neat. I'm not going to go near either of them
That's
because
true, especially if they're fighting and you're like, "Oh my
yeah,
god, I don't think I can handle that right now."
no, because I know that if I mess with them, they will both attack me instead, and I will die very quickly. But there's other ones where it's like, okay, I'm gonna wait for this to be done, and then one will go its separate way, and I'm gonna follow that one. Or if you get lucky
Exactly.
and one swoops in mid-battle, and it's like, oh, I already have this thing nearly dead, and this thing's gonna finish it off for me
Yeah,
and take a
that's how
bunch
I
of damage
had
in the
with
process,
Arcvale.
and
I
then I get
saw
to
I
kill
saw
something else.
creatures around me. I'm like, "Hey, help
Yeah.
me." I'm like, "Go
Like,
fight."
yeah, look, some weak prey.
Yeah, and they would fight, and when they were like distracted, not only would they take damage from the monster that they were fighting, but then I would also be hitting their leg. So
Hmm.
I'm just like, come on, you're dead. So, and sometimes you got to do that though, because again, like some of these bosses have like 5 gajillion health, and you're like, oh my god, he's not dying. And you have a time limit too, and that's another
Yeah.
thing. That's something I'm not used to. You
Mm.
got a time limit, so like you have to kind of get used to that. Because Souls games, there's no like time
Yeah,
limit.
you
You
can
just
just
kind of just fight
you can
it.
take all day.
Yeah, which I feel like the time limits are definitely reasonable. They're
Yeah,
definitely
because
reasonable. So
it's
it's not
like
like something
60
where I'm
minutes
like,
usually, where
mm.
if you're
And you know
not
what the
beating
best
it in
part
that
is? The
time or not
food.
dying in that time, you're probably using a stall tactic.
Exactly. But let me tell you, the best part about that game is the cats and the food.
Hmm.
The cats and the food. I'm just like, who thought about that inside of my monster game? Who thought about cute little cats and then them making food? Because I'm like, you guys are adorable. And the food looks delicious.
Oh,
Every
it's
time I'm like, man,
unreasonable
I'm
how
kind of
like real
hungry.
food doesn't look that good.
I know. I was like, man, who's eating like that? Because like, actually I was telling chat this. I was like, like one of my goals in life is to have a job, like or have a or pretty much be stable enough to be able to afford those kind of meals each day. Because those look like expensive meals. And it's so funny because there was one because I said that once, and like the meal that I was eating was literally like bread and cheese, but like it looked like fancy bread and fancy cheese.
Mm,
And I was like, I could eat that.
like
Like,
how
but like
how
really
can
that's a
bread
cheat
and
meal
cheese
to
look
me.
that good?
True. That is like it's like impossible. How's that even like it's not a thing. It's not a thing. But it is. At least in that game, it is. 100%.
Mm. And I'm definitely looking forward to the next one. That I
Oh,
only
the
got
DLC and
into
stuff?
the intros of High Rank, but it was a really fun game. And that's one that if I had been doing game streaming, because I did 1 or 2 streams, because that was at that time one of the charity rewards,
Uh-huh.
that I would have played that one on stream.
Like it's a totally worth it. Really fun game. Like honestly, really fun game. I didn't think I was even gonna like it all that much, but I was like, hey, actually pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, it took a lot of friends whose opinions I really trust saying, hey, you should play this game. And Monster Hunter playing is kind of like a virus, because if you have a friend that plays Monster Hunter and really likes Monster Hunter, they will try to get you to play Monster Hunter with them.
Exactly. Plus, I'm so surprised. Like I don't know where I've been, but like apparently everyone has played Monster Hunter. Everyone's
Yeah,
like,
I
oh, I
didn't
played
realize
this
how
game
big it
since
was in the
this
West.
one.
Like,
I'm
I've
like,
always
where the
known it
hell
was
have
a
I been?
thing.
Because
I
I
thought it was
must have
niche.
missed it. Yeah, I thought it was niche also. And everyone's like, no, I've been playing this one since the 3DS version. I'm like, or even like sooner than that. And I was like,
It's
oh
like,
my
I missed the
goodness.
memo.
Yeah, I actually felt the same way about Fire Emblems. Same thing. I actually played whenever like the mobile game came out, and then like I found out that like that's been a strategy game that's been going on for a
Oh,
long
I
time,
fell
and I
off
was
that
like,
bandwagon ages ago, unfortunately. And I've been meaning to get back on, because I played it when it was first
oh
released
well,
on the
really,
GBA in the West, like Sacred
really,
Stones.
oh
And
my god,
it
that's crazy.
was
So
one of
you've
the
been playing
DS
since the very
ones.
beginning. I
But
played the
I
one that was
stopped,
like
like,
the one with the babies, the one with the where like you can like it's
yeah,
with Camilla. I'm trying to remember her name.
I think it's Three
But like
Houses.
no, it was the one before. It was on the 3DS.
Mm,
It was
I
the
don't
one
think
where
it
you were
was,
playing Corn, which was the dragon. It was the do
because
you
the
know what
last
that
one
is?
the last one I played was Awakening, and I remember I hit a wall. There was one level where just I was having a lot of trouble beating it, and
It's the next one after then.
I wanted to do the one where death matters. I know they've made it so you
Oh
can
yeah.
have a different one, but I was trying, and um, I got frustrated with the level and put it down. I was like, okay, I'll come back to it later. I'm not gonna burn out on it or anything. But the problem is then I
Mhm.
never picked it back up.
Yeah. However, you said it like really cool because like people kind of like okay, maybe not specifically like Persona. Have you ever played the Persona series?
I've only played 5, but again, so
Okay.
I felt late to the
But like
game,
you know
just
how
like,
you know you're making friends with everyone. Everyone's like getting along. Everyone's like you know because like that's how they get you because
mhm,
like they make friendships and they have like and like especially nowadays you have like cutscenes and stuff like that. But if you pick that mode and someone dies permanently, they don't have those conversations no more. They're not friends. They're not there. They're just dead. They're just dead, and you're like, oh my god. So like, if you got because like you know you get connected with these people, and
mhm.
like in the older games you would have like babies and stuff. But like, imagine the mom just dies, and I'm just like, oh crap. It was my fault too. It was my fault because clearly it was your strategy skills are not good enough. And I'm like, oh my god, they're not good enough, and then they would just like kill you. But some of those guys would be tough. Like,
Yeah.
or you're like, man, how do I get out of this? Because they're like, HP is 99, and I'm just like, I do like 10 damage right now,
Yeah.
and you do like 40.
Or just, all right, I think I finally beaten. What do you mean now there's a wave of 6 new enemies every
Oh,
turn?
and they just randomly spawn. Yeah, and I'm just like,
I'm like,
no,
okay,
because
I
you're
thought this
supposed
area
to
of the
do an
map was
objective.
safe. And,
Yeah,
I
it's
did
supposed
not
to
look
be
up a
objective.
guide to know this was going to trigger if I went there. And so I worked for an hour now getting this far into the map. And then, I retreat to this area of the map because all right, I'm low on health. I'm going to spend the next turn heal here.
Mhm.
End turn, 6 enemies spawn, all attack this singular one, and they're dead. And
And
like,
that's
well,
the
now I need
worst
to restart
thing.
the level.
And that's the worst thing is that like sometimes like things would trigger like that if you go to a certain part of the map kind of thing. So it's
Yeah.
like or like because like they might be like ambushing you or
Mm-hmm.
something
It's like,
and like you're just like why did I
because
come
I,
over
I don't want
here?
to look up a guide. I don't want to
Yeah,
know everything, but it's also just really frustrating when, okay,
I
I've
agree.
spent this much time getting to this part of the level, being really cognizant of what I was doing just to have the
Mhm.
gotcha of, ah ha ha.
It's not like here I come, you're dead now, and you're like, but I have permanent death
Uh,
mode on, and you're just like, no.
mm,
So I feel you on that. Like, and you actually brought up a really good point is that I mean you were around when I was around, like during this time we're same age, well actually a little bit older, but not by much. But anyway, like you know we had the whenever we gamed, we had the I guess the because like we never had YouTube growing up. We never had like the way to be spoiled. Nowadays, everyone can get the whole gameplay of like your favorite game done with all the guides and everything within like a day
oh,
or like
no,
two of being done.
GameFAQs had full walkthroughs of darn near every game day of release or day after release. So I don't think it's necessarily easier or harder nowadays that, uh, I was able
Well,
to
like
get
the
the
OG games, they just cause like back in the day, like, you know, you're especially if you were a kid, like, I mean, nowadays the kids have the internet, but I didn't have the internet really. So
yeah,
like,
we had
it was
the
nice to have
Prima
that like
strategy
the
guides.
mystery. Yeah, exactly. Strategy guides. I had Pokemon strategy guides because I like to see the Pokemon that were in certain areas because they used to show you
Yeah, they would
like
have
inside the
the
strategy
encounter
guides of like,
tables.
hey, they're in here, and you're like, oh, this is a rare chance though. So again, going back to
Mm,
Pokemon, it all leads back to Pokemon.
yes.
I'm telling you, so good, so good. Again, love-hate relationship when it comes to Pokemon, but like the OG games will always stay in my heart. Plus,
Yeah.
like I moved a lot, like being in a military family, I moved a lot, so like the Game Boy was there, and that was the way to shut us up. Like while, because
Ah.
like we'd have long drives. So like going places, and like since my family lived, or my papa was like in the U.S. and my mom was inside of like London, so it was one of those things that like sometimes we would go places, or we would fly, or we would drive and or they would go to a different base and we would move. So I kind of got used to moving and stuff like that. But like, it was the way to be like, because I was like all over the place, or like, Dad, what's this or what's this? I was that kid, unfortunately. I was the ADHD, like, oh, that's crazy. Why is that a thing? Why is that? They're like, shut up. So they're like, here, have the game. And like I like to say that's the original iPad. It's the original iPad. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, this is great. This is great. So, I don't know, that was my thing, and that's how Pokemon came in,
The
because
the
I always
difficulty
said
was,
that was the best, Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games were always, like, the Pokemon games. Everyone
mm,
looked forward to those.
yeah. Now, the real struggle, though, on those long car rides back in the day was nighttime.
Oh my god, yes, and I would sometimes use the streetlights.
Yep, no,
I
and
would
you
use
would
the
just have
streetlights
to,
sometimes to play.
you'd have to, because, all right, you would pass a streetlight every however many seconds, and you would have that second or so of light,
To
and then
move.
have to wait and just that, and
Oh my god,
you might
I remember
have
doing that with the
the,
Legend of
it wasn't
Zelda
the
game. It was
USB,
like
but
one
it
of the
was the
seasonal games.
plug-in light, and
Oh, the
then,
worm light. The worm light.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yes, the worm light. I love that worm light. That
and
thing
then
was
with
like
the
the best. I'm
SP, and you
like, oh,
finally had
now I
backlight.
can play forever. Because
Yes.
again, you would wake up inside of like the car trip sometimes,
Mhm.
and it would be nighttime. So like,
Like-
every you know, you already had a full on nap, and you're like, okay, I'm ready to play some
Yeah.
games, but you couldn't
Can't.
sometimes. So it was very.
And it was so heartbreaking because it's like, like the game's right here. I have fresh batteries in my Game Boy.
Mhm.
I want to play. I'm awake. I know we still got another 6 hours of this drive. And
You know what?
ugh,
I used to have eventually after those drives, because like the game could only do so much, just like you said. So like eventually it was like a cheap thing. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. This is back when VCRs was still a thing, and we had like one of those TVs that you also like could put on like the back of the seat so the kids could
Mm.
watch a movie.
yeah.
And it had a VCR thing in there, and I would watch like The Land Before Time and like a bunch of other movies. So like I lived a little bit in like the car for a while, because like we would just move a lot. We'd move a lot actually. So yeah, you know, thinking about it now, I was like, yeah, actually I kind of lived in the car a lot. So yeah, you know, I just like I guess I never really realized that, but I traveled a lot like when I was young. But again, the military does that though. Military sends you all over the place, just how it is. Depends on your MOS, or I guess on your job.
Yeah. And then they got the Game Boy Advance SP with backlight, and everything changed. It was
The
just like,
pocket one, that was the
Yeah.
best one. That was still to the day, like to this day, the best one,
Oh,
because
like
you could
the
just
small
like clamp
pocket?
it and just. Yep.
no, or the SP. Yeah, because the SP was
The
the,
SP was the pocket one, right? Was that the one where
Yeah.
like it would like clamp?
yeah,
Like that?
no, but then there was the short-lived Game Boy Pocket, which was this itty bitty one
I
that
think I
sold
remember that one.
extraordinarily poorly because, frankly, it was too small. And that one, yeah, it didn't sell well. But the SP, yeah, because that was the first one that flipped and that it had the backlight and it had a
My little
charger. The
brother
first
had
one
that
that didn't
one, and I
need
was so
AA
jealous.
batteries.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Game Boy Micro,
Right,
that's what it
because
was. Thank you,
Oh
Jack.
my god, because I'm not sure if anyone even remembers this concept, but like a lot of things back in the day had batteries.
Mhm.
They had batteries. So now you just plug it in, but like everything was battery owned. So like I remember the house would always be full of batteries. We'd be like, "Mom, we need AA. We need
Yep.
AA batteries
AA
for
or
everything."
it's C. There was never any B batteries though.
Yeah, yeah. It was always for like the boring stuff, but
Yeah.
the like AA's were for the video games.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, actually, I that's a good point. I never really even thought about that. You know, they were all like the A's, but not the B's. The
Mhm.
B's were for like I don't know, maybe
Like-
like your fire alarm or something, or
Yeah,
or
like weird
like up for
electrical
other
things of like, boring things.
Yeah, boring thing. Maybe because the B has more power, right? So
Yeah,
like
'cause
maybe it's
the-
just like they need more
Yeah, 'cause
more
these
power
are like
to run.
the
Well,
rectangular chunky ones, if memory serves.
yeah, I'll say because I think the reason why is because they just need power. I think
Yeah.
like compared to like a little portable.
Yeah.
Like
Mm.
I want to say so.
And to be fair, the Game Boys would last a really long time on 2 AA batteries. That was one of their appeals, that the Sega Game Gear famously, I think, was 6 AA batteries and it would last about 6 hours because it was a objectively more powerful system than the Game Boy, but that one, it was huge. It was
yeah, it
really
definitely was.
clunky, and that it took
So
so many
clunky.
batteries to power for such a
was
short
like
amount of
4?
time. It was 4 or 6, and it lasted like
Yeah.
6 hours. And
Yeah, there's, like,
batteries aren't super cheap.
You know,
So-
I was the kid growing up that would have batteries inside of my pocket, like, and I would carry them around just in case.
Mhm.
Just in case. I don't know what kind of nerd that is, but I'm just like, I was
Well,
the
no,
battery girl.
back in the
I'm
day,
like,
you
I
were the
got more for
prepared
your
nerd.
game.
That's what you were.
Yep. See, that's how I knew I was always a nerd. Even though like my family, my papa is like so not a nerd. Like definitely very because he's like 6'3", like he was a SWAT guy. He was like a very much a not a nerd. And for me and my little brother, we were both nerds. We were definitely a sports family though too. So we did do all that, but like deep down, I'm like, man, I love games. And my papa would be like, you're just wasting your time. Just wasting your time.
You're
You should
not
be
going to
doing
get a
something else."
job playing video games.
I know, and that is still to this day something that blows my mind because I'm like, well, I know I have my IRL job still too, but like technically speaking, I also play games to the internet, and I remember that was not even a concept before.
No,
Again, but
it was a
that's why I
joke.
treat this as like sitting this out, like back in the day when you would have sleepovers, you sit on the couch and play games with your friends, kind of like that 90s vibe, the 90s
Yeah.
to the 2000s vibe. That's how I see streaming, and I know not everyone sees that like that. Some people say it might be a little parasocial, but for me, it's like, these people take time, like your viewers, like very grateful. They take time out of their day to watch you. They like you. There are some people that sometimes can be a little much, but there's also some people that are literally just regular Joe schmoes that like really care about you and what you're doing, and I really appreciate that. I may not have to know everything about you, but that right there is a bond that I don't think a lot of people get a chance to see in life.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you'll have a friend like that, maybe not. But like I will say that streaming has been something that I can be like, I can make bonds with people, even if it's only for a short amount of time. There's some people that are like, Savvy, you've done a lot for my life and I appreciate you being here. And like that kills me inside. Like in the best way possible. Like that just always makes you feel good that I'm able to help people, or like whatever your situation is, like you come to hang out with me for a little bit, and I'm very grateful for that. I feel I'm very blessed. I'm in a position that not a lot of people get to be in, and that's a blessing for me, and I will always hold that to me until I'm done streaming. So that'll be something that when I'm done streaming, I'll be like, I'll look forward to that. Now, when
Well,
does that ever,
it may
will that
be
ever
many
happen? I don't know.
decades from now.
Yeah, true, very true. But yeah, so I love it, and I feel like I sound like a sappy mom sometimes, but that is what I am. So it's just it kind of matches. But people like that, and I get embarrassed sometimes about it. But like then again, like sometimes it's like whatever.
We
But
regret to
at the same
inform you,
time,
people like you.
yeah, I know. I'm not used to that. Like growing up, like beforehand, I was very, I had a very I had a family that kind of was like very deal with your own emotions on your own time kind of thing. So like we're very like, it's just like, oh, you did that, you could have done better. And it's just like it's just one of those things where like it's not like that in like anymore, but like I was very much I was a super cold person for a while. But like I always cared, but I knew that that could be showing weakness, and that was kind of the motto that I grew up with. But like I lived in the ghetto for a lot of my life, so it's one of those things where you kind of just have to you kind of have to toughen up kind of sometimes. But I will say that I've gotten a lot more sappy, a little sappy, as the years have gone on. But I very much have opened up. My heart has gotten not so cold. So, and I really appreciate that. Again, something I'll hold till the day that I die. So, it's nice.
And it's been so cool to see just your journey and the journey of so many others. And that's why I'm really happy that we've been able to actually take a proper chat now, because it's been nice to have you at the charity events. And that's been my opportunity to do some really basic catch-ups with folks. But
Yeah, it's like an
it's always
hour.
very rushed because it's like an hour and there's usually 3 to 4
Lots of
others.
people.
And I'm also having to do the inevitable, all right, this is sort of the hourly explanation of the charity. And if there's any rewards and other things that sometimes have to divert things, and it's a lot. And certainly I am so very grateful to you and all of the other folks that make time for the charity events. There were 60 people in this last one. I'm at the point I might need to make my 2-day event 3 days, because I physically
That'd be
started
pretty
running
cool.
out of time slots to put people. I've been really good about crafting those schedules, but I don't want to have
You
more
better
than
tick that. You better
5
tick
folks.
that goal a little bit higher for your charity.
Yeah,
Just saying. Tick.
yeah, and just because I don't want to have more than 5 folks on stream at a time, one being myself, so me and up to 4 other guests, because with it's 2 days, 12 hours each. That's 24 possible hours schedule,
Mm.
and not everyone's available at all those times. But with 60 people, I was actually just running out of slots. So I'm
Yeah, I
realizing
think
I
the way
might
you
need to
handle it
make it
is, like,
3
really good.
days.
It's super
It'll be like
professional,
VTuber
so
Talk Con of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And
yeah. Also, that's why I like the way that you do things because, like, again, you say, like, "I'm glad that people answer," but, like, you handle things very, like, professionally too, like, in, like, real talk. You have a nice form that shows you, like, "Hey, can this work for you? Do you work with like, are you alright with these people?" Like, you're like it makes you feel comfy, but also at the same time, like, unless you just don't wanna do it, which, again, people should say if they don't wanna do something,
yeah,
but, like,
and I've had
there you
plenty of
have
people
so
say,
many availability, so it's like figure it out because like you got a
yeah,
lot of choices, so at that point it's just like the only reason why you wouldn't want to do this is a either you didn't see it or b like you just don't want to do it but like
yeah.
but like really like there's so many slots so like I like that about you. It doesn't feel like it's not like I'm coming on here and I feel like things are gonna like break. If anything, I feel comfortable. I'm like, okay, everything
Uh,
worked. You helped me with the setup and I was like,
that's
thank
the goal.
you. Like
If
I know
people
that
are
I'm in
going
good
to
hands.
spend time to be on my channel, that uh, I am very, very aware of my reach or lack thereof, that I can't even say, "Oh, come on my channel. I'll get a whole bunch of new eyes on your content." And, like, I can't even be like, from a business standpoint, a quote unquote valuable collab partner. And obviously that shouldn't be, the reason that one does a collab, but that a time is a valuable thing. And I want to be able to offer something. And at the very least, a the only thing I can offer is a good time, that you will feel that your time is well spent when you're on my channel, and that especially
Absolutely.
if you're going to go out of your way to be on my channel, not just once, but again for charity,
Mhm.
and in this case, again, for another show, that I'm going to bend over backwards to make sure that timing works as best for you as possible, that, you're comfortable and that you're going to enjoy yourself. And it is because
Yeah,
of that that we've been able to raise $36,000 over the 5
that's
years, which
crazy.
is
Good
still
job.
a just
That's
because
a college tuition.
it it
That's a
it
college tuition.
but it's not my followers that well, I shouldn't say that. It is not all my followers, that it's, folks from all the guests, stop
Right.
by throughout that weekend, and, a couple folks an hour give, and it adds up. And that I don't know what I expected when I first started. That year one, I sort of hoped, it'd be really cool if we could raise
I thought I was gonna give up
$1,000.
already. I'm gonna be real with you. I thought I was
Yeah,
gonna give up like my first year. I was like, this isn't for me. This isn't for
yeah.
me. But I gave it another shot and I liked it. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you.
No, you're
But like I was just
good.
like I felt the same way. Felt the
A
same way.
and for the charity, like, I don't know what I expected. That I went in saying, "Okay, if we could raise $1,000, that'd be really cool. That'd be
No,
really cool." And then we raised a
yeah,
thousand in
you
six
get blown
hours,
away.
and it was
You
like,
get blown away
"Okay,
sometimes.
so, uh, I thought we might raise that by the end of 2 days, not halfway through the first. Everything from
Exactly.
here is gravy, but also I don't know what to expect." And we've had some years raise more than others, that, year 4 raised a bit more than year 5, and, that's fine. But it adds up, and the fact that people in their communities have shown up and been so generous with their time and their donations, that to be able to go to folks and say, "Yeah, I, helped coordinate events that have raised $36,000 for kids in hospitals," is really cool.
It is really cool. Like, that's one thing I like about I actually don't know how much, like, in total now you want me to or now because of that, I wanna calculate it all, but, like, I know that we've raised a lot of
Yeah.
money for, like, just numerous amount of charities. Like, again, I tried, but, like, last year was a little different because again, like I said, it was a bit of a rough year, but, like, usually we do, like, 2 charities a year,
You use
and
Tiltify,
we've
I
done
think, is the platform you use most often?
yeah, Tiltify or
T
Tiltify
t
or like we work directly with some people also.
mm.
So, but
'Cause
like
Tiltify should have
usually it's
everything in
that.
one dashboard
Yep,
to
they made
see
it
all
so
your
easy
totals, yeah.
over the years. They made it so easy. So, but yeah, like I mean, just like you said, like especially the very first charity. I'm trying to remember exactly which one that I did. But I do remember like I had like I guess my goals that I had were so low, like, in the sense because in my head, I was like, "I'd be surprised if we even made it to here." But, like, I remember we hit, like, 1,000 something or, like, 2,000, and I was like, "Whoa, that's really crazy." Because I was like, "There's no way." I didn't even think we'd even make it that far. So, like, I thought it would be, like, maybe a couple of hundred, if that. I'm like,
Yeah, and
but it was,
100,
but
couple hundred.
the internet's crazy.
That's a great amount. There's no bad amount for charity. $5 donations matter, and
Exactly.
but then you get them and say, oh, okay, so we're doing this. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I remember I had just, like, everything. I tried to do it, really like, I was so hyped about it because, like, I remember my very first one, I was like I think we did, like, an event. I think it was, like, my very first, like, 24-hour stream or something, which, again, caused, I'm not sure if that was what it was, but there was many, things back in the day that slowly led to me doing, like, my 4 8-hour streams or, like, okay, so in general, we shouldn't be doing that. Don't be doing that. I'm a little crazy. I'm a little crazy, I understand. But like, for a while, I think our longest stream we've ever had, like ever, was a 69-hour stream. I remember, and it was because of the meme. Because
Yeah,
we were gonna
because
do a
yeah,
72 hour because it was like a 3 day, but like
3 days,
chat was like 69 be
but
kind
you
of
could but
funny.
you could make
So
it nice.
yep, exactly. So yeah, exactly. So it's like nice, nice.
Nice.
But again, not healthy. And I've definitely fixed a lot of that. Again, my streaming career has been a what not to do list. I mean, there's some good. There's definitely been greatness out of like what we've been able to do and all the fun stuff. But like sustainability and consistency and doing all that stuff, that's what you need. You don't need like wild streams. You just need consistency and a good vibe, and that's all you need. But I sometimes go a little bit crazy with it because I'm a little crazy myself. So, but I know that, and my chat knows that too. Plus I'm an insomniac, so like I can't sleep like at all
Mm,
sometimes, which is I sometimes feel like a zombie. But you want to know something a little corny, is that once upon a time, I used to do this before, before streaming. I used to just lay in my bed like, "Why, God, help me? Why is this like this?" But now, when I do have days like that, like I can stream through it, and I can talk, even though, it may not be like the healthiest, and I can't help it sometimes because I do have a lot of issues sometimes that I can't, are out of my control. At least I have people that I can talk to and hang out with. You guys keep me company. You keep me company whenever I'm like going through it. Some people like think it's like an episode sometimes, but really I just have problems. The military kind of fucked me over a little bit, but I have a place where I can just vibe or vent or just be myself or just like even if I am having a
yeah,
moment
or
where I'm
or
like,
just have the
oh
positive
God.
distraction of, okay, I'm gonna hyperfixate on this Dark Souls boss for a while because I know if I don't do something to hyperfixate right now, my mind is going to spiral in not healthy ways.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like I I know sometimes I have a feeling. It's a feeling where I'm just like I like mentally roll my eyes like, oh yep, here it is again. But it's where like let's just say I was streaming for like 10 hours, 12 hours or something, right? Cuz like those are already long streams. But in my head I'm like if I get off, I know I'm not going to sleep anyway and I'm going to hate and then it comes to like a self-hate thing where I'm like I don't like I hate that I can't sleep. I hate that you're like this, and then it gets like that. But then I'm
Yeah.
just like, you know what? Sometimes like and I know I shouldn't always do this, but sometimes I'm like, all right, chat, we're just going to keep going. And then they're like, keep
Yeah.
going. And I'm like, yep, we're going to keep going.
Hmm.
So, and like I do enjoy it because again it is a distraction, it is fun, but like I like again I rather do that
Yeah.
and feel a little bit like tired sometimes but like a zombie, but like at least I'm like not having again the self-doubt where it's just like I get mad at myself sometimes and I shouldn't, but like again I shouldn't do a lot of things, right? Some people shouldn't
Yeah.
smoke or drink but they do, and this is one of my issues I have and I know that. But like at least sometimes it's like, hey, there's a
Said
solution. I know for
there's a lot
Switch
of
it
less
pisses
healthy ways to go about
pisses
and
Switch
work
off
through.
sometimes, and I
Mhm.
understand. Cause like he's like, Sabby, why can't you just have like a normal schedule? Cause Switch is like the definition of like structure,
Oh
and I
yeah.
am the definition of chaos. So
Mhm.
like, but we work together and we do a great job. He's been working with the channel and stuff for like 4 years. But like hey, listen, I give him props because he's like, you got the streamer bug. he's like, "You're fun to work with," and he says that like you're a hard worker, but he's like, "Your schedule sucks." He's like, "And I got a family and I got this." I'm like, you're right," and I'm like, I know, I'm terrible with this because like he has to keep that because he does have family and other things that he has to deal with and stuff. So I try to be real good with the schedule, but like it's hard again 'cause- and then usually when I do those long streams, sometimes I crash out hard. So too, which is again not healthy, but that's just kind of just. I mean, people think that I just like accumulated that like with streaming, but I've been doing that all my life. The military definitely helped me out with that, but it's just like so that's why it's really nice to have the community to just hang out with. You have people that get you,
Yeah.
so I mean that's a blessing. So I really appreciate everybody, my
You just
friends
pointed out
and everyone here.
you don't even have hours on your schedule. Your schedule just says stream, no stream, 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 no stream. Doesn't say what you're doing, doesn't say when you're starting. Just we're gonna go live that day at some point. Doing what? I don't know.
That
For
is
how long? As
intentional.
long as I
That is
feel like it.
intentional. Intentional. Like Switch tried to help me out with the schedule stuff originally because I've always had that problem even when I started, and he was like, "So what are you gonna play that day?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Mm,
They're like, "I have a general
something.
idea, but like that could change. That could change." So like, because again, I change on the fly like that, which again, some people hate that because it's like that's like no structure. But I don't know. That's just how I live. Like, I mean, like clearly, I mean, I'm a hard worker, so I be working. But like, so that's how I've been able to live. But like, some people can't live like that. That's too much chaos. So like, but for me, I'm like, that's my life. That's just I like every day. That's just like that, you know? That's why sometimes chat's like, "Oh, I see you on more right now or less." And sometimes like I just can't help that because I have an IRL job too, and
Yeah.
during the summer it gets busy. So I'm like, "Hey chat, I'm gonna like I just worked a shift and then stream, and I'm like I'm gonna crash out. So I'll see you guys one extra day later or something." So, but a lot of times they'll just see me on, and I'm like, "Oh well, I have a hyperfixation on this," and they hang out with me, or they know that I'm on for a while. So for a while I had to tell people I was like, "Hey, I understand I've been on for a while, but I'm an adult. I've done this for a while." Because some people
Yeah.
are like, "You need to get off," and I'm just like, "I'm fine.
No, that
I'm fine."
you know your limits and just
Exactly. I'm 33. I know 'em.
combination of knowing your limits and partially insomnia just means that
Yeah.
you go for longer streams than most.
Yeah, and I've been better with them, but like and not as many people like say as much about it, but like that's mainly because I had to like let people know that I'm like, "Hey, this is well, actually, mentally, I know, I think to myself, I don't get mad about it, even though I would hear it over and over again for a while, which I again don't hear it very much now. But I know it comes from a good place. You know what I mean? Like I'm just
Yeah,
like it's
it
like
comes
they're
from a
like,
place of
hey,
caring,
they're
but
just they're just
hey,
worried about their
I'm an adult.
streamer. They're worried about their streamer.
Yeah.
But like really, I'm like, listen, guys, been doing it for years, 20 years at least. So like it's just something that I have to deal with, and I can fix some of it, but long story. But like it's there's things that I'm just like, hey, you're just gonna have to deal with it. I know it's not the best sometimes, and I work on things to make it so I don't do that because I don't want to freak people out either because they're like because people find that weird. They're like I don't understand how somebody can be on for like 2 days
That
straight.
on paper, seeing or saying, "Oh, this streamer was live for 69 hours." That on paper, if you read that in a news article or in a post, you think like that's deeply unhealthy. Like that
Yeah, they're like, "Did they sleep?"
someone should
Because, like, some
not
people
do
ask, like,
that.
"Did you sleep during this stream?" I'm like, "No. No, we've just been going." Like, I've clearly, like, taken breaks, and I've, like,
Yeah, you've eaten,
taken
you've
a
gone to the
shower or
bathroom,
something. Yeah,
yeah, no,
exactly, go
you've
to
even
like,
showered.
taken
That
a
you've,
shower.
you've taken care
Because
of.
like, sometimes you would take breaks that are longer, and people would know that, so they would be
Yeah,
like, "Come back in 20 or, like, 30 minutes," right? And I
yeah,
would,
no,
like,
it's not
take a
that they
shower
were
or something.
sitting, never leaving the chair for 69 hours, not eating or going to the bathroom or whatever. It was, they took breaks to take care of necessities, did not sleep, but then there's the giant asterisk of this person has insomnia and just
It's hard
various
to
other
explain to
things.
people that just don't get it,
Yeah,
and like if someone had like a strong case of autism or like had something like or like Tourette's or something where they're like,
yeah,
why do they do that? And it's just because like that's just how they are, and
yeah.
that's just something like if you don't have it, you may not understand, and that's okay if you can't. Like I won't understand people that are French or people that are like, or why they do one thing or why Native Americans do other things. Well, okay, I would know that because I'm partially, but if I don't know something
Yeah.
unless I've gone and experienced it, I
Mhm.
don't experience the culture or experience that's mainly what I was trying to say. It was the culture,
Yeah.
more
And,
not
you
French
know,
people,
some
but
people, the
like the
way that
culture.
they best process things is to be alone in their room with the lights off and just not do anything, just to lay down in bed and stare at the ceiling. And for some people, that is the actual healthiest way for them to process something.
I'm jealous,
And
honestly, whenever I
others,
see
I
that.
say,
I'm like,
no, that's the worst possible thing I can do. I need distraction. I need it. Like, if I am in a bad place mentally, or if I am grieving or something, I actively seek activity and stimulation and distraction to whatever degree I can get it. And
yeah, I
that
need
I know
that
that
too,
is
and
the
I learned that
healthiest way for me
last
to
year.
process.
Yeah, I learned that last year because I had like my nana passed sadly, and then also which is a grandmother, and then a one of my cousins passed too, like for cancer. Like it was just terrible, and I was just like, it was a tough time. I hadn't dealt with grief like that since like my military times because again I've had friends pass away there too, and it's but like I was like, oh, so I noticed that if I don't get distracted, I actually like don't stream then because like I would have times where I would have gaps where I was gone and I was just like I think I was just and then also like we moved into this the new place and I had to like build it up and stuff, so there were just times I was just gone and I think it was just because I was just mentally in a different place, you know and but like nowadays I feel like I'm kind of back on the ground a little bit, but
Mm,
I do that sometimes, but like everyone deals with things differently, you know
yeah.
grief was one way there, and I was like, "Okay, that makes sense now." But now I get it. Now I understand what was happening. So I always knew that I would get back to like a normal mindset again, but like I didn't know why I was acting like that. So like it was like a mix of meds and just other things too. But point is that I feel you on that. Sometimes I'm just like I just have to do this to like handle this right now.
And each person just
That's
learns that
life.
through experience of, okay, this is what works, this is what doesn't. And that
Mhm.
sometimes in those extreme circumstances, you do something that on paper, under normal circumstances, would be considered deeply unhealthy. But that if you know yourself, that you know in this instance, this is the objectively healthy option for me.
Exactly. That's why I like psych and all that other stuff. Like I was telling you, I I love how the human mind works because sometimes I don't understand how mine works. So, but like I understand that everyone's different. Some people don't have these problems. Some people have a crippling other problem. Some have like gambling issues. Some people have this. Some people are just regular Joe schmoes. Some people have done every bad thing like underneath the sun and have changed. Some people have never done that. Some people have done everything and never changed. So it's like, but point is people just think like differently, and I know I do like too, and I find that fascinating. So I like to work with that more. So plus I like to help kids. I want to be able to help kids like pretty much like like kids in the system. I like to be able to do that so that we can put them in the right direction so that they can not like have the issues that people do that are in the system. So
Mm,
it's which is unfortunate, but like like you can like anyone can help. You just gotta want to do it. Plus
yeah.
I love kids. That should might be a mom thing, but might just be a mom thing.
So before the stream, I was looking at the previous show that we did together. Also, the audio on that stream is completely blown out, and there's even a note in the video description that says something happened with the audio and post processing. It was fine on the original. It was fine on stream. That I checked the Twitch VOD and it was fine. But for some
Mhm.
reason, when the video exported, something like I don't know when the processing of it went wrong. So if you go back to listen to that old Savvy episode, I sound awful. No, like you never mentioned like, hey Jay, your voice sounds entirely blown out. It sounds like you're talking like this the whole time, and it's really bad. It's almost unlistenable. Nobody in chat mentioned
It's
it, not you, but you go back and it's like something happened, and so that's there. So if any of you go back to look at it, I'm aware that wasn't. I have a better mic now than I had then, for sure. But also
yeah.
that
I
my
would say
audio was
I
not
noticed
normally
quality.
that bad. My audio
I
was
remember the
not normal.
quality has definitely changed. I'm trying to think if I've changed mics since then. I've always had like the Sheer M set, like Hike 7B, but like I definitely have gotten like a new mixer and stuff since then. But even still, I don't know if it was fine, but like I do know that I was pitching my voice real high. So
No,
now
you
I could
certainly
say this
sounded
is
better
like
than
all my
me.
glory. No, no, no. Honestly, I like maybe I was just really excited because
No,
I'm
no.
not
When
sure
I
if I
say,
already said
like I
this.
said,
Oh,
mine sounds bad from a technical standpoint. It was just
oh, I
blown
see, I
out
see.
because there's something happened with the processing.
No,
So
I
if you
get
go
you.
back to listen to that, folks, apologies in advance. But we had also noticed because I don't have a standard showtime. It's just all right. The guest and I just sort of vibe and based on energy and things. And the VOD, which includes the starting soon screen and everything, is 3 hours and 59 minutes, one short of 4 hours. And when you and I were chatting earlier, it was like, okay, well, as we did last time, just sort of play things by
Mhm.
ear, see as we go. And it was like, we're 4 hours is a bit more than average. That usually my shows are 3.5-ish. 4 is,
Yeah.
not
Plus,
absurd.
I was thinking to myself, like, food sounds pretty good too
It
right
sounds
now.
pretty good.
We were talking
And
about it during Monster Hunter. We were talking about it
yeah,
during Monster Hunter, where like all the food, and I was
mm,
thinking like, I'm pretty hungry. I'm
yeah.
pretty
And
hungry, but
we
at the
said,
same time, I
so
like talking with you. I think it's fun.
but we're like, we probably won't reach 4 hours. Maybe we'll get about the same time. That's probably going to be it. And here we are at 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh wait, 40. Oh wait, 45. Oh, I'm so surprised because it's so funny because
What was that about? Time flies and
I
you
thought we
glance
were
at
still
the thing. It's like,
underneath 4. I thought we were underneath 4
no,
still. That's so
no.
funny.
We started at 8 a.m. Pacific, 10
Uh-huh.
a.m.
That's
Central,
crazy.
11 a.m. Eastern.
Well, I told you I can yap
Yep.
people's like ear off like all day. Like again, we were playing Power World yesterday, but before that, it was a 4-hour conversation
Mm.
of just of actually, if you asked me, I couldn't tell you because
What'd you
just
talk
like
about? Stuff.
stuff, like lots of stuff. Like I'll yap about everything and then go back to old stories and then remember that I'm a boomer because I remember that I just I'm a back in my day person. I am a back in my day
Mhm.
person. Like I know I am now and I've come to accept it. I'm like, okay, okay. It's just how I am.
That
Like I
being
I
older
think
just means you
the
have
kids
more
say unk
stories to
status.
tell.
Yeah, exactly. I think they call it unk status. Like or I think auntie status. So that's me. I'm on the auntie status now where I'm like, kids back in my day. Back in my day. But it's okay though. I kind of like it. Like I love the person that I am. So
Mm.
I'm a little odd, but like I think to myself like I think the reason why our streams can get pretty real sometimes, but then go back to silly, is that I think we kind of built that community of like we're just normal people. We're just people that do have our problems, and I can be real about it. Like I like to talk about real stuff. I know not everyone likes that because again, it's like some people have like how like Hololive and everything else is more of like the presentation. It's like the show.
Yeah.
It's like real nice, and that's fine. But like for me, I can't help it. Like I wear my heart on my sleeve, so I like to talk to people. I like to say like, hey, this is what's kind of happening. Again, like my virtual diary, except it talks back to me. It talks back to me, and sometimes throws things at me, and like
Sometimes
bonks
says
me.
that they
And
want to gamble over and
oh, that's
over
right.
again.
Has a gambling problem. Has all of the traits of a red flag, but my favorite color is red. So,
It's true.
like, is it really all that bad? To each their own. To each their own.
Mm. But I do want to make sure that you're able to go eat and that everyone else
Yes,
is
yes,
able
I
to
should I
have some
should
time.
head
So yeah.
out. I just had a
So
good time. So,
yeah. So
thank you for
before you
having me.
go, yeah. Obviously for folks, if you are not already following Savvy for some absurd reason, please do go on and correct that. Links are in the channel panels and the video description on YouTube and Twitch. And there's a shout out there. But
Thanks for
anything
having me too.
upcoming
Like I do,
or
I do, I
specific?
do appreciate it
Oh,
that you decided
pleasure's
to
mine.
use me for the first person for for like the comeback
Yeah.
streams. I'm sure there's going to be many more, so I'm excited to see them. So
Yes. Hopefully that it's been a very busy couple of months for me. That it was funny that the reason I started doing non-talk show streams was initially I had a lot of free time, and also was, just wanting to do more. So that's where that came from. And then very quickly it became, oh, I'm really busy all of a sudden, unexpectedly so. And that scheduling at normal times isn't practical. So I've been able to occupy myself by, like I
Mm,
mentioned earlier, streaming during those very late hours when people are
yeah,
not usually available to
exactly.
do shows. But it's worked out very nicely. And I'm glad that even though this had to be reshuffled a little bit, we were able to make it work out. Do
Yeah,
you have
I
anything
already knew. I
upcoming
already
that you
knew it
want
was
to
gonna
plug?
happen. No. Oh, well, I mean, there's things that that we're doing. New games, new stuff. I've been hyping stuff up a lot. Like, kind of like hey, we're gonna do like a like weeks of like or week or weeks of like something. Cause I've been like kind of finishing games lately, which has been like because for a while I was not. For a while I was feel like I was playing so many things but not finishing things or playing
Mm,
multiplayer games. But like I'm actually like doing stuff and then like finishing them. So like, I've been hyping them. But like really other than that, like, nothing. If you want to come hang out with us, that's cool. But thanks for having me though, seriously.
pleasure's
I
all
I
mine.
actually did this once upon a time. I like one thing I like about your stuff too is that I vicariously lived throughout like the interview stuff because I did do a couple of interviews when I first started streaming people because I thought it
That's
was a unique
right.
concept and yeah, like I love it. I love it. So when I see your stuff, I'm like, man, I remember I used to do a little bit of this and I stopped. I don't know why I did, but I did. I think I was taking on a lot of things. Cause again, when I first started streaming, like I was like, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this, let's do like it was a lot. It was a lot. But yeah, I remember and I see your stuff and I'm like, this is like what I would think that if I was still doing this, that I would kind of do it because you do it really well.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
And I'm
Keep
sure
it
that,
up.
if you want to resume yours, that I think you will do it quite well as well.
I don't know. You actually like reach out to people professionally. I'd be like, hey, you want to come on my show?
Well,
So
I
I
think
feel
you're
like you
also at
do
the
it
point
really
where you
well.
know enough people that you could reach out in that more casual way and still have it work.
You're probably right. I think I like your way. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like I like your way. It's very like that's how I would do it. And I'm just like, so when I see that, that's what I would want to do. But I'm like, well,
Please
I don't
copy my
necessarily have
homework by
to.
all means.
Yeah, because I think to myself, like, that is, like, how I would try to professionally do it. Like, maybe if I didn't know somebody, maybe, but, I guess, like, for the most part, you're right. I do know a lot of, like, or a lot more people. So I guess I could. Well, actually, to be honest with you, you probably know a lot more people than me. Because you've had so many
I
shows.
think I know
So,
more people than you in a at an acquaintance level. I think you probably know more people than me
oh,
on
oh, I
a
see
more
what you're
personal
saying.
level. That
At the same time, I'm
one
kind of rude
one show,
of
one collab does
recluse.
not a friendship make, and that if anything, usually after someone's been on my show, I kind of retreat for a little bit because I don't want to seem presumptuous.
I
That
understand that.
if someone
Actually,
reaches out
I
to
liked
me,
how
I
you
respond
did
to it.
that too. Again, the way that you handle that, I liked it because I was just like, well, that's awfully professional. Because again, someone could like keep pushing things on you, but like really, you're like, well, I'm kind of busy. But like, I don't know, you've been very consistent with me and stuff like that too. So plus, I've had times where I'm like, oh, I can't do that time. I can't do that time. And you're like, that's fine. We could do this one. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. You like, definitely, because I know you have a sleep schedule too. And you're just like, I can do that time. That's fine. And I'm like, awesome. Thanks because, some people won't take that time to do that.
Well, I
So, and
think that's
that's
silly
really
because,
nice.
like what are the options? So, you either find another time or they're not going to be on your show. Take your pick, interviewer. I feel like,
That's true.
if you're not going to be flexible, you're just not going to have a show.
That's true. But that's nice, especially if someone's trying to like invite me to things. Cause again, I know sometimes some people have like it's just the name of the game. Like sometimes when people get to certain sizes inside of the sphere, like some people will like not do things with people. I don't like that. I've never really been like that. Like it's sometimes like again like for people
Like,
that are
I can
very business
understand.
savvy, they
I think
may
for
hang
I
out
think
with
for
certain
some it's not
people.
even business, but a defense mechanism, sort of.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because then some people will be like, "Oh, this person's leeching off of you," because that's something I hear a lot, and I'm like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god." And also I don't like I like making friends naturally, of course. So like if I feel like I don't have that with someone, I may not be like there. Like maybe I'd have to catch your content. Like I've had many people that like I watch their streams a lot, like maybe before I start streaming or something, and I really got close to them, and I'm like, oh okay, like I would do stuff with you because I know you, I like you, I can be myself, and you're not going to be like, ugh. It makes you feel like you're like not walking on glass. I can't see people's personalities whenever I'm like, because when you're in IRL land, when you're IRL land, you can see people's face. You could be like you could be like, oh man, I said something I may have like, I can see the social cues. But this
Mm,
one, you're kind of just a voice. So and if you're in collabs, sometimes you don't see models in faces like the community does, but you don't. So like, because you're playing games and stuff. So it's one of those things where like, it's nice. It's nice to have it where like somebody, because then I can really just be like, let's just hang out.
yeah.
It's gonna be a better time if I know you.
Mm, yeah. So I'm going to ask the last question that I asked during the last interview as well, and I do say that it is the most difficult question I ask on this show, and that's who would you like us to raid?
Oh, I don't know.
Tough question, see?
That is that is a tough question. See, I don't know because I don't usually like stream at this time, and like I'm usually getting ready for a bed, so I don't know. So usually I'm off by now. So do you have anybody in mind?
Not really, because I try to not raid past guests because I don't like choosing between them. So I like, unless someone's doing like if someone's got a
You know
birthday
what?
going or like a really special thing, but
Let's do my friend. Let's see. Will this work for you right here? Hold on.
I
I'm
should rephrase.
sending.
I don't pick past guests. If a guest says I want to raid this person
I
who is no
see.
no no
I
no.
see.
So, but
Let's
if
do.
you have a past guest that you want to raid, that's fine. I don't, because that's not me picking a past guest. If a guest picks another guest, that's fine. So anyone you have in mind, who do you have in mind?
Let's see. Do you want the name? Do you want like? Hold on.
Yeah.
One
So
second, one
just
second, hold on.
DM to me.
Yeah, I got you. I got you right now. Give me 1 minute, because they're doing a. I just noticed they're doing a 5-year event. So I
Ooh.
was like, oh, this will be nice. Hold on. Oh my goodness, I'm so bad with Discord. Because like I see your screen, but why can't I send it
Oh,
in our chat
yeah, I
box?
guess you would have to
I'm such a
potentially
boomer.
close
I'm
the
such a boomer.
video.
Oh, okay. It's because I'm. Oh, hold on, not that one. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this.
Please stand by. Also, while we're
Yes.
getting that all set, folks, obviously,
Oh, here
thank
it
you
is.
to
I
everyone
got it.
who's been here
Boom.
in chat. I've seen folks chatting. It's really nice to
Does
have
that
everyone
works?
around. Yes. Ooh, yeah. Perfect. But to everyone who's been here, if you got here during the pre-show or somewhere along the way, thank you so much for tuning in. I cannot promise any consistency in my schedule, like I said. If you're interested in watching some Blueprint streams and possibly others soon, because I think I'm finally getting near the end of Blueprints after 23
I
streams.
still don't know. That. I don't know what that one is.
It's a
That
puzzle
game.
game of all time. It is
The puzzle game of
it's
all
a
time. Well, it
really
must be, 'cause you
tough
said
puzzle
what,
game.
23 streams?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
if
that's
you
a
like
lot.
puzzle games, like really like escape room cryptic puzzle games, plus some roguelike elements, it's one of the best games I've ever played
I'm
for
the
me.
worst when it comes
But
to
if
puzzles, and I
but if you
struggle with
don't like
them, so
puzzles, if
Yep,
puzzles
I
are
hate
not
'em.
your style, avoid the game. You will not enjoy it.
Puzzles
Plain and
and
simple.
platformers, I'm the worst at. I'm the worst. I'm like those are the ones where I just look at it and I'm like, because some people are like, they always like look at me like, well, you play Souls games, so like you die a lot. I'm like, but that's different.
I will
That's
say
different. That irritates me.
this is one where environmental storytelling and just that drip feed of lore in this game is immaculate. But it's also built
Interesting.
around puzzles. So if you just don't like the puzzles to begin with, I can't say that it would be worth it. But
Not
if
my
you ever
thing,
for some
but
reason
I
end up
bet you
in
it's
the mood
great.
for puzzles,
Uh-huh.
that Blueprints is really unlike anything else I've ever played.
Well, listen, I will keep that in mind.
Yeah. And that I'm gonna eventually find something else to play, but that'll be a future VTuber Talk problem. So for now,
Oh,
folks,
yeah.
thank you so much for tuning in. We're gonna be going to Hilo, who is celebrating, like you said, their 5th anniversary. So
Yeah.
say hi to them. Do you have
I was
a
thinking
raid
that would be
message?
nice.
Yeah. I guess we'll just go with happy anniversary. Classic happy anniversary. And use any savvy emotes you want because I do not have any of my own or a global one. And we're going to send things along their way.
Thanks again for having me again. As always, I appreciate you. Thank you for the time. I appreciate you. And I hope that your day is well. And thanks for being here, guys.
Yes.
Thank you.
Have a good one, everyone. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.